All right. Good morning, everybody. It is December 1st. Let's call this meeting to order, special meeting to order. Rose, can we get a roll call?
Mayor Brolio.
Present.
Vice Mayor Herndon.
Present.
Councilmember Tiscornia.
Here.
Councilmember Moncada.
Present.
Councilmember Sherrado.
Here.
Staff is present.
Next, we'll do number 2, Pledge of Allegiance. All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we will go to item number 3, approval of the agenda as posted or amended. Does any staff, council, or any member of the public want to amend? Hearing none, seeing none, I'd look for a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody disapprove, same sign? 5-0. Next is item number 4, public comment. The public may address the council on any item of public interest not otherwise on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the city. No action may be taken. Matters to be addressed may be referred to city staff or placed on a subsequent meeting agenda. Speakers are limited to 5 minutes per person. Rose, do we have anybody online?
Nobody wants to.
Okay, nobody online, so I will move it to in the house. Seeing none, hearing none, I will close public comment, and we will move on to item number 5, regular agenda, discussion and direction on on outcomes of strategic planning workshop. Rebecca.
Okay, well, it took us a while to get here, but we finally got here. This is the phase 2 of the strategic planning. Citygate helped us. Some of you have been part of that. Some of us were not. This is the second phase of that, so that we have a roadmap for the next 5 years and years to come from that. This is something that we've been working on kind of behind the scenes for quite a while now. We did the employee survey, we did the community survey. We had very good responses, a lot of information, probably not very many surprises in what the responses were. Today we have Stacy Bristow and Andy Green. Andy, I believe, helped with the initial one and also
Correct.
the COVID work that was done. Stacy is new to this project. We've been working together, and I think we'll go ahead and get going. I will give them an opportunity to go ahead and do some introductions on their side, and we will hit the road running.
Okay.
Great, all right. Well, thank you very much, Rebecca, I appreciate it. Members of council, staff, I really appreciate the opportunity through Citygate to come and work with you again. Really love this town. Was here myself about 4 years or so ago with the first component. Did an overview of the operations of Angels Camp, and then subsequent to that, came back and did a review dealing with COVID-19. So I'm fairly familiar, even though it's been a few years. I'm familiar with the community here, or the organization at least. And again, just very happy to be back to help you on this particular project. Just by way of introduction for myself, for those of you that don't know me, my expertise is in fiscal management. I've been finance director at a number of cities over the last 35 plus years. And working with municipal finance. I was finance director in the city of Reno and Pasadena, San Bernardino, California, Rialto. And retired in 2015, began working for Citygate in 2017, and been with them for about 5 years. And so working through fiscal analysis and the like for cities, counties, special districts on the West Coast primarily. But Citygate as a company does business all over the country. We have a number of cities. We basically have been in business at Citygate for over 3 decades. And what we specialize in is what we call virtual city hall, where we look at bringing consultants that have expertise in all facets of municipal government. So that if you have something that's needed to review, or you want to to take look at some operations as far as best practices and the like. Any particular operation within your department, CityGate has a consultant or a group of consultants that can help you with that. So hopefully we can do that. We have we've done over 600 engagements throughout, as I've said before, throughout the country, and we have 30 to 50 actual consultants that are on board as it stands right now, working with in various organizations throughout the country. So for this particular project, we're going to go ahead and get started. I've talked about myself a little bit, and my role as project manager. And like I said, my expertise is in finance, municipal finance. But Stacy, this is the superstar who knows all about strategic planning. She's going to turn you all out here and make sure that everything is fine as far as strategic planning and get you started. And so with that, I will turn it over to Stacy, and she's going to handle most of the rest of the presentation because it's primarily strategic planning. I'll come back a little bit later in the presentation, do an overview, high-level overview of your fiscal situation, which is actually pretty good compared to when I was here before. But anyway, I'll turn it over to Stacy.
Thank you. So thanks for the introduction. Council, city staff. I've been with CityGate for about a year, recently retired with about 35 years in government and also working with other consulting firms. I'm a former development director, and I specialize in strategic planning and council priorities, and working with neighborhood groups and innovation departments. So a little bit of my background, my bio is online, so I won't go too much into that because we have a lot of fun work to do today. So I'd rather dive into that a little bit. I am honored to be here. I feel like this is part of my community. My parents live in Arnold. I've been there for about a decade with a lot of retired law enforcement, as they are retired law enforcement as well. Some of my best friends live in Murphy's, and they have businesses there, and we often come to Angels Camp to do travel and different things and timeshares and stuff. So I feel like this is my home. I shop here a lot. I've got everything from Angels Camp and my shopping over here. So big fan. So I feel like this is a second home. So I was excited that I got to come up here and work with this community. So thank you for that. With that, let's get started. There is a copy of the agenda in front of you, so we'll bring it up and I'll just walk you through that really quickly, just so you have an overview and snapshot of what today looks like, and then we will go from there. So we're doing welcome and intros right now, in overview. I'm going to talk a little bit about what strategic planning is, as defined. Then we're going to talk about, around 10:30, what the survey and the SWOT analysis showed from the community perspective and the staff, so we have the results. Today we're just going to be showing you snapshots and highlights of those results. There's a very full detailed report that is available to you that will be online for more information later, but today will just be snapshots. Otherwise we'll be here for a long time. And then we'll move on to core values, vision and mission statements, setting sort of the foundation for this company, for the city. Then we're going to get into lunch. We'll have a little TED Talk, little discussion on that. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with Simon Sinek, Inspiring Great Leadership. He talks a lot about the why of what we do and how important that is for public and private sectors. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Then we're going to develop the roadmap. So we're going to do some really fun activities. We're going to break out into groups and work on our vision statements, our mission statements, our core values, and council's core priorities using the data that we collected from the surveys. Then we're going to take a quick break. And then we're going to get into the meat of it. These will be the guiding priorities. So this, most of this comes from your general plan, which many of you know, I think it was about a year and a half ago where you defined your general plan, which was great. Not every organization gets to do that. So kudos to you. That's a lot of work to get a general plan done. So we're going to be pulling the goals and objectives from the general plan, and we're going to be working from there to determine what year we want those things to occur, what kind of priority each of those things are, because as important as they all are, not all of them can be the first priority. So we're going to sort of walk through that and use that as our guideline. Then we're going to take a quick break. We're going to talk a little bit about what the fail facts are, what some of the challenges might be as we implement any kind of strategic plan. We'll talk about the accountability, what the updates and implementation look like. Those are some specific things that were in the scope of work that council wanted to see from us. We'll do a quick snapshot. We'll get some public feedback, incorporate that, and then we'll go to questions at the end. So that's our overview. Are there any questions on that or what that might look like?
The only thing for any public members or public that's on the phone or on the Teams meeting, we will be taking public comments towards the end. And then just make sure you're as specific as possible because we're going to be covering a lot of information. So kind of make notes in terms of what we're talking about that you might have a question or concern or input on. And then when we get to the public comments portion, we'll be able to know exactly what you're talking about from 4 hours earlier.
Maybe sooner, maybe longer,
Yeah.
yes. Perfect, thank you so much. So, okay, so what is strategic planning? I always like to start off here because we all have a perspective or perception on what strategic planning is. And truly, it is just the process where company leaders, our city council mayor and vice mayor, define what their vision is for the future. You identify your goals, objectives, and expectations. So that clearly is what we are here to do today. So on the bottom, it talks about today, you've done the gathering of information. So we've done the surveys, we've done the background, the general plan is done. So today is really about how to prioritize that and developing the plan. And then the future will be the implementation and the review and revise opportunities that will come next. So with that, so now we get into SWOT analysis. So these are the survey results. So on the top, this just talks about residency, how many people are from your community. And as you can see, there were 234 responses from the community members that participated. And I believe it was 30, oh, I should have brought my other glasses. 31 staff, I think, is who have participated.
21.
21, thank you. There's 31 staff, right?
38, right?
38 staff, yes, 21. And so this just gives you an idea of residency, who lives here, how often. You don't have a lot of rental opportunities or decisions of people that wanted to do rental property. So that's just kind of information. The bottom section is just more information about how long people have been living here, so you have a lot of longevity, which is really awesome. But it just kind of gives you a breakdown of sort of what the community looks like in a snapshot before we get to what their concerns or kudos are to the community. So with that, sorry, I'm keeping you on your toes. Right?
That's it.
Okay. This is a little snapshot about people that work here, go to school, what the commute look like. Doesn't look like big commutes, which is really great when we look at sort of infrastructure and some of those other things and traffic impacts, those kinds of things. But this just kind of gives you an overview of what this looks like. Is that nothing we need to worry about?
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay, go to the next slide. So from the community level, the top 20 statements of strongly or agree with these statements. The city is a good place to raise children. That was the highest, where they strongly agree or agree, 75%, which is awesome. Generally, a safe place to live and work, another high 77%. Strong sense of community, 65%. Overall quality of life in the city is high. And the city development fees for new homes and commercial development should be at a more sufficient level, with some of the other strongly agrees that about half the people that took the survey wanted to support development funds to be able to support some of the infrastructure that would come down the road. So of the 20 statements asked, those were the top 5. And then the top 5 for strongly disagree or disagree, again, from the community. The city has ample number of restaurants, so they feel that there could be more. I would say the few that I've visited so far have been delicious. The city provides plenty of opportunities to enjoy the nightlife, about 74% strongly disagree or disagree. The city has ample number of choices for shopping, vibrant downtown area, about 59%, and the city draws business about 58%. You'll notice some trends as we go through all of these. No surprises, as we said before, but good information to have. Got that? Okay. Community level satisfaction. So this is related specifically to city services. There were 34 different city services that were looked at. And of that, anything that was 50% higher or higher that was very satisfied or satisfied, this is the top ones that came up. So fire emergency response, thank you fire department, well done. Trash collection, important stuff. Public library, water quality, water services, police emergency response, building services, and fire prevention. So those were the top areas of the community in my perspective. And again, city services, the very dissatisfied or dissatisfied, children and teens recreation programs, community preservations or code enforcements, abandoned or car removal, noise problems, etc. Street maintenance, adult recreation programs, community housing programs, long-range planning and development, and the maintenance of streets and landscaping. So those are the ones that have caused some concern. And community priorities. So putting everything in a nutshell, the top 8 priorities that came from the community members are those that participated in the survey. Downtown needs, investments, revitalization, and rehabilitation. Bringing in new businesses and fostering a business-friendly priority was a priority to them. The city needs new, improved, completed, or expanded parks and recreation, and general city infrastructure, the maintenance, upkeep, and ongoing public works. So those were the top 4, and then another 4 were city streets and roads, needing improvements, utility resource infrastructure, restaurant options, come up again, nightlife was added in there as well, and then homelessness. That was the one time that actually came up as a top priority. This was actually an interesting slide, community preferred communication methods. It sounds like you guys have a strong communication with the community already, but this at least gives you an idea of how they like to communicate best. Newsletters and emails, looked like about half of the people responded from that perspective. Looks like you have a good Facebook following, and then of course the city's website, and then a small percentage of the rest. And again, this is just from the people that did participate, of the 234. So good information to have as you go through the future and communicate, whether it's the strategic plan or anything else, what that looks like, or maybe areas of improvement for communication. I am blasting through this, and I will give pause for questions at the end, but if you feel something burning and you really want to stop me and have a question or pause, please do so. Okay, so employee survey results. So 21 of the staff, the 38 staff responded during the survey period. And it talks, the top part talks about what their job functions are, so it kind of gives you a breakdown of sort of if they're in supervisory or director level or line staff. And then the second part, how long they've worked for the city, which I thought was actually kind of good. There's a really nice mix there, some longevity with some good historical knowledge to share with some of the new folks coming in. So there's a nice little mix there of staff. So there's survey results, what they like best working for the city, providing essential services to residents and visitors. They love being part of the team with fellow employees. They felt a strong connection with a lot of the new team members and with staff. Positive interactions with supervisors and managers, always something that we love to see, so awesome. Sense of accomplishment, working on important projects, and that there's a positive direction in which the city organization is heading. So there's some really good feedback from staff with that. Most challenging working for the city, not surprising, pretty common in many jurisdictions, so not unusual there. Understaffing, outdated tools and technology. They need a more balanced workload. Working with the public, and that's always an interesting one because it's both in the positive and the negative. We love working with the public, and some of our challenges are working with the public, so understandable. Lack of support or recognition from management. That didn't come up a lot, but it was mentioned. So just some awareness there, and then a little bit of disconnection from what the city hall actual goals and objectives are. So seeking direction, which is exactly why we're here today. So continued 6 things that work well in departments and citywide. They felt there was really great teamwork and have effective team members. There was really good collaboration and communication between departments and with city leadership and good thoughtful teamwork. The team attitudes and relationships, they thought there was a lot of pride, a lot of positivity. People were helpful with each other. There was a lot of enthusiasm and camaraderie. A little technology there.
Yeah, we're losing.
Okay, I've got a hard copy, no worries. There's strong management leadership. The availability of the deputy chief came up. There's helpful supervisors and good support and positive reinforcement. This has come up a lot, so it says a lot that the staff has got a lot of trust and belief and feels very connected to their leadership, so that's great to hear. Quality communication, setting new goals and standards. There's a willingness to improve and move in the right direction, so that was the last of them.
Are these in any order, Stacy, or are they coming up as, some of them are larger font and then it gets smaller, so are they like more people talked about understaffing and outdated tools and technology?
Typically, they're in listed right, yes.
Okay.
Typically, they're in that order.
Right.
Yes, they
And
might
what
be
was
very
the most?
close in their numbers, correct. Great question, yes,
Thank
yes. Did we skip one? Go back?
No, I
Oh, you did it.
went
Okay,
back and
thank you.
came back.
Okay.
Sorry, I should
caught
have
that. The top 6 things where improvement is needed in the departments and citywide is pay and benefits. Staffing levels, we heard this a little while ago, infrastructure improvements, renovation of facilities, city roads, water and sewer, training across all staff levels and cross-training between positions, something that they're seeking. Obviously technology, that came before as well. Lack of sense of community, which a little bit of a contradiction. They felt there was a strong sense, so some might feel there's a strong sense, some might feel that there's not. Support for local events and engagement with citizens and the public trust. So those are some areas where they thought there could be some more improvement. Opportunities for the city over the next 3 years. Again, this is from the employee side. Public infrastructure improvements, reinvestments in community and departments, stable city growth, housing expansion, including affordable housing, habitat for humanity, et cetera. Growth in the businesses, getting a big box store was mentioned. Development of new land areas and parks, and updates to existing parks, which is also something we had heard before. Constraints of the city over the next 3 years from staff's perspective. The city sales and TOT revenues are volatile in the event of a recession, so they need the need or concern for large finance reserve investments and other budget and finance concerns came up. Traffic flow, road backup, specifically during events. That was very specific to events. That wasn't in general, but it was tied into events. The economy and any related business closures during the economic hardships. Self-absorption, pride, spite among the people, too many non-inclusive, lack of community, resistance to growth, or not pushing hard enough for growth and development in the city. It blends to what we heard earlier, that they want to see growth. So this, I just did a word cloud because that's a lot of data to remember, right? Like to keep track of, because we're going to be doing a lot of workshops and different things today. So this gives you basically all the top words that came out of all of those. So it kind of gives a snapshot for you of what we're seeking. And then I also have a handout that will come later on. So as we're working through vision and mission statements and those kinds of things, we'll have a sheet for you that talks about the community and the staff's top priorities and goals in one sheet, in one snapshot. It'll be very simple to look back upon, as well as this word cloud. So with that, I know I went through that quickly. The combined feedback. So we took all of the community members that participated in the survey and the staff members that participated, and their top 5 feedbacks, and I will give this to you in a handout, was new development, community and affordable housing programs, new businesses and to be business friendly, new and improved parks, and infrastructure, utility, streets, and landscape. So those were the top 5 that came up. Again, maybe not a surprise, maybe there's some new stuff in there, I don't know, but those were the overall top 5 from their perspective. Okay?
Okay.
And,
all right.
okay, so before I jump into that, I will have handouts and we'll have more. I did have a great question, thank you, Vice Mayor. Was there another question from the surveys that came up before we get into finance, which is the funnest of all?
I got one on the top 5. It says new development and then new businesses and business friendly. Is new development, is that new businesses also, or what was meant by the new development?
New development, whether it be housing, tract homes, larger scale mixed use, but general new development.
Just a general.
Yes. And then new business could be revitalizing or expanding current businesses. Yes, so I think there's some overlap there, but also some differences.
Okay, perfect.
And then Stacy, 234 responses.
Correct.
All of which either live in city limits, whether they own or rent.
Correct.
So nobody that is like a business owner that owns a business in city limits but lives outside of city limits would have been included in this survey, correct?
They could have, because it's a open survey.
So it was available to everybody.
available.
Okay, I'm just looking at the stats. The reason it came up in my brain is because people seem very invested and enthusiastic about the parks and rec, but nobody's saying much about housing, and I'm like, well, that's because they already live here, so they're not looking for housing.
Is that where the discrepancy between 234 responses and then below it says 224 responses on that pie chart?
You didn't have to answer every question either.
Right.
You could skip.
Okay,
So,
Yes.
all right.
but I was just going to say that might account for
Sure,
some
sure.
people who
There's
don't
other people
live
there.
here.
Don't live
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't
Okay.
answer that.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Other questions, staff, council?
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about, and again, I'm going to go high level. Those of you that were here before, I've really got into the weeds a lot on the finance side, and I think that I'm not going to do that for this. I mean, the ultimate report will go into a little bit more detail, or actually a lot more detail on the finance side than what I'm going to do today. But I wanted to just kind of give you just a high-level overview, some of the fiscal positives that I've seen in looking at your most recent. The fact that you've actually passed a couple of ballot measures, one dealing with the sales tax component that brought you in another $400 or so thousand dollars a year, has helped your bottom line a lot. Bumping up your TOT tax, which was long overdue, because if I recall, again, even 4 years ago, you were one of the lowest at 10%, and all your surrounding agencies were at 12%, and so that was a good move. Increasing of wastewater rates when you needed to, because again, I keep referring back because that's my quickest memory. 4 years ago, you were teetering on your sewer component as far as your operations. So again, that was good to see. The establishment of reserve policies, which is good. I mean, because your reserves are starting to build, and setting aside some of those where it's not just a pocket of money setting away, but setting those reserves at levels for capital and reserves for miscellaneous things and the like. You have a policy that does that, which is a great positive. And you have upgraded the technology somewhat, but probably not where you need to be right now. And I think I've talked about that before. But you are, in this upcoming budget, the current fiscal budget, I noticed you're doing a lot of upgrades. And so digging into some of those reserves to take care of some operational business is a good thing to do. Reserves are great. And from a finance perspective, of course, my thing is load up those reserves. That's what I like to see. But sometimes, you need to make that conscious decision that says, we have reserves, but we also have operational issues that we need to take care of. And if the revenues aren't there to cover it, that one-time hit to help you out long-term is what you use those reserves for, which is what I think is what you're doing for this particular budget year, which is good. Some more positives. The general rate revisions these are fees and costs that you just recently went through a rate fee study, I believe, and so you're kind of, again, staying aligned with providing fees at a level that actually looks at the cost, so, which is good. Utilization, of course, of the COVID relief funds is a good positive. These next three bullets, however, I think the results of all of that looking at your unassigned fund balance, and again, the unassigned fund balance is that fund balance that's free. I'm not talking about the ones that's restricted or committed or whatever else. This is the free fund balance in the general fund. You have about 14 months worth, which is pretty darn good. Like I said, even the cities that I've worked for or have worked with since would be envious of a 14-month unassigned reserve. So you guys are doing what you've done in the past. You're doing a great job at building to that level. 10 months of unreserved retained earnings in your sewer fund, which is a big improvement. So that's good. Again, the sewer, water and sewer, of course, will have a large hit potentially because you have a lot of capital components long-term that you need to deal with. But still, the fact that you have this as far as unreserved means that you're doing something right as far as establishing that base as you look forward to your CIP and longer term bigger increases. At least you have kind of a stepping stool before you kind of jump off the cliff if you need to. And then 42 months in your water fund, again, is pretty good. Now, some of the issues that I've kind of looked at and doing a review of your finance is here, the financial system issue capability, and that's the kind of the interaction between the various operations of the city. It's still lacking. I know you have Springbrook as far as the financial system. Springbrook has its kind of issues, but at least it's a system that you can use. But what I've found, and I think it's still the case, and Rebecca, correct me if I'm wrong, there's still not that interconnectability with the departments. So, for example, if PD wanted to run your own reports, you can't do that. So you have to go to finance and say, can you do this, can you do that? Same with fire and all the other departments, and that's still the case. And I know that the part of your upgrade some of your upgrade will be to kind of address some of that, but that is an issue right now.
Yeah, so we just upgraded, so that will be the next phase. So we needed to do the upgrade so that then we could establish the security, then we could get the reporting together for them, and then get the training for them. So we had to get over that first hurdle, which included going from a self-hosted system to a cloud-based system. So that was a little painful, but yeah. we did it.
Good deal, heading in the right direction.
Yes.
The 10-year experience in the finance department, Michelle, and good to see you in person. Okay, we talked over the phone. I know Michelle is fairly relatively new. Municipal finance can be a crazy animal, as you all know. And so one of the issues, or reason I bring this up as an issue, is that whatever assistance Michelle can get as far as kind of, making sure that she has whatever training she needs, and her people have whatever training and the like, is going to help the city in the long run to keep you out of financial issues and difficulties and lacking up to speed on what you need to do. So, like I said, I put that up as an issue here because I'm a finance person. I'm going to plug for you, Michelle. That's just the way it is.
Well, I get to do that, I'll keep that in mind.
The timeliness of financial reports, I know that in working with the COVID report, and it was again before Rebecca, you and Michelle were here, there were some issues with getting reports or information out of the finance department at that time. Matter of fact, I think you brought in a CPA firm to kind of help do some fiscal stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's been part of the problem, is none of that accounting had been done in-house. And so we were flying blind when we both came in.
Okay.
And so when I came on, we were still 2 years behind on the Transportation Development Act audit. When I started, the audit hadn't been completed yet from the prior year. And so there's been a significant amount of catch-up that we've had to do. And it's been fairly painful for the two of us. And Michelle just started in May, which is not that long ago. But yeah, so we have brought all of the accounting back in-house. We don't have an external CPA firm doing any of the accounting. We also are bringing in all of the grant accounting and administration back in-house.
Good.
That had all been done externally. So we were just disjointed. And so we didn't know what was happening over here, and they were doing whatever they were doing. So again, it's one of those things that we're digging out. We're almost able to see like the skyline. And so we're heading in the right direction on that as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, great. Now, as a result of the financial system that you have and issues that Rebecca you just articulated there, you've done a lot of manual processes that you're doing them right now as a result to kind of get the work done, which is an issue. With a decent financial system, a lot of the stuff that you're doing as far as creation of spreadsheets and doing this manual workaround process wouldn't be the case, which would free you up to do some of the more big picture, longer term thinking. So again, just mention it there as an issue.
So, and then just so council knows, so what we're doing is we're working with Springbrook to do a full business review process, because I think there's a lot of things that, especially in the software for Springbrook, that we could be doing that is not being done. So I am a huge, I don't like journal entries unless it's a correction, where you have no other option to do it except do a journal entry. And I think historically, journal entries were used regularly instead of going through the system to properly, correct, whether it's accounts payable or encumbering or, whatever it is. So that's another one that we'll be scheduling with Springbrook to do a full process review to ensure that we are getting the most systematic use out of the tools that we have.
Right.
So one, we free up staff time from doing manual work, and two, we mitigate exposures to mispostings or any issues like that.
Great. that is good to hear. Are we back? I noticed it's
I'm
a
trying.
connection lost.
I'm trying.
I saw it for a heartbeat.
Yeah,
Is it the connection from your laptop to
There.
okay,
the TV?
okay.
No, it's just raining.
Just, yeah.
That's it.
I was afraid of that.
The tree trimmer just knocked out half the time.
And of course, the any remaining issues you have with the COVID-19, and looking at your fiscal side, you actually weathered the storm pretty good as far as COVID. Of course, your TOT or your bed tax hooked to be hit, but everybody's did. But what I was surprised when I came back or did the COVID-19 results or analysis, that your sales tax hung in there pretty well, which
Yeah.
kind of surprised me. But, and then property taxes was really not impacted overall. But you still have some remaining, people are still a little sluggish, they have a lot of pent-up money and savings that they want to do tourism and the like, so it's going to be better, but it's still, people kind of picking their way, and so that's something that, an issue just to kind of still be aware of. And the last one that I have here is the lack of formal written policies.
Yep.
As a finance person, and I've seen, and unfortunately experienced a lot where lack of formal policies or understanding can lead to some major issues, be it intentional, or unintentional. And so what I really would think, again, that you need to really focus on is to get those things formalized and documented so that everybody understands how the fiscal process works here at the City of Angels Camp. And also that they know what the consequences are when you don't follow those particular policies. But if there's nothing in writing, people kind of have that tendency to be more haphazard.
Yep.
It's, depending on the time of day or who you're speaking to is how we're going to do something. So
Yep.
you just need to formalize that a lot more. So just by the way of a little bit of numbers, again, finance we have to show numbers. So this particular slide is just a look at overall, these are all funds. Like I said, just a summary, high-level component gives you an idea of what your tax amounts have been since 1819, that you're actually in your taxes component showing the growth of the big jump in between 1920 and 2021 pretty much is your sales tax bump. TOT will probably be in there also. And then the other revenue component you've actually done a pretty darn good job as far as achieving grants and the like, which for a small city I think is great. As long as, and one caveat I would say to the grant component, to understand what the programs you're using those grants for, that they're either one time or something that you have planned for going forward. I've experienced and I've seen situations where people are great with getting grants, but the grants are 2-year grants or 3-year grants, and then at the end of 3 years in the general fund, because of course you don't want to get rid of the program because everybody loves it. So it's like, okay, so how do you pay for it? Well, your ultimate is the general fund, and then you put your general fund into an issue. So you're doing a great job at getting the grants. I just would just basically caution you to make sure that you understand the details of the grants as far as that longer term. Okay. And then the slide, or the actual rows of this slide, shows taxes, other revenues, total revenues versus expenditures. Then what your net operating either income or loss would be, and the balance of your retained earnings component, and then this next to the bottom row, the ending unassigned fund balance or retained earnings. Again, as you can see on this, you had a dip in 2021 as far as your ending unassigned fund balance or retained earnings, but overall you're growing, especially over the last couple of years. Plus, looking at what you're anticipating in your 2023 budget. And then the shaded areas just shows you your cash balance, because sometimes what happens is that the fund balance doesn't necessarily equate dollar for dollar to cash. And so people say, and they zero in on this fund balance number, wow, we have a bunch. It's like, well, how much cash, if you told you to write a check for that, could you write a check for it? And so what I like to do is to show what your cash balance is compared to your operating or accounting fund balance would be, and you guys are in pretty good shape. And this is just a graphic, and you've seen that before, I believe it was in your budget document, so just put that in, just kind of give you an idea. General fund, of course, is your major fund as far as operations is concerned. It's followed by enterprise function, water and sewer. And then what this one is the same chart as your all fund, but just for the general fund, because again, as you all know, your general fund is your major fund. That's the one where has the most flexibility within the municipal or legal boundaries of spending municipal money. That's the most flexible. And so when someone says you have a balanced budget or don't, they're usually talking about the general fund. So I want to focus a little bit on that. To show you same thing, taxes, the hit there in 21 was sales tax, because that's where you're allocating most of your sales tax. One thing that you do in your room tax, you collected in the first couple of, in 20 and 21, and notice that you had collected, or in 22 also, collected in the general fund, but in 2022, 23, you're going back to the way you used to do it when I was here before, where you collect in the general fund and then you transfer it out to other funds. But you didn't do that for the last couple of years, but then you're doing it for this current budget year. So, and I didn't get a chance, Michelle, to ask you why that change happened, but just that some of this variation that's here. But what's happening in the current budget year is the way you did it back when, the way I remembered, and I understand that you're supporting other jurisdictions you want to show in these particular funds that are supported by room tax.
Right.
You want to show it there, which makes sense.
Yep.
So.
And then Andy and I had talked about that net operating loss, that big giant number there.
The brackets?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reason that is so much higher, if you recall, when we did the budget, I said, I know this is going to be painful, but we need to do some investment. And then that number also got increased because, if you recall, we were taking a portion of that COVID money that was outside of the general fund and pulling, we're having expenditures associated with that as well. Yeah.
And
So,
IT and all the other
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Right. And, and again, like I said before, using your fund balance to support an operating loss, a calculated loss that's going to benefit you in the long term is fine.
Because at the bottom line is still 4,612,000, right?
Right.
So,
You have the money to spend it. It's just that you don't want to get into that cycle where you're deficit spending.
No,
And then pretty
recurring.
soon you
Yeah.
have nothing at the
Yeah.
end, but you have these programs that then you have to cut, then you have to make some painful
Right.
cuts. But doing it calculated says I'm going to do, because I'm having to increase my technology, because right now we're doing a bunch of manual process. I mean, that's what it's there for.
right, it should save time on the flip side of not having to enter so many
Yeah.
manual things, or
Correct.
operating 5 different systems all in one.
Right.
It saves time on the flip side. It also mitigates some risk. We needed to replace servers. We needed to replace
Security.
firewalls. We needed to put cybersecurity components in place that were completely out of date. So there's things that just needed to be invested in, even things like just upgrading the internet. When all of your software starts becoming hosted, your bandwidth is really important. So, staff would sit there and just wait for it to come up, or wait for the phone to, hopefully there's not a really big emergency because you're waiting for the phone to actually
It's like
pick
the
up.
old AOL.
Yes. So, and we had a lot of discussions over budget time. One-time expenses, yes, for dipping into reserves. Ongoing, no. So ongoing, it's identifying, regenerating revenue, or finding other expenses that you can reduce long-term, so it's offsetting, so, yeah.
And then this next slide just gives you an idea of your tax by category. As you can see, the 2021, the sales tax is the orangish color. You can see the big bump there when you got your half cent that was included, so we got a big bump there. And it's pretty much leveled out over these last few years, and it's anticipated to be level for the budget. Michelle, I basically commend you on the conservative revenue estimates, or whoever put that together. I think that's I think is key, to make sure that you don't get the surprise. I'd rather have the surprise that, oops, we have a lot more revenue than we thought, than now we have to find something, because the expenses are going to happen.
So when I put budgets together, I am conservative on revenues and expenditures. I assume revenues are, if they're going to go up, it's going to be very, very minor, if at all. Expenditures, I assume worst case scenario.
Good.
I would rather come back to council at mid-year and say, yay. We are, we're not spending as much and our revenues are coming in higher than anticipated. And inevitably, there's going to be things at mid-year that, oh, and by the way, this piece of equipment just died, or, this needs to happen or that needs to happen. So, that's a strategic.
Good. Well, kudos to you.
Budget.
You and I are then on the same page. And then, of course, your TLG tax, the gray bar up there, you can see the hit that you had with the, or not hit, but the bump with the 2% increase. And then it stayed pretty much flat. Some hit the 2022, and then the 22-23 budget is where you changed the allocation and took it out of the general fund and put it back to where it was. So that's that dip there, not that you're losing any TOT money, it's just it's being transferred out of the general fund to another fund. So. Okay, that's my last slide. Any questions on the high-level fiscal component? Okay. All right, I'll turn it back over to Stacy.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So now I can spend it on this side of the slides, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Let me throw out the real quick note. If anybody needs to use the restroom or get up, get a glass of water, we're here for a while, so.
Yes, and I did put in breaks, but please don't feel like you have to wait for my breaks.
Yeah.
So, yes, jump up. Go to the next one for me. So so the first thing we're going to talk about is, I always think it's important to sort of define why we're doing this, why we're going to have a mission and a vision and priorities and why this is important. All organizations have them. There's a reason that all public and private sector companies and organizations have these. They're foundation communication tools. That means everybody's talking the same language, and that's really important. It was something that staff brought up in the surveys as well. It's your infrastructure. It defines sort of who you are, what you want, and why you want it. And that provides good clarity and understanding. It's a shared purpose, so that there's that buy-in and that going forward. Good thing I have it on my thing.
Connection.
No worries, all good. So you all have the copy, you guys have a copy, yes?
Yeah.
Provides focus and coherence. It also creates and sustains value, so that, if there is a purpose going forward, that they understand what the value of that is. It defines your intent. It's very important for staff to understand what the council's intent is and how we move forward. It can also be motivating and inspiring. When you look at the city websites and there's nothing there, it's like, well, what do we stand for? Who are we? What does it mean? What are our values? They're proud of that. Look at our website. Who we are. We're integrity, or we're this, or we're that. So motivation, inspiration can be really important for staff. They talked a little bit about the lack of it historically on how they're getting on that page now, and that can be very exciting. So those are sort of the whys behind some of the things that we're going to be doing today.
No internet.
I'm sorry?
I'm not showing any internet.
That's okay. So core values. So I think this will be the first task that we work on, and I'm going to have some handouts, but first we're going to work on core values, and we're going to define what your core values are, and we're going to go through a little process. The first thing is I want to define what core values are so that everybody's on the page of the definition of core values. There's a slide for it. Values are individual, basic, fundamental beliefs that guide or motivate people to act or behave in a particular way. They're the things that one believes are important in the way one lives and works. They can mean one's moral ideals. Values are the words or qualities which describe the type of life one wants to live or that help guide an organization. Values are the standards or ideals with which we evaluate action, people, things, or situations. And so, with that, I have little handouts. So the first handout, if you could just take one and pass it, that would be awesome, all the way down to the end of staff. So before we get into the actual actionables of the core values, this first document is sort of guiding questions. So I'll have you take a look at those. The guiding questions are really, as we go through all of these strategies and workshops today, you need to have sort of a reference point. Does this make sense to me? Is this what the community wants? There's some really good guiding questions that sort of help you figure out, am I on track with picking our mission statement, our vision statement? So these are general guiding questions, and so take maybe 30 seconds to a minute and just sort of read through these guiding questions. What I'd like you to do is if there's any guiding questions that really stand out to you, like, oh, this really makes sense, I need to attach to this, or something like that, because as we go through this, we may not necessarily have time to go through all of those questions, but it just kind of gives you a foundation, and some might be more personal to another. So take a look at them, read them, and maybe make a little star asterisk by some of the guiding questions. Or a thumbs up works. I don't know if it's for that, but. That's number 2. Second page just gave an example, and there'll be examples with every packet that I hand out, so. How are we doing? Did everybody go through them all, or another minute? Need a mark maybe by 1 or 2 questions? Hopefully a couple of those resonate or are helpful later on. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna, you know what, I think we'll wait to break off into groups. We'll do this first. Okay, so those are your set aside questions. So keep those in mind, keep those to the side. The first one I'm going to pass out is a packet. This is going to be your values worksheet. What I just read through about what core values are, it's also on this worksheet, so if you need to refer back to what it is. There's also some guidelines to follow as we work through trying to figure out what our core values are. The attachments are, the first attachment is just going to be a core value list. So not that you can't come up with your own core values, but sometimes it's nice to have a little cheat sheet to kind of give you an idea of what some of those core values are. But some of the guidelines to think about as we're doing this, typically organizations run between 3 and 10 core values. Less is sometimes more, but we're going to work through that process, so we'll get there, and we'll decide what the right number is for you later on, so we don't have to decide that right now, but it just gives you an idea. It is the backbone of everyday decision making, and when we make our decisions, it's based on our core values. It will be embedded to the culture, the branding, and how you guys communicate. It sets you apart and represents all of who you are. It's a guide for the organization. And remember the core values, it's not specifically just your particular core values, that's important and that's part of this. It's also the core values of this organization as a collective and the core values of what we think represents from this community. So think of it from a 3-pronged perspective as we go through them. So on the top worksheet, this is our first activity, very exciting. Oh, thank you, extras.
Well,
Perfect.
there's not complete, we need a couple more complete packages.
2 more, okay, so here's another one.
Thank you.
You might have to share that one, that's the last complete one I have. Is to write down your top 10. So if you could each write down your top 10 core values, I think they're numbered right there, so there's a space for you to write your top 10. And again, you've got the cheat sheet attached if you want to look at those. no right or wrong answers.
So there's 1 through 10 and 1 through 5?
We're going to start with 1 through 10.
Okay.
But yes, eventually we're going to get through 1 through 5. So if you can't come up with 10, come up with as many as you can. If you're more of a, let's go through 1 through 5 and that's all I can do, that's fine too. The idea is we're going to sort of lower it as we go. Sometimes it's fun to start off with a large group of them. These are all really important to me, and then narrow it down. Because eventually we are going to sort of take a vote and come into a collective agreement on them.
Are they supposed to be one-word answers, or can they be more than one word?
Good question. What would you want to put down?
Okay.
We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
How's that? Could be a hyphenated word, not
Right.
sentences.
No, no.
But yes, words, or
Like 2
hyphenated
words,
words,
yeah.
2 words, yes, exactly. You put down what, if that makes sense to you, absolutely.
This is,
Someone doesn't count.
I'm just gonna have to say it, right?
Yeah. So if you come up with the first 8 to 10 on that first section, please drop down to 5.
And start writing more? Don't write them yet. We're gonna move them down there.
Well, no, we're going to go to 5 now. So if you've done your first top 10, now I need you to narrow it down to your top 5.
Oh.
oh, out of your 10?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
Stacy. You don't think we should talk about this first?
I get to be in control of this part. But you will get to talk about it, I promise. Just not yet. So yes, now top 5.
Stacy giveth and Stacy taketh away.
With the utmost kindness.
done something similar, so I've got my card.
Yes, I love when you've done that. If you've done personal core values, organizations, yes, that's great. And then you get to go snacks early.
I'm sweating.
Why are you sweating? Come on.
It's a lot, right?
LinkedIn is one of my.
Team focus and staff,
I'm combining some.
okay.
Because Caroline said we could use more than one
Yes,
word.
she started that.
Look at you, you're bending the rules already.
Yes.
I'm gonna put it,
I wrote sentences.
Okay, so we all close to 5?
No,
No. Okay.
I haven't even started on that part yet.
Have it? No problem.
you're gonna do one of your little word clouds, right?
I'm sorry?
So you're gonna do one of your little word clouds. So one of my words that I'm using might be similar to one of his, but we can put together. Love it. Because my spelling is off.
That's okay.
Yeah, what's important, yeah.
I'm always
So make it.
Dude, there's this breeze right
It's
there is like an air conditioning.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Derek.
You're welcome, dear.
You know what? Yeah, this is a fake tattoo.
That's a fake tattoo.
Yeah. So for $9 on Amazon.
Like, all of you guys.
Oh, sure.
Like, okay, next.
Yeah, this one, so I have.
I mean, I figured it's like.
Yeah, because,
Repeat what you already told us.
oh, Daniel had them.
Just send it. Give us
I think it was $10 on Amazon. Sleeve tattoo.
So I have one more activity.
It's not.
Now I need you to go to 3.
Oh, look at you go.
What are you, I know we were friends before, but hopefully this.
By the end of the day, Stacy,
I don't know, right?
you'll be pushing it.
I know. Now you need to go to 3, please. You need to go to
Sorry,
3.
I just.
Isabel can lead this.
From 5 to 3?
Go to 3.
No, I'm not.
Please 3.
We just scratch them off?
Just go to 3.
Oh, good thing I wrote one twice. Gee.
Look at you go.
That's hard.
But the good news is somebody else might pick up one of those ones that you like, so have faith.
Well, that's the thing with core values. It's kind of all intertwined.
Yeah.
So you have to get really great.
Well, it'll be okay in the end, I
Yeah.
promise.
All right, I'm gonna.
It's a good thing.
Do we have 3?
I did my 3.
You did your 3? When you get back, we'll do the.
You got 5 right from the beginning.
I was in the military.
3 from the beginning.
All right.
Okay, so we're all in 3.
I would have known that was coming, probably would.
So, Andy's gonna be my scribe over here, and we're gonna call out the 3, and then you'll put a number next to it if it's a repeat one.
Okay.
Okay, so, Councilmember Gretel.
Core value.
You're up, Gretel.
Gretel, Councilmember, or do you want me to go you wanna go last?
What did you ask me?
I'll go first. You ready?
What are your?
Alvin's up. He's done this before.
Okay,
All right, I'm gonna go support, creativity, and drive.
support, creativity, and drive. awesome.
So I need reasons behind them, or do I need?
Nope, those are good for now. Vice Mayor, Jen? Your top three? Yeah, look at this.
I put efficiency, and I tried to put like, yeah, I tried to combine it with some other stuff, like safety and things like that. But efficiency, respectful communication and collaboration, and attractiveness.
Attractive, like beautification?
Yeah.
Beautification, attractive, okay.
And attractiveness?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which kind of combines not just like growing your attractiveness, like new stuff, but taking care of your old too. So, little codes and fines being thrown in there at you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Efficiency, respectful communication, and attractiveness.
See, she got her fine in there.
That was my, I kind of did. But I will always. Welcome.
Okay.
I'm here all day.
Councilmember Crowe, top three?
Okay, I put be productive, make things better, and have a plan.
Planning, productivity, what was the other one? Planning, productivity,
Productive.
productive,
Have a plan, create a plan.
Yeah, productivity,
This is the
bettering,
better,
and have a plan.
better, like growth, improvement?
Just make things better, not worse, whatever, I don't know how to
Said
make.
better, yeah. So planning,
Yeah.
productivity, and bettering?
Improvement.
Betterment, is that a word?
Yes.
Improvement?
Bettering.
Sounds like butter.
Bettering, now we know better.
Councilmember Carolyn.
I have excellence, forward-thinking planning, and strong values.
Oh. And what was the left?
It's a good thing we didn't start at 10.
Strong values.
Strong value.
Efficiency, teamwork, and accountability.
Efficiency, teamwork, accountability.
You've done this before, Isabel.
Yeah, that's what I'll go back and do it. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
efficiency, teamwork, and accountability. Yep. Correct? Did you get all those? Okay. City manager.
Collaboration, resiliency, and innovation.
Ooh, I had resiliency on mine.
I had
and
collaboration.
accountability. That's my top 5. It's such a,
Isabel, tell me your third one again, I'm sorry.
Accountability. So efficiency, teamwork, accountability.
Did you get city managers?
No, that's what I'm gonna go to now.
Did you do yours?
I'm not the fastest typist.
That's all right.
This is outside of my job description. But I'll give it a try.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, collaboration,
Okay.
resiliency, and innovation.
Good.
Okay.
Accountability,
Accountability.
trust,
But I think I'm good.
Just put the numbers next to it.
No, if I just do it, then I can still.
Okay. Okay. Accountability, trust,
Sliding the door.
and vision. Oh, nice, okay. Accountability, trust, vision, awesome.
Okay.
respect, accountability, and leadership.
Respect, accountability, leadership. Awesome.
Proactivity, professionalism, and integrity.
Proactivity.
Proactivity, integrity,
And professionalism.
and professionalism. Awesome.
It's a
Proactivity,
proactive.
integrity,
Integrity.
and professionalism. I know you want to have 20 at this point, right? They're all so good.
Okay.
Okay, next.
These probably could have been easily picked out for me, but integrity, trust, and leadership.
Integrity,
It's like on the side of your car.
trust.
Lies. Yeah.
What's on the side of your car?
Oh, yeah,
That's
no,
what?
that's different. Dedication, innovation, and proactive.
You've been talking to Rebecca.
Nice, nice.
Great minds think alike.
Okay, so I think some of you already took a break, but we need like a 1-minute break, because we're gonna put something together and then we're gonna finish this little task. Sure.
Do it.
Okay, so 1-minute break, restrooms, phone, whatever you gotta do, but I'm gonna call you back in a minute.
you don't have to worry.
Oh, they're not?
1 minute, that's fine.
There's you. No,
13579, 13579, 2.4. Either one.
For that dozer?
Rose, are you saying somebody? Yeah. The fire heads are closed.
She just visited me yesterday.
Well, when you called me, you said I got her in my office or whatever, so I thought, it doesn't matter.
She stops by like once a month, so
Twice.
she
Are you
gets
gonna charge it?
I told her I'd give her a ring when we're ready.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it'll take, I'm sure 5 minutes. or whatever for-
Yeah.
doesn't sound like a big deal.
Just give it to them.
And they got what, the total I gave
As
you?
I'm looking more into this, there's
I added,
other
I
options
had
to
told you
get
17 or whatever.
a construction person that might have one or can rent one to run it for one day.
Yeah.
That may be cheaper.
I'm sure there's probably.
Yeah, it's one of our fire guys, one of our fire guys.
When you said yesterday that his brother.
Him and I had to walk on the last one.
Yeah, so I get all construction.
What do we use here?
But it's an
So-
outdated version that we don't
And then
have
you don't need.
Yeah.
Well, I ditched my Comcast
Construction out of
unit there.
small.
Oh, you're doing the Starlink.
Yeah, but because Comcast would go down, just go down.
Yeah, when you're.
Like in the middle of a meeting, it just goes down, and I'm like, what?
Prime example.
1 o'clock every day it goes down, I'm like,
Yeah, for like the 3 Fridays in a
So
row.
now the Starlink, when the weather's like this, how is it?
Per se out there, it's.
Really?
It's just cleaning up.
doesn't sound like it.
And I'll
If there's snow on the dish, you need to like get the snow off.
move around everything with that.
Exactly like that, but now the dish is different.
So how much is it?
It's
Well, that's it.
$110
It's
a
just,
month.
it's getting
That might
in
be
some
way
right
too.
direction.
And it's a plug and play,
Something
What's
with
the,
that.
what's the
Really
speed?
not that
That
long.
dust cloud.
like 4 times.
Well, that's how,
Maybe
like I said,
5.
I would.
I don't
And then
think
they
put
just
some
have a
dirt-
contract?
regular
Like
dirt
ours?
on top of
For
that.
a year or?
No.
No? It is, so. you-
It's like $600 for the
So
equipment.
once the grass grows through it, it's.
You literally get it, you plug it in, you run it up, like you get somebody on the roof, put the little thing up there, that's it. You plug in your router.
But, yeah, all that stuff, and I'm really kind of frustrated that he messed with.
I have extenders in the house because we have the long house and then upstairs.
Yeah, whatever he was thinking when
He was did that, he just.
It never goes down.
So he
Yeah, I
he
can
knows.
bet it goes down.
Yeah, that was almost comical when I went out there. I'm like,
Will that be from the?
why is there a hole in the ground? You know, for our, we don't want it in the ground.
He was kind of thinking, well, we gotta have foot.
Yeah.
So he put the foot in there and then filled the center of it with gravel.
Is that a Dooney and Bird? Is it a Disneyland?
Yeah, not for what we're trying to do. We don't want it ground level because it's just gonna sit underwater all the
We're
time.
not gonna build a building, livable structure on top of it, so you don't need all that. But he didn't understand that, so. It's not a big deal.
No, it got done. Okay, so. So no efficiency.
Then it says it's 200, whatever that means.
Whatever that was. Okay, that's one, that's two.
Which does Comcast Business offer? Yeah. We have Comcast Business up there too, but ours was just terrible.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I absolutely agree, because it would go down all the time, which would make sense why it goes down on his location, she's right there. Well, I don't know if it's business or not, but. Yeah. And he called me asking me about Sterling because they're getting hammered.
Which reminds me, I did talk to Derek. He was going to a wedding this week, taking vacation. So I told him that I was going to write on his letter and sending it to him. But he totally agreed to, hold on, for 18 months and then a year.
Have one of those little.
Yeah. All right, so we have quite a few. And I'm gonna give you total trust. You each get to vote 6 times. You keep track. I can't keep track of how often you all vote, so I'm gonna just put complete trust in all of for you to vote. And this is being taped, so we could go back and check.
Exactly.
So we're gonna read one off, and you either give it a vote or you don't. Okay? Ready?
No particular order?
No, we're just gonna read them off.
Okay.
And you can vote, like, oh yeah, that resonates. And then if you use all your votes and you blow them at the end,
You're out.
that's it.
So if you run out of votes, then you're done.
You're done.
You can't
You get 6 votes. 6 votes. Which makes this as efficient as
So
possible.
you only get 3 if you vote for your own 3.
This is true. But you might want to vote for someone else's. You might want to vote for someone else's. All right, the first one is,
Support.
how many hands up for support? 1. Next one,
Creativity.
how many creativities? None, it's out. Number 2, next one,
Drive.
drive.
It was a better one.
I'll give a vote for that one.
Okay. 1 on drive.
1-1.
Next,
Efficiency.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8. Okay.
Next,
Respectful communication. 1.
1,
There you go, Mom.
2.
Okay, with mine, I have to vote for it right
We were keep talking, we did that. Okay, next.
Attractiveness.
Attractiveness. Okay, this is where we're voting. Next.
That's out. Again, 50.
0. Next.
Plan.
3, 4. Okay,
Productivity.
0.
Bettering, improvement.
2.
Excellence.
1, 2, 2.
Forward thinking.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4.
Do that again, we're gonna make sure it's 4. Is it 4? 1, 2, 4, 5.
5. Okay. Strong values.
0.
Teamwork.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Accountability.
1, 2. Is that a hand or no?
No, we got 2 left. Hold it off.
So wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
All right.
One's in.
You guys better vote on some ones I like now, because I'm almost done.
Collaboration. 1.
1.
I don't know.
Resiliency.
Resiliency.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6.
Pop that word right now.
Yeah.
Renovation.
Nope.
Accountability.
We didn't have.
Can we do that?
We need to- Sorry, we missed it. Redundant.
Yeah.
Trust.
That's a good one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That was like efficiency, how can you not be
6.
efficient?
No, that means that's different.
Vision.
Vision. Vision.
Okay.
I might have voted that
I think I have one more.
Did we do respect already?
No.
Respect.
time. I thought we did that one already.
I think we did respectful communication.
Yeah.
This one
This is just respect, so 1. Aria's not missing. Okay,
Accountability.
we did that. Okay.
Leadership.
We haven't done that one yet.
1, 2, 2.
2. Proactivity.
1, 2, 3,
I'll waste my last vote on that.
4.
I'm out.
Yeah. 5.
5.
Not waste, I'm just saying I'm out.
Proactive.
I know
not
there's some more
proactivity.
in there.
Being
Integrity.
proactive.
Integrity. 1, 2, 3.
3. Professionalism.
0.
0. So we're worried about the spelling. And integrity, I think we did already.
Yep.
Leadership, we did already.
We did leadership.
Okay.
The last one.
Oh, dedication.
1, 2, 3.
3.
Because that was my last vote, right? I had to use it. Can't go home with it. It's like a timeout.
Exactly.
Maybe you can go back
We
and
did before,
do one.
proactivity.
Did we do innovation? No,
Yes.
innovation was not done.
Oh, it wasn't?
That was proactive or something. I don't think we did innovation.
That's what proactive is.
So innovation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Okay, so innovation is 5.
is 5.
That was the last
That
one?
was the last one.
Okay, did everyone use all their votes? You didn't? Okay, so you can, anyone that hasn't used their vote, you can go and still use your vote.
I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
How much did we do for trust? I didn't put a number down there. Was that nothing?
No,
Trust?
no, that had like 5.
Quite a few, yeah, it was like 4.
Okay, good? Okay. Okay, so what are the top 6?
No, you did vision.
Yeah, I don't have a number by it though.
There was 0.
Okay, it was 0.
It was 0.
That's why.
That's why. Okay.
Okay, so let's do you said the top ones.
So the top 6.
So we have efficiency with 8.
Efficiency is 8, good.
Teamwork is 6.
Okay,
Accountability is 9.
okay.
Resiliency is 6. Trust is 6. Proactivity is 5. Innovation is 5.
Nobody but safe.
I had it.
Did you?
It was my number 4, and then I tried to efficiently say 3.
Yeah, 75% on that.
No, I don't want any for it.
Okay.
A safe community.
I had it.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so your top 7
That part.
are efficiency, teamwork, accountability, resiliency, trust, proactivity, and innovation.
I like it.
Okay.
Okay, so
And we don't have to be professional anymore, right?
HR department's gonna
We
love
don't
you.
have to be dedicated.
It's expected.
That's perfect.
So the question then becomes, so there's 7, 7's a good number, that 7's up to you. It's a higher number, but that's okay. So how do we feel about having 7? Do we feel like we need to take one of those away?
Do you mind repeating them?
Yeah, are there any that cross over?
Well, yeah, you can't get on the board because it's not tightly counted.
And lunch is here, just for info. We do have lunch, it's here.
Oh, perfect, okay, and we've got like 1 minute, so this is awesome. So we have efficiency, we can do a revote if we want to bring it down. We have teamwork, accountability, resiliency, trust, proactivity, and innovation. Your top 2 were accountability and efficiency.
The top 2 are what?
Accountability and efficiency, if you want to circle those are
So
your top 2.
what would be the difference between proactiveness and innovation? Aren't those like very similar?
No, so
Proactive.
proactive is trying to
Look ahead.
get ahead of something that
Before it happens.
Before it happens.
Yeah.
Not just being responsive.
Innovative in the moment.
Innovation is looking at
Other ways
how
of
do we,
doing it.
not even that, it's looking at things that we haven't thought of before. In
Or
order to
expanding
solve
upon
an
Yeah,
issue,
expanding
or
upon something.
expanding upon something.
How can we use our current resources in a different way, in a an involved way?
Yeah.
So your proactivity and your innovation were both 5s. They were tied and they were the last 2. They were the lowest of the 7. Not that that matters.
Okay, so what about efficiency?
But proactiveness and resiliency
I
kind
was
of
gonna
can
say,
go hand in hand.
resiliency, I would scratch resiliency. If I had to scratch one, I would,
I don't know about.
So efficiency and accountability were top 2. What were top or bottom?
So accountability was number 1, efficiency was number 2, teamwork, resiliency, and trust were the next 3, tied,
Okay.
and then proactive and innovation were the last 2, tied at 5 each.
But I do think resiliency and proactiveness, there is a little bit of crossover on that
Yeah.
a bit.
And maybe going back to sort of that,
Between those 3.
those guiding questions you had, core values, personal, community, organization.
Well, teamwork and trust could be the same too.
Well, I think efficiency and trust are the same too, right? Because if you're being efficient, then people are trusting that you're doing the right thing. This is the problem with this exercise, is
No,
that
it's
it's not a
great,
problem.
Because we could actually
It's
just keep it
part
all,
of it.
I want you
that
to talk
keep-
about it.
What were you saying, teamwork and
You have a couple
what?
minutes.
And I said efficiency and trust.
Oh, efficiency and trust, yeah.
I think teamwork and trust.
I think, when I think of trust, I look at it more
Outward.
of outward.
Yeah.
So is the public trusting?
Spending, yes.
Trusting.
That's why I like
us.
trust being on there, is because we're
As opposed to
actually,
teamwork, I see that as being
In-house.
in-house and
Yeah.
also collaborating with partners
Right.
that are not necessarily with the city, but, you know.
But efficiency, the public trusts us if we're being efficient.
And also being accountable.
They don't
And
know
being
that we're being
accountable.
efficient. Right.
Well, that's why we're here, right? Our job is to make you accountable. At least that's how I feel about being on the council, is that my job is to make the staff and everyone else be accountable, which is why we're here to ask questions. It's why we're here to, so that's where I think that trust can fall into both efficiency and accountability.
Okay.
But that's just my take. I'm
But
not
then
trying to
if
sway
we're being
everybody else.
accountable, then they should be trusting us. I don't know. It's all-
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
kind of go hand,
They
a lot
do.
of these go
But I
hand in
think
hand
that
with each
the
other.
combo, like what Caroline's saying, is between resiliency
And
team,
proactiveness,
and
because
yeah.
if you build a resilient community, that means you are building in proactive things. You are making sure your water system is on, at the highest way that it's supposed to be, and it's not gonna be infiltrated by cyber issues, and same with our offices and our,
Yeah,
we're
but
being
in a moment where
proactive.
something is brought upon you, you
Yeah.
also have to be resilient. You can't be proactive about COVID because nobody saw it coming. We had to be
Right.
resilient. So,
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Where I think resiliency allows for some responsiveness,
yes,
where proactivity
It's all
does not,
planning.
it does not.
it's
Right.
not responsive.
Right, right.
And I look at resiliency.
I like resiliency.
because
I like
have
resiliency.
Finance on my brain.
I like
Um,
the top 5.
Is being resilient through, hard times. Or whether.
But do we want proactive and innovative though?
Maybe some things to think about is that, think about it from the lens of your stakeholders, new businesses and
Yeah.
developments coming in, other jurisdictions, other special districts, how they're going to perceive you. So what you're telling the world is, this is my brand, this is my message, this is who we are and what we stand for. So maybe think of that lens as well as you sort of look at these. And then the longevity of it. Probably 95% of the time, once we establish these, most companies, public or private sector, don't change these.
Yeah.
Our mission, our vision, our core, all these things that we implement these are legacy items and these are foundational. So these don't change a lot. On occasion, sometimes, especially in public sector, you might have a council that comes in and they really want to be innovative, and that's really kind of who they are, and the times show that, and there's budget for it, and so they get to be super innovative, and so they want to add one. That's all you really see. You don't see a lot of movement in this, so think of this from legacy and long-term as well, if I could just add those 2 points. That made it easier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does staff have any thoughts or perspective?
I think in, just my 2 cents here, I think in terms of putting this in our values, I think when people read teamwork, they look at that as an internal.
I agree.
And as opposed to collaboration is both sides. It's collaboration with external parties and internal parties. It's not, but I just don't know.
Collaboration's not on there, but I agree.
I would
I
say
noticed
that
that
I
too.
don't think teamwork is something that,
That's an internal thing that we
It's
strive for.
how we want to do. It's like communication and things like that, but
Can we scratch teamwork and put collaboration on?
or can we just scratch
Or just
teamwork
scratch
together?
teamwork. Because I'm looking
Well,
at the
if
top
it-
5 from the feedback, it was new development, community affordable housing, new business, business friendly, new improving parks, and city infrastructure, upkeep, utility, streets, and landscape. And I don't know where teamwork fits into those 5.
The teamworks are more, I think, department
Yeah.
related, like
Like you said, it's more
interdepartment, like.
Yeah, it's internal.
More internal.
Like us.
We're looking at it from a customer's point of view.
Yeah.
They don't care if the team is along, they just want to see.
They want their streets cleaned
They don't
and,
care if we're
Yeah.
testing.
So let's scratch teamwork.
I agree.
deal, so I think it's the 5, right?
so this is our, like our mission statement, right?
Vision.
You haven't gotten there
As a
yet.
supporting tool to that.
Yeah.
This is step 1.
So we want to accomplish efficiency, we want to accomplish accountability, we want to accomplish resiliency and trust,
Do you have exciting delivery?
proactive
My
and.
crew.
This is what we are.
Back to the
It's not we're accomplishing, it's what we
Right, that's
are.
what they are.
If you look at that values worksheet,
Right.
values are individual based on
Teamwork, teamwork.
Right. So we want,
So about 30 more seconds of discussion.
so we want people to see the city as being efficient,
Yep.
accountable, resilient, trustworthy, proactive, and innovative.
innovative.
Yes, I like that. I agree.
I could make a whole mission here.
We don't have
innovative.
safe though.
We already are safe. They gave us
But that might
a
come up later.
Oh.
Here's
You can't have it all.
Next one. trust issue.
But the good news is, because we're gonna have a mission statement, a vision statement.
And we're gonna be
guiding
so
council
proactive, we're
priorities,
gonna be safe.
There are opportunities to put in
Okay,
safety.
and
other
resiliency, I
things.
mean, safety could fall under that in a
Trust.
way.
There will be more opportunities,
Okay.
and we will recap at the very end of the meeting.
Okay,
So are we good with 6?
yeah.
We good with these?
I like them.
2, 3, 4, 5, yeah.
Okay, so let's make sure.
Okay, so efficiency, accountability, resiliency, trust, proactiveness, and innovation.
Yep, perfect.
Efficiency.
There we go.
Okay, good, good.
Awesome. Well done on your first round.
Oh, gosh.
Can you just give us the answers this time?
Tell us what the other graphics that you
So with that, yeah, right, what's everybody else doing? Just tell us what's We'll get more handouts later, but I wanted you to go through the process first. So lunch is ready, enjoy lunch, and about 10 minutes into lunch, if the internet decides it wants to be in our favor, I do have a TED Talk for us to watch that's gonna talk about core values, whys, and purpose.
Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome, and we're back. Thank you all
We are
so
back.
much. Great. Okay, so next we're going to work on our vision statement. So just like before, we're going to start off and define what a vision statement is. And I'll get ready to have a handout for you in just a moment. Vision statement details where the organization aspires to go. Is your destination? Why the company exists. What do you hope to accomplish? Focuses on the tomorrow, the future. Promotes growth internally and externally. This invites innovation and sense of purpose. This is your why. Okay? So please take a packet and pass it around. This statement is also on the top of this document. And just like before, this document also has guidelines on it. So the guidelines for the vision statement is, your vision statement should be something that is motivating and inspirational. It should reflect the city's culture and the core values, which we just completed. It should be aimed at bringing beliefs and improvements in the future of the city. It is short and to the point. Did I say that? It was short and to the point.
I think you're driving that home. Short and to the point,
To the
right?
point, yes.
Okay.
Do we have one right now?
No.
Okay, sorry, finish, that's
Okay.
okay. Mary, then no one.
I will tell you that I looked all over your website and through the general plan, and I couldn't find it. So there might be
What
something
was
very
city-
similar.
Citygate last time? Didn't you have one?
No, we didn't, no.
As,
Oh, it wasn't part of the scope, okay.
as he said, we're gonna pull you off the cliff. You're either going over or we're gonna pull you back off the
So
cliff.
that was more pressing.
We didn't go off, well, yeah, we didn't, yeah.
Yes, okay. So on here, there's also a sample. So there's a sample vision statement by Nike. Driven by our passion for sports and our instinct for innovation, we aim to bring inspiration to every athlete in the world and to make sport a daily habit.
That is short?
That is
No,
short and
that
sweet.
is not short.
That is not short. We're good.
I like Calaveras, theirs is
So,
super short.
Here's some key questions for you guys to ask yourself. These are on the documents. What are our hopes and dreams? What problems are we trying to solve for the greater good? Who and what are we aspiring to change? Is this our true why? And then any key words like your core values. So on your attachments, if you want to take a minute, there are some samples of other vision statements, just to give you some sort of reference, like what do these look like, what have other people said, et cetera. So I'm going to give you a minute or so to read through all of this. Make sure that you have your guiding questions nearby as well. You might refer back to that. Once you read through it, then I'll talk about the next step.
So the vision statement can change over time,
Should the next council or other council choose to change?
but the mission statement usually doesn't change, right?
What's the
One-
difference between vision and mission?
I'll get to that.
Okay.
So the vision one is what I just read, and it's at the top of the document. So this is talking about destination and where you're going, future. What do you hope to accomplish? It focuses on the tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we're making some notes, or we're just thinking?
Right now, you're just reading and thinking, but I'll get you to the next step in just a minute. There's a couple sample vision statements in there for you.
City Hall open today? Is Caitlin the only one over there?
No, there's 3 of them there.
Andrea?
4 actually. Andrea's on vacation, but.
Oh, that's right.
Taylor and Casey and Caitlin.
So we have about 20 minutes to go through this exercise, and there's a lot of layers. FYI. And core values were easy comparatively.
Yeah.
So this will take some process.
Is there an issue, Jen?
No, just my brain.
If you're done reading, and you're a little quicker than some others, all good. Write one. Draft one. Doesn't have to be great, doesn't have to be perfect, but just give a stab at it. There's some examples in there of how to start. You've got your core values, you've got some key questions, you've got some guidelines. Just take a stab at it. I'd like more than one. So write one and then maybe a second one behind it or make an edit. Do your
20
best.
minutes? What's
So you
that?
No,
want us to
20 minutes for the whole exercise.
I know, I'm just, I know.
So you want us to write a vision statement for Angels Camp?
Yes. And I gave you a couple of good key questions, some guidelines, some core values, some different things. Just a rough stab at it. This does not have, this should be a little messy the first time around.
You do too, Rowan.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I mean, this person who came up with this Nike statement probably made millions off of that.
Which one, the Nike one? Maybe.
See? So if you already have one statement, I'd like you to tweak it and make your second statement, or it can be completely different. So the goal is to try to get two in the next couple minutes. Again, it's just a goal. Two.
All right.
How are we doing? We at least have one? Does everybody have at least one? Make it up. All good.
We're not gonna criticize.
No, birth was different.
This is
I was good to see it.
Look at how much chicken scratch I have.
Oh, look at
Even if it's one, it's okay. And rough.
I got
arrow
arrow.
even.
Just put some words in there. We can massage it.
Wow, that was a.
About 30 more seconds.
Yeah. For out there. And, yeah. Like when the font was small over there.
Oh, when you're out on the blackbirds.
Oh, it has kind of
Blackbirds and stuff. Yeah, I know, they're terrible.
like road, yeah, like road signs out there.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, that's it.
I think that's it.
It's like cute.
I think that's my exit. As it goes by.
Exactly. I mean, on tomorrow for most, but I can read up
Yeah, yeah.
out there. And it's 12:45 thing. Okay.
Yeah, just wait.
You hear I still feel like I'm 23. This one's a little better attitude. Yeah.
Alvin, how many times did we pass each other?
At least twice a day, maybe 3 times.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Oh.
in the city.
Yeah, exactly.
I say well, most every day come in. Jesse Tulloch.
Okay, so keep writing if those of you are still writing. So we're gonna put you in teams. So we're gonna, so Councilmember Gretel will be a number 1, Vice Mayor is a number 2, Mayor is number 3, Caroline's number 4, Councilmember Isabel 1, Rebecca's a 2,
Once for life.
3, 4, and then starting writing 1, 2, and 3. So know your numbers. So the teams, the 1s can sit up here where council is sitting. The number 2s can sit in this group. The number 3s can sit over at that table over by the kitchen, and 4s can sit where Rebecca's sitting. So take yours with you. If you wrote 2, take your one favorite one of the 2.
Where are we going? You're at 3. Sorry, I'm on 4. Right?
3's in the back?
You're 2? Oh, yeah, 3.
I'm 4. He's over there, so take your spot.
I'm on 4. You're on 4. Okay, so you're at 1, you're on 4. So you're at 1. Over there. You're at 3. We're 2. Who else is a 2? Me.
I don't know, I'm a 3. Me and you, Joe.
I'm a 3.
So y'all have paperwork on your stuff.
Oh, here she comes.
You need your paperwork.
Bring your paperwork. So in your groups, please choose a scribe. So somebody will take the notes. All right, yeah, 3, 2, 3. Okay. So in your groups, choose a scribe.
Sorry, I'm really our scribe.
So whoever's going to take notes. Now, what each of you need to do, each person will read what they wrote to the group. And then what I'd like you to do is to try to vote on, of those 3, which one each of you like the best. When you find the one you like the best, then I want you to play around with it.
We always go
Edit
with
it,
the mayor.
change it, modify it, tweak it, etc. And come up with one collectively for your team. Okay? Have fun.
Okay.
Family and
As Angels Camp Fire Dept, safe, community-driven, the science fiscally responsible, all inclusive. You're still quality of life. Correct.
and allow
And
the
that's
quality
the
of life
city
and
needs
quality.
driven by its strong values, support dedicated business and city staff to create a safe and beautiful place to live.
And then my other one, which doesn't read very smooth, is
Go ahead, Gretel, you're next.
safe community offering.
I think we'll agree
quality of life,
We can add
celebrating
an activity
family
to
values,
whatever.
driving business, etc. Go ahead.
Okay, City of Angels Camp is a historic community motivated by our core values, making Angels Camp the safest and most prosperous place to live, considered the foothills considered.
Also, when I think of
I mean, I kind of like the safe, stand out.
Not now, it's what we want to be and this is what we want to look like. Not what we're doing, but what we want to look like, how we want to be perceived. So that definitely have some work moving around.
And I think the quality of life too.
So mine was the city.
Oh, did it?
They celebrate, city of Angels strives to create a safe, dedicated to working together for an exceptional goal.
Do we want to add anything about quality of life or?
Mine got a little
creating a beautiful?
That's what I do.
Hold on.
City of Angels Camp is a historic community motivated by our core values, making Angels Camp the safest and most prosperous place to live in this foothills of the Sierra Nevada.
Values all its citizens.
I know, we're all about quality of life. We're right, yours has a whole quality. There's quality, right?
Trying to hit
One of the key things,
Quality of life, we're all
you
about.
put safe.
safe.
I put safe, you put safe.
We all put safe.
Safe.
You're right.
Celebrate.
Did you say for instance?
I did not.
Right, sure. Yeah, okay, so we could say growing, like, or, something about.
So we have, so we got.
Creating a safe, no, no. Yeah, we should say.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
I'm just saying for like,
We didn't say that, that's whatever it is.
so I think like this will be the best one.
I feel there, it's a safe place for financial. Yeah, something like that.
That's what we need. My question is, so, okay, we'll break this down.
Yeah, so we got that. We
Yeah, financially sound, very short.
Yeah.
I was just thinking when I saw you said one thing, I have somebody looking in and reading.
Got one more minute.
What's the best place to look at this place?
The city of Angels is the most financially sound
Do
city.
we want to end quality of life, or do we want to leave it? Angels Camp celebrates quality of life?
That's like you got an award.
Yeah.
Check in with your key questions or guidelines if you need to.
Anything? I feel like we need a big whiteboard.
There's a whiteboard.
There are whiteboards, but you feel like you want it. We have one more activity after this.
That'd be great.
Don't like this.
The big glass whiteboard. And I think the fire department would use it too.
Is that acceptable?
We could put it with a magnet. Or magnet when we're not using it.
And I was thinking more of like.
I like having big whiteboards. Community stuff.
Our leaders are programs like education.
Are we going back or we have to stay back for a second?
I'm a dedicated.
Yes and no, right? Okay.
I know it sounds fluffy, but I think it's part of the vision.
Right?
We should celebrate family and historic values.
Celebrating
Family and historic values. Yeah. And then the only other thing is quality of life.
Vision statement. Organization.
I've been through this with several different. But this is a vision of how we're focusing. Oh, this is much better. It's much more efficient. The other ones, like,
We got all the stuff in there.
Yeah.
I do that.
it's just dragging it out and then So the City of Angels is a financially sound. Oh, no, you should go to like Hippie or celebrating stuff, that's where I'm talking about. It's rich. And I'm like prior military, like, folks, like, can we just like get this done and have the flowery birds and
About 30 seconds.
Are we missing any other key?
We have to set.
We've got C.
We could do that at the end, I'll celebrate.
Historic, financial.
Constantly striving to create.
We are innovative.
So if you're close enough, that's good. Any last words? Okay.
We are driven.
Yeah, we're good. This is good though. This is all good and important. There'll be lots of good action goals and takeaways.
When's the nap? Is the nap time?
Oh, you didn't catch that during nap, so you came back.
We can't do that.
You were napping. It's a 2-minute nap.
That's all I'm doing this weekend.
It was
Put your last words in, guys. We're coming back together.
I didn't know I was also gonna have to work on it. It's like having two highly needy.
I mean, you can order it.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, we make it.
Well, I mean, for me, it's the salad, the Mediterranean salad.
That one we won't do.
No, we won't.
I want the Chinese chicken salad.
Let's see, she wants the Chinese chicken.
Yeah, we're not doing that one. That dressing has 17 ingredients.
Oh, wow.
Like make from scratch.
Do they still do it down at the big patch?
Huh?
They still do it at the
No.
I don't think so.
It tastes
He
like
changed
love.
his menu that
It
much?
tastes like love when you eat
No,
it.
no, I got rid of the Chinese. I got rid of the Chinese chicken salad 2 years ago.
Okay, awesome.
For 2 reasons. One, I
right, so
couldn't
you
find an
three,
employee that could ever
Please
make
join
it correctly.
up top with the three.
Because there's like so many ingredients in it that they always forgot something.
You're going to one. Please join
I
one.
can take all the other complaints from every single thing else on the menu, and it still wouldn't match the complaints I got on the Chinese chicken salad because they didn't put on my oranges. I didn't want onions. I don't like cilantro.
That's a, there's a word for that. What
What
is that called when you have expectations?
I thought it wasn't Burger King, you didn't
But
get
that's
it.
a-
Well, right. Well, I know. I used to put that.
Sorry, pause the sandwiches. Great sidebar conversation, some of the best I've actually ever heard. This team is going to join you guys, right? So go please up, have a seat.
Welcome.
You are now a team. Now, same thing. You each have one, right? So there's 2 in each group. The 2 of you share, come up with one.
She's got,
I got it.
All right.
I know, I was like, whoa.
Dedicated community, citizens, businesses, and visitors. We have the city of Angels as a financially sound, safe, trustworthy community celebrating families and its rich history. And a quality of life.
Too long there.
yeah.
Too long.
Okay, go ahead.
Good.
Are you saying celebrating?
Celebrating.
No, but how do we really celebrate families?
How do we celebrate families?
How does the city celebrate?
The city allows it.
Okay, ours is.
That's how it did, like the park stuff?
Community.
How the parties?
Angels Camp is a safe, community-driven,
Oh.
dedicated city that values all its citizens, businesses, and visitors.
So I think that maybe your community-driven intent
Well, isn't that funny,
is
we're
touching
big
on
square,
our.
so like, we don't like ours, we like.
Yeah.
Oh, look at yours.
Yeah.
So, I guess we're.
Prosperous community, I wasn't talking about prosperous, I was talking about how we.
Yeah, we like that too.
Really strong community, financially sound, like when someone is down, we
And what would that be called?
So we definitely hit on the same things that we say from Brentwood.
Yeah, because I wrote down here, strong community support, or dedicated community, or something like that.
For some reason, when you first read that, I thought that meant like, what are you driving your community? Great.
The community drives a lot of what we're able to do.
Yeah.
And
Outreach.
I like it, community centric.
It's not outreach, it's like the community rallies when we need a rally. Yeah. Like if you're down, people make meals and they like, they like,
Small town, or how you want it.
and we have that. Like
Support.
It's one of the things I love about this community. Yeah. Enhancing the quality of standards. I like it.
Yeah, or
Or you could just say-
dedicated to
That's huge for us here,
small
right?
town.
Okay, so.
But I like our historic, we have to touch
Yeah.
on historic.
Okay, so
dedicated to our.
Life in our
So we're
small.
both starting with
We did
the
say
city of
City
Angels.
of Angels, yeah.
Dedicated to our.
But strong community support. No, you said that down there, but up here you say community.
Yeah, let's say dedicated.
Should we put financially sound?
Yeah.
I mean, we are right now.
Yeah.
Leave it or no?
We could probably pull that part, because that's more about like our intent.
Okay,
So,
safe.
I don't hear you.
Yeah.
Down here.
Is
Well, I put everything in there. I got it.
what was community, read it again. Okay, financially sound, safe, community, celebrating families, so we said, get rid of celebrating. So what do we, so somehow we pull community and families together.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Safe,
Safe community.
Because that's the number one thing people are saying, and a place to raise a family.
Oh, no, the City of Angels is dedicated
It's our
to
tax base.
It's
supporting
I'm all
You
for
go
it.
back to horse.
supporting.
Yep.
Safe.
In California.
Safe,
The last.
Apples and.
And
Yep. Okay, this is the last part. You got it, David?
I would say, rather than supporting, we're not providing.
What are we doing?
We're not supporting, this.
Providing.
That's like we're building
Yeah.
towards trying to have a safe community, like we don't have one.
So providing for a, yeah, oh, there you go, providing for a safe community.
Come so far. If you think about it and you want to go that route.
Now, can you say supporting family history or historic?
Resilience in small town.
What's a different word
And they get it for a small
than
town
celebrate,
feel, a small
but
town
like
vibe,
being
a small
mindful
town
of,
How does it work?
Okay, so it's dedicated to being resilient.
Let me go back to, do you have providing?
I'll go back to that word.
Trying to keep the small town feel.
Instead of celebrating,
Well, this is just, so one of the things I'm looking at here, again, is it says reflective of the
Oh.
city's culture and core values.
Providing for a safe community
Have to bring the
devoted
benefits and improvements
to,
to
there
the
you
city
go.
yeah.
in the
Devoted,
future.
I feel like in your head.
Because I didn't add it.
I know, let me say it out loud.
Citizens, culture, and diversity.
Family and historic.
Then I changed it to citizens, business, and visitors.
And dedicated.
Because we have a pretty big agriculture.
It's different, it's not
We
your,
have this Native American
yeah,
culture.
because you already got
It's not-
community of different, yeah, okay, what about this?
yes.
The City of Angels is dedicated to providing for a safe community devoted to its history, families, and businesses.
Wait, I'm saying about
You
this.
don't want to say safe and tourism?
Yeah, we need to.
Or visitors.
History,
And visitors.
families, that I don't have. Can you add?
Tourism.
And visitors.
Or in being
And how about if you make that into?
into resiliency.
Um,
Right, then we're going real short. About less than a minute, double check those guidelines and
Short.
answer questions. So,
Too short.
Oh my God, well,
So on that front sheet with your vision statement,
And inviting visitors.
you have guidelines here, questions, motivation, inspiration, short and sweet, who we are.
I do like something about like, I had here, like.
So just double check those things, guidelines and key questions, does it
But I
make
think
sense?
that's,
with
who
those?
has that in there?
Somebody, that's common.
Is
Yeah,
that?
because some of the things are.
This is the one I like the most of all. That would be in the mission. There you go.
Live, work, play?
Determined to
Live, work, and play, live, work, and pray.
and to resiliency.
Read it again.
providing
Okay,
small
the City of
town.
Angels is dedicated to providing for a safe community devoted to its history, families, and visitors.
I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, we won.
And then you went through your guidelines and key questions, it makes sense. And then you went through your guidelines and key questions of your, if you look at your vision, the original vision.
That was what I was
And
kind
the
of.
guidelines, okay, motivating and inspiration. So double check those real quick, if that makes sense to those.
That was why I mentioned core values in mind.
And then I had culture and one also.
Okay, what are your hopes and dreams?
And
What problems are we solving that I guess that we're not through? What are we trying to change? Is this true to or why?
Not changing.
No, but that was just.
Well, this is the one that to me is bringing benefits and improvements in the future.
What's a sentence for the term?
Yes, but I think we're dedicated to continue.
We want to inspire people to move and have businesses here. So instead of indeterminate, it could be committed to innovation. But do we need to add a little?
Well, okay, so the city is dedicated to
Building.
Yeah.
building a
Celebrating building.
building a safe community devoted to its history, families, businesses.
Nice, like it, that's a good word.
Yeah.
Providing a small town feel.
You can go home now.
Yeah, I'm done.
Tiffany, you provide that word too?
Mic drop.
What was that, devoted?
Do this?
Do you know
Oh,
what
yes.
that way?
Yeah. He's a nut. He
Two.
lives up
And it makes sense.
in, he lives up in Dorrington.
What they have to do, what happens, that makes sense. I think it's the switching. Did you walk around the sword? You want to
That
ride
sword is so long,
Yeah.
sheath, knife.
Did you hear the
Yeah.
You can do an arrow too if you need to, because we're gonna write it down anyway.
Exactly.
We're using the city of Angels.
Exactly. This is your last time to see though.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was killed and I found that.
Well, yeah, this guy drives a white 2007
Rebecca, were you
Ford
Okay.
Mustang. We're gonna turn the door right now, and the sheriff's office won't even go, because it's
If you can
5150.
read it.
Crazy, but you can't force a contact that results in the shooting and killing of 5150 because it's crazy. So we're trying to catch him out and about, but then we still have to articulate that he's meeting the criteria right then and there.
What should
Shoot the city's culture.
He's at work.
I issue CCWs.
But strange, like these people who work retail, it's getting kind of nuts out.
Yeah.
Yeah, all they can do is call. And what happened was probation was there and they were the ones that actually called in on it.
You know, more
So
It reminds
just-
me, Scott, we need to test our panic button.
Oh, you just have one?
We have two supposedly.
people.
You know where they're at?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they know where they're at, they've just never been tested. So,
It should be like on a
I
quarterly
did it in a
basis.
guy out last week.
Quarterly, yeah, we test them.
Yeah.
It's,
Or monthly.
have we
No,
tested it?
No, I've got muted right there.
Have we tested it? Yeah, because it should send an alert to, it'll go to the alarm company.
I don't know.
Are you gonna go back to your seats? Okay. Go back to your seats. Awesome work. Thank you. If you want to take a 31-minute break, restroom, coffee,
31
et cetera.
That's right.
I heard 31.
I heard that.
Okay, so then because of this, the rest of actually, you know what, it's kind of.
She don't know.
I wanna know the
Last
second. I was thinking that was the one salad that I was gonna bring back to the board.
And I just.
Well, no,
I know.
I was bringing it back to the board.
You good? You
I'm more than
Maybe you could do the rest
Fine
of
for
the
talk there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be like.
You could
yeah,
hire one of our guys
$40
to monitor it. They only make $12 an hour. So, I mean,
No idea.
Where was it?
you can hire them.
Well, we need to drink the dressing.
Well, there's 17 ingredients in it.
I guess you wanna.
I think I can make it.
The Rockies Club would be the only.
Love the rock. You can order that, just have pork. Yeah, just don't tell everybody.
It's
It's like the
secret
secret
squirrel
menu, secret squirrel. Peter gets it once in a while.
It's like your whole card.
It is.
You have to know the
Secret squirrel. Now it's everyone knows.
No, I've heard we should wait.
Really?
There was a
I don't know,
few
is
cakes. I heard there was some staff.
Yeah, you just know what, they have,
They're
they get
soft.
their,
Yeah.
their.
Yeah, there's soft dough.
For which one, the red? So we did eat there. We had a little fun, but the food was good.
That's what I remember.
Yeah, we had the chicken cordon bleu, it was very good.
I heard they're gonna start doing breakfast.
Okay, that's good. We need a breakfast place.
How's Mark Gill doing?
He has chemo every other week, so on the weeks where he's feeling good, he's there. So he should be there this coming Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because he had chemo 2 Mondays ago. And, but his spirits are very good. He's got a GoFundMe.
Okay, you guys ready?
Ready.
All right. Good job. We done it. Somewhat beautiful process. Pretty good.
So,
Not bad.
your mom, I think I personally don't
All
like
right.
honey because they take off. Sorry.
Okay.
Pretty sure I'm already.
So here's the 2 finale. Here's the 2 statements that we came up with. City of Angels is dedicated to building a safe community devoted to its history, families, businesses, and visitors. The second one, the City of Angels Camp is determined to be safe, or the City of Angels Camp determined to be safe, innovative, and resilient, celebrating family businesses with a small town feel.
No.
Celebrating family, comma, business.
Okay, where's that now?
Celebrating.
Is that what we wrote?
Celebrating.
Look at family, business.
I'll just look at mine. 'cause
And
that was
recreation.
behind a little bit. so
Yeah,
I'm trying to follow it.
Celebrating family, comma.
Business, comma,
Okay.
and recreation with a small town feel.
Yeah.
Comma.
There's also on the first one.
Oh, and recreation.
Yeah, right there.
Ours is missing a comma between history
There's
and
a,
family.
yeah, there's supposed to be a comma in the top one between history and families.
Okay.
We don't just celebrate the historic families.
Get out, everybody.
You guys, goodbye.
with a small town feel.
Okay.
Okay, so history, yeah, there.
Does that get it?
That's it.
Okay, I'll read it one more time. So here's your two choices. We're gonna make some edits. The City of Angels is dedicated to building a safe community devoted to its history, families, businesses, and visitors. The City of Angels Camp determined to be safe, innovative, and resilient, celebrating family, business, and recreation with a small town feel. A lot of similarities in those.
Very similar. I think, are we blending?
So the
two?
idea is that if we can pick one as our staple to start and build from that one.
Well, and are we going with Angels or Angels Camp?
Well, this one, both of them say the City of Angels Camp.
No.
No, it's the City of Angels.
So we could add.
Oh, I
camp
see.
to one.
So which one, okay, so show of hands, that our core one that we'll work from is the top one, the first one.
I'll go with that.
Oh, okay, thanks, guys.
It's shorter.
I guess we can go.
The other one's just a little clunky for
Yeah,
me.
it's short and sweet.
Okay, so we're gonna build off the first one.
Smooth it out, but.
So the first question is City of Angels. Is it City of Angels Camp or City of Angels?
Angels Camp.
Angels Camp.
City of Angels Camp or Angels Camp?
Are
City
we
of Angels
technically City of
Camp.
Angels? We're technically, our legal name is City of Angels. Historically, prior to, what, Dorian Bott?
What did D do?
What did
What
I
did
do?
Dorian
He
do?
wanted it changed to City of Angels. It was
Dorian
Angels
Bott?
Camp. I know, it was Dorian.
So FYI, you also don't have to use that in your vision statement, not maybe 50%-ish.
We could just have it
You
start
don't have
with
to-
say
This,
dedicated.
this city or?
Oh,
You can just say, we are.
We are dedicated.
We are.
Gotcha.
So I'm getting rid of that.
Let's do that.
So we don't
Let's
do
do
it.
that, that
Because
way
we
it's.
we are
take off half because we use City of Angels and we pissed.
So we are
take off half.
dedicated.
Because if you try to look us up online, if you try to go to our website without knowing the website, if you type in City of Angels,
It
it'll
goes down.
take you to LA.
Space.
Yeah.
Get a space.
Right.
Not the.
But I think our
Okay.
Wikipedia
Yeah,
is.
yeah. Like you said, fine, it's delayed, yeah.
We are.
We are dedicated to building a safe community devoted to its history, family, businesses, and visitors.
I like, oh, Carolyn, you hated the word celebrating.
I did hate the word.
I love it now, in the second one.
How about if
I
you
like
do-
celebrating.
We had better,
No, because we asked, what are we celebrating?
How about
Are
if
we
you do-
celebrating our
Celebrating
families?
family.
In the
What are we
first one,
celebrating?
after history, and with a comment, just put celebrating.
I thought that, that's what I was thinking,
Okay,
Celebrating families.
Celebrating
Celebrate
for
families.
families.
Celebrating.
And what are we?
Yeah, what are we
That's
celebrating?
What are we
okay.
celebrating?
This is all
How
good
are we
questions.
celebrating?
How are we
Well,
celebrating
celebrating
families?
doesn't have to be a party. Celebrating can just be embracing the fact that you are raising a family.
Almost like.
Or why
How about
don't we?
Almost like embracing
How about
better than
embracing
celebrating.
families?
Embracing or something.
Embracing.
Yeah, I like
families?
embracing better than.
I don't want nobody
celebrating.
embracing all my kids.
That's a different type. That's a Megan's law. That's a Megan's law.
Scott, what happens if someone wants to embrace one of my kids?
You call Scott.
Okay, our
How
vision
much do you
statement.
think is devoted?
I'm not responding to that question.
What is another word other than embrace?
Supporting.
Supporting.
Absolutely.
But we don't, get away from that, we're not.
We're not actually supporting
Support that we
anybody.
don't have, okay?
Can't we
Not our job.
admit it? Can't we
Committed.
embrace the
Committed.
history
Committed.
and devote it,
Committed.
devote to our families?
to?
Can't we
But
let
we're already
church know?
saying devoted.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, can we
Families,
switch it?
businesses, and
Embracing
visitors.
our history and being devoted to our families. Can
What
we
was the
switch
word you
that?
just said? Committed.
Committed. So let's do embracing
Our
its history, embracing our history.
So embracing our history, not
Instead
devoted.
of
And then
devoted.
Can you
Yeah,
say
embrace it.
devoted to family's history? Just switch the two?
So we're
Yeah.
embracing
Okay.
our history.
Yeah.
So we're embracing and devoted.
Embracing that.
Yeah, because,
Embracing
I
our
would say
history.
that's, we're more devoted to our families.
Oh,
Rather than celebrating them.
Well, okay, yeah, but
That doesn't mean anything.
embracing our
So
history.
embracing our history instead of devoted to its history.
Okay.
No, so we're gonna say.
I know,
yeah,
let him fix this for, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Poor Andy.
We're like, no, now,
And he's still only goes so
That's
fast.
delayed,
That's
he's
it.
typing and I'm telling you that he's coming.
And let's say embracing our.
Our history.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, so should we not put building a safe community? Because that means like we're not safe. Should we say?
Yeah, I don't know if I like the
Should we
But,
say
building.
but the
we're
point of the vision
we're
is it's
dedicated
not
to a
talking
safe
about what we
community?
already are. It's talking about
what
what
we're
we're looking for.
That's the word.
Striving.
Future.
Striving for.
Think
We
of the
could do
future.
striving for,
Determined to build a safe community, embracing our history.
But I think it's dedicated as opposed to.
We have determined that they've changed it.
Dedicated to
Um,
community safety.
Embracing our history, embracing, no, what did we say?
If you're building a safe community, it somewhat lends to.
Dedicated.
Yeah.
Embracing our history and dedicated to,
We're already dedicated to building.
oh,
a
what was
safe-
the other word?
How about
We are
celebrating
dedicated-
families,
No,
businesses?
no, there was another word, it was,
Devoted.
C.
Devoted.
No, start with C.
No, it was
Supporting.
Determined?
No, it's
just up there.
Resilient, what was it? We had
Committed,
Oh,
see?
committed.
committed.
Committed to our families,
Embracing our
businesses, and
history and committed to our families, businesses, and visitors.
There you go.
Oh, I-
Embracing our histories.
Committed to.
and not devoted.
Committed to.
Yeah.
Committed.
Committed.
Families, businesses, and visitors.
Committed to families, businesses, and visitors. Does that
Okay,
read well?
Alice made a comment. Building a safe community, why? Were we shit at one time and we had to build it to be safe?
That wasn't Ellis.
No,
I
John
had the
said
same
it.
comment, almost not the same way, but
So I don't know that building,
infers that you're
it
not
infers
safe.
that we have to get back on
build
track
safe.
and we're not.
So what if we say something, well,
You just take out building.
Yeah, that's what I was just
Or
going
we
to
say,
say.
well,
Maybe just
dedicated
take out
to a safe
building.
or what if
Safe
we're saying
community.
keeping a safe community?
To continue
I like
our
proud.
safe community.
Continuing.
Proud of our-
Yeah, I
What
like
about
that.
we are dedicated to
Continuing a
embracing our
safe
history
community.
and committed to families,
That won't
businesses,
be
and
me, but-
and visitors, and providing, or continuing to provide a safe community.
I don't remember what I just said.
Yeah, you took the first line and put it at the end.
Guidelines was
I
motivating.
need to write it down, I was like, I don't remember what it
Yes. what
You
we
just
got.
So
like that-
guidelines,
that's part of
the
the
guidelines are
bottom,
motivating and
in the
inspirational,
end.
reflective of the city's culture and core values, aimed at bringing benefits and improvements to the city
We're
in
dedicated
the
to
future,
embracing our
short
history.
and to the point.
So right now, basically, what
Dedicated to
you
embracing our
are,
history.
you want to build, embrace, and commit.
Correct.
So
With your
maybe
actions.
let's not build, so
Providing.
dedicated to,
Provide.
dedicated to providing.
Yeah, providing.
Providing is an-
Continuing.
Dedicated to providing. Providing is good because it's neutral. It's not
Yeah,
like
it's
you're,
not here or there.
it's a good neutral word.
I agree.
A safe
We're not
community.
providing.
While
I need $1 million.
embracing.
While
Embracing our history, commitment to families.
That's what we are,
I don't know.
but, I mean, it's our mission statement, right? So isn't it
This is our vision statement.
vision, so it's.
while embracing our history and
I personally,
Just take while embracing our history and put it at the end.
oh
Yes.
yeah, either, I think you should go either at the beginning or at the end.
Should go at the
Okay,
end.
so take while embracing our history.
Yep,
at the end?
put it at the end after visitors.
But he already just said,
You can copy and paste.
Did he say? We are dedicated, it sounds like that. Like I'm going to the hospital.
You're going to the hospital?
That's what it sounds
What are you
like.
dedicated to the hospital?
I don't know, like, you know, like when you walk in and you're reading all the signs at the hospital and the emergency room?
That's what those are.
That's what those are, those are their vision
We are-
statements.
Coincidentally, same thing.
Okay. So we are dedicated to providing, say, I'm just saying hospital side. Is it providing a safe community or providing for a safe community?
I think I'd go with providing a safe community, I think
Okay.
that's fine. Because that, you were already doing it then.
Committed to families, businesses, and visitors while embracing our history.
how
What
about
about
embracing
we are
our historic
dedicated-
values or something like that, instead of just history, our
But
historic.
I don't think it's
What if we
historic
say
values, it's our
historic?
history. It's everything about.
So
our
then
history.
how about we tie it in with our small town history,
Our history in small town. You like that line of that?
But I think it's I think it's not just small town. It's.
No, it's
our-
not mountain, or
I like it.
Sierra Nevada history, I don't know. Embracing
Gold rush.
our
Because it's
gold
gold
rush.
rush, it's
It's
the,
everything.
it's all of it.
Oh, what happened?
We have a lot of ag, we have a lot of rich history, rich history.
Oh, rich history.
Ooh, good.
There you go, I
That's
like
kind of
that.
what I think, well,
But
I
there's
like
lots of history, that might not be so rich.
It's bougie.
History keeps it open.
Or diverse history,
A
or
bougie history.
cultural history, or
Cultural or rich?
diverse history, or, you know.
That helps.
I'm just saying, so, sorry, in my brain I keep reading it, we are dedicated to embracing our rich history while providing a safe community that's committed to families, businesses.
I like that.
No, it's, okay, so put that in the beginning.
We are dedicated- we are
Andy's all
Good luck, good luck, Andy, you're doing an excellent job.
Actually,
Muscle memory, all right.
So I'm saying, do you want me to
dedicated to muscle memory.
Okay, we are dedicated to embracing our rich history. So you just copy and paste that?
Yep.
Because that's our biggest thing,
No,
right?
it makes more
History.
sense. It makes more sense. It'll flow better.
I agree.
And rich or,
Our rich history.
which goes with bold, right?
Yeah. While, yeah. While
providing.
Yeah.
That feels like Angels Camp.
Well,
Yes.
what if we say continuing to provide a safe
I like
community
continuing
that is
because we
committed,
were on there.
Continuing to provide a safe community.
that is
That's
committed?
better. While continuing to provide, I like that better.
Because we have it,
We already
right?
have it.
We're continuing with
Yes,
it.
compared to what, yes, absolutely.
Continuing to provide a safe community that is committed to families, businesses, and visitors.
Period.
Done.
A safe community that is.
That is.
We have to put the we are, can't we just start with dedicated to embracing?
You know what it is? It's
history?
a song that you're stuck on. We are like.
That
We are the world.
Families, business.
We are the world.
That's not what we were thinking.
I was thinking, or like, what? MC.
I mean, you could get rid of we are and just dedicated to.
Dedicated to.
Dedicated
We could
to
say the
embracing
city
our
of Angels, or
yeah.
Angels Camp is dedicated.
I think we are is better than
Like,
choosing
who
which
is
city.
we?
We.
Either we are or dedicated, now social businesses.
The opens the can.
Because you put your logo like.
Right.
Yeah, they're gonna be on
Yeah,
our,
so we
they're gonna be
it's
on our
obvious we
website,
are,
they're
but
gonna be
it-
visiting where they are
I
already.
just think you just put dedicated to embracing our rich
So
history.
we are, says dedicated.
That's fine.
Without the we are.
Shortens it a little bit.
Stop, Rebel.
Dedicated to embracing our rich
Stop.
history. Provide safe
That is.
As committed to families.
I like how simple it is.
Okay,
so how does this feel?
Continuing to provide a safe community that is committed to families and businesses and visitors alike. I want that word in there.
Alike.
Visitors alike.
Like,
That is committed to family and businesses.
One thing that
I don't think we.
and welcoming of
Continue.
visitors. I don't know, I feel like visitors.
And tourists.
Because we have a lot of visitors, so I think that almost seems to be.
No, yeah, it needs to be.
It's a huge piece of
I feel like it's just kind of.
taxes.
We have the history up there.
Okay, so go back to your guidelines and key questions. Is it motivating and inspirational?
Yes.
Yes, I want
Does it
to.
reflect the city's culture and core values?
Absolutely.
Is it aimed at bringing benefits and improvements in the future for the
Yes.
city or the community?
Yeah.
Is it short and to the point?
Yep.
Does it reflect hopes and dreams?
Yeah, people will want to move here because of that.
Are we solving a problem for the greater good? Is this our true why?
It doesn't say anything about recreation or anything though, like, you know, like, something that, I mean, it says, okay, like, we're dedicated to the history, okay, and we're into our community and families and business, but what else is there? Isn't there something more?
Well, we do have a mission
Like our-
statement coming and guiding priorities coming.
But if we're committed to, well, but if we're committed to families, businesses, and visitors, we're providing recreational activities for them.
You could do
We're
some,
providing more services for them. So,
Instead of embracing, do we want to say preserving?
I was gonna say, you do a safe and thriving community.
Ooh.
Because that's
Preserving our rich history while continuing to provide and
Yes.
what? Provide and,
thriving community.
Yeah,
a
preserve.
safe and thriving community.
So
yeah, preserving.
preserving our rich history.
Because I was thinking of our recreation, and when, whatever we do in recreation, it's always with preservation, you know?
Right.
Preserving.
You got that, that's good. And our rich history within
I love that.
I like that, that's better.
Well, continue to provide a safe community. that is
Safe and
committed-
thriving. That to me is more inspirational.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but committed
Committed
exam
committed to families, businesses, and individuals. My only, can I want to plug one word in?
Okay.
Can we plunk in, instead of visitors, can we plunk in friends? No or not? Throws me off the head.
Okay, let's think of another word.
I don't know, I'm just trying to think.
Recreate, or
That is
another.
committed to family, businesses, and visitors.
And welcoming, how about welcoming visitors and
I like welcoming.
Welcoming,
yeah.
That's fine, yeah. I don't-
Welcoming.
Yeah, I like and welcoming.
And
That's better.
That's better.
I don't know, the visitors thing kind of leaves it weird.
sharing with visitors, something that kind of
Do we
seems
need
like,
to have
like how
welcome
we
Yeah.
So synonyms for visitors are guests,
Do we need to have
scholars,
wild or
visiting
continuing?
tourists,
Yes,
travelers.
we need to work- I don't know. I don't know.
Travelers.
Just,
I think visitors.
Providing
but I
a
think-
safe and thriving
I-
community
I like-
while continuing out.
Yeah.
Not welcoming to
While
families.
continuing.
No, we were,
Visitors.
no, welcoming was for visitors, not families.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Committed to families is still fine.
Committed to families is still good.
committed to families, businesses, and welcoming visitors. Try that.
Oh, I don't,
Or not, I don't.
committed to, committed to families, businesses,
Welcoming.
and welcoming.
to
So you're not welcoming to businesses or families?
I would say.
I know, I
We're
like
committed to, but we're welcoming.
Scratch it, I'm good with visitors. I rescind.
What
And welcome.
about sharing our environment with visitors? Something on that order.
Oh.
That makes
Wow,
it
now we're
sound
getting
like
We're
they're
drained.
proprietary, like.
Very.
Well, it's how do you encompass, like how do, like we are gonna.
What about embracing visitors?
Embracing.
Yeah, you said something like, gee,
Don't we say Flatlanders, don't we?
Take-
What?
The mic is on,
Fired.
it's hot.
Take out walls,
Yeah,
continue.
that's just my thought.
I'm gonna take out, just see it for a second.
Take all.
Take out while continuing to. And then make that.
Dedicated to preserving history.
Providing a safe, thriving, and thriving community that is committed to the family.
Providing a safe and thriving.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's good.
There you go. Check.
Community and committed to, or no, that is committed.
To families, businesses, and visitors. I think that's.
I like it. A little shorter.
And do you think a like?
Straight to the point.
That's just.
Et al.
At all.
Families, businesses.
Etc.
Okay, so I would say, great. Is anybody having heartburn over the word committed, or are we good there? That would be the only word I would throw out there as a.
Oh, okay.
No.
Committed to families.
What's it?
There's dedicated.
Committed?
Oh, no, we already have dedicated, see?
Yeah. Okay, what is another word for,
Just a question. Feels like we're really, really close though.
We're committed to our families and our businesses.
And if that's the word, then
Maybe the
awesome.
visitors too.
so other ones are,
Responsive.
Devoted.
I like responsive, that one's not bad. Devoted.
passionate,
Devoted.
Passionate.
Heart emoji.
John Travolta.
I think it's devoted.
Devoted,
It's fine.
I think so too.
I think it's devoted. I mean,
How does
that
it
really is
devout?
why we're here.
It's why we're here. It's why we are
Yeah,
public
it is actually
servants.
why we're here.
Yes.
So instead of
We all
Yes.
Yep.
I think committed, I think.
What's wrong with committed? What's that say?
They're devoted and committed. See what that's.
Does committed give a difference?
Devoted is.
Devoted seems more heartful for sure.
It does.
Committed is a very sort of.
It's more making some inspiring word other than committed.
Committed means you're, well, devoted is a synonym for committed, but committed also means to carry out or to
Committed or
perform, but.
It feels like it has a negative connotation.
What?
Committed does?
Committed, committed,
Exactly.
committed does.
Instead of providing, say cultivating.
Okay, how's
If
this?
you want warm and fuzzy words, I can go there.
We're almost there.
Cultivating makes me think of
Farming.
Jeez.
How about prioritizes?
And thriving community that is.
That prioritizes families, businesses,
I think devoted.
I like
I like devoted.
not
Prioritizing.
devoted. It's just
Oh,
a
just-
community that
It
is
is That feels
That
old.
prioritizes.
Prioritizes.
Prioritizes feels like work.
Yeah.
Seems like it's.
Devoted.
Hopelessly
Yeah,
devoted.
but like, wait, when you're like, what are your priorities?
You're saying that if it's writing community that loves
my
families,
vows.
businesses, and visitors.
It genuinely seems like we're all in it together.
That's what I think.
It's a
I think
pledge.
devoted is a loving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's endearing, it's endearing,
No.
it's inspiring, it's more of an inspiring word than committed. That could go either way.
No, I think that's more.
Not that kind of committed.
So how do you feel? Are we good?
She's going, is
this
this not an
I'm good. All right, hey,
We are really good at
We're
this.
good?
Yes,
We're good with this?
yes,
Any
yes,
preference on the
yes,
word?
I'm good.
We're
That's
okay with
good,
it?
right, ready.
Yes?
Moving on.
Congratulations.
We did it.
We're only half an hour over
Now,
schedule, let's
vision
roll.
All right, does anyone need a quick break? We're moving on.
Move on,
Okay.
keep it rolling.
All right.
a statement though.
Oh, we have a statement to go. Yes.
Values.
Okay, we're following the scope of work right here.
Wait, what are we working on now? Vision.
Now we're working on the vision statement.
My groan gets louder as we move
Here we go.
towards more.
Towards the
Take
5
one, pass
o'clock
it
hour.
on. Can you bring up mission statement on the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Saying that.
So mission statement, it is. You guys all with me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yours is the same. Burger King, you don't get it. That is your mission statement.
Everything out of.
Are we ready?
All
All
right, roll.
right, mission statement. Can I have y'all back? Thank you, thank you. Mission statement. A mission statement is what drives the organization. It is what you do.
Yeah.
The core of the business. It shapes the company culture. It can motivate your employees and provides clarity. From this, your objectives are created. A mission statement focuses on today and what the organization does to achieve it. That is mission. It's posted up there for you to see. It's also on your worksheet on the top. Again, similar to the last process, you have guidelines and key questions.
Can we put up there what our values and what our vision, like what we've accomplished?
We can take that down, we can't do both. It doesn't let us
Yeah,
talk
I
about
mean,
it.
we
I'm
can
just
put it up, but we have to
thinking,
do
yes,
it
the two
separate.
things that we've already done today, we don't want to contradict or.
Yes, we'll pull up-
We want to repeat.
Yes, we'll pull up core, we're actually going to bring that in a minute. Hold on, thank you. So bring up the vision statement and then the core values. You can probably cut and paste and stuff. Okay. So we're working on that.
What are we supposed to be doing now?
Okay, so you ready?
Yep.
All right, so guidelines for this. Between 1 and 3 sentences is the goal. Maximum of 100 words, few is better. Include core values, inspire and be clear. I brought Nike in again. Nike, bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. If you have a body,
That's our mission statement?
that's their mission statement. Key questions for you to ask. What do we do? Who do we serve? How do we serve them? How do we want to serve them? So those will be the things that you fall back on as you're developing these. So each of you, please draft a mission statement. In your packet, FYI, County of Calaveras' mission statement is the first document there. So it's kind of, I think, good information to have to understand what your county's mission statement is. It might be reflective or have some things that are parallel to yours. And then there's some other mission statements as well for you to reflect on. So enjoy, have fun, write one out.
Wow, the city of Glendale is like 9 words. It's impressive.
Mission is about what you do.
Mission is what you do. Like
Vision is the
mechanical?
future.
Like mechanical, this is how we're going to do what we said we were going to do? Well, I got my, so we're going to do it.
Right, so you go back to your values.
It's very simple. Oh my God. Change a word or two. It's done.
I feel like I'm back in college.
Right,
We'll be posting these in just a second for you. The good news is, it's the last one like this you have to do. Couple samples in there for you if you need somewhere to start.
So, that's some bad words from Brian.
Core value and vision statement are up on the board if you need to reflect that.
Not necessarily. If you have a house, you are an Angels Camp. No, they're not.
Like Caltrans is like provides safe roads.
Yeah.
Or be so simple.
I think it should
Six
be way
examples
less.
or so.
Bring inspiration.
So a couple minutes and we'll regather.
If you have a body, you are an athlete. If you need a place to live, come to Angels Camp. That's like a big deal.
So each person gives you one at least. You guys have about 2 minutes to write one.
Okay, live.
I mean, I think we'll come up with something.
Enjoy.
Is there alcohol in those cups over there, lady?
What's going on?
Too much sugar.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, cool.
less than a minute.
You doing okay back here? You doing okay back here?
I'm doing fine. This is probably the easiest job I've had in years.
It's not bad. I like the ones who provide programs, excellent services to the public, and with accountability, efficiency.
No, I got all kinds of scratch outs and lines.
Interesting, I've been through a few of these, usually down the nursing ones, I think your statement,
Right.
first off, look at what you are. You're a historic mining. Look at your current statement. Is there anything there that should be changed if you don't like, it? And don't worry about changing. People who works, do their work.
Okay, we got that. Okay, so we're gonna break off into groups again. We're gonna work on this time.
Keeping our same numbers?
No, we're mixing it up. So Councilmember Guy, we'll start with you as a number 2 this time. So 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Rebecca, 3, 4.
That puts us in the same
1.
groups.
Yeah, same group.
That puts us in the same.
Oh, it does? Even though I started with 1 before last time?
Yeah, because she's a 2 and so I'm a 2, because you just.
Oh, it's tilted that way? Okay, we'll break off into groups, but be in different groups. Is that what you're doing now?
That sounds like a consultant.
I'll go to the back table.
So how about the three of us?
Yeah. You 3 and then you guys down here. You can do 3 groups, it's fine. We'll do 3 groups.
Just, yeah, kind of stay where you are and just.
So Michelle, maybe you go with that group.
So for me, I wish that I was like how Nike did.
Make some more even.
I really just thought accountability.
So Rebecca, Michelle, can you go there?
Collaboration and innovation while preserving rich history and
Oh, the only perfect color.
So I already told you.
Our mission is to provide excellent service through trust and leadership
Excellent
while maintaining a
services
high
to the
quality.
public and residents with accountability, efficiency, and trust.
Oh, I didn't, I meant to protect our community with excellent service, leadership,
Read
to
yours.
ensure our high quality. It's basic
to provide safe and affordable city services while delivering exceptional customer
Here's mine.
service.
Rose, you took over.
Mine's are reruns of everything.
While delivering comprehensive.
Yeah, that's what I taught myself.
Yeah.
Writing the same stuff.
Because I'm always stuck on this. Mine says, yeah.
This sounds
Get you out.
So I think everyone has.
They're gonna be like,
Doesn't mean like catchphrases.
I didn't say that's for sure, but I
I'll be
just
in
said
with
excellent service.
Yeah, and you said.
Yeah, I'm not, I'm done with
I put through
the mission statement should be
Personally, I like
changed.
exceptional.
I like exceptional.
Everything else should be quality.
This is what we provide.
And then I think focusing on what we provide. So I did.
What did you write? Nothing?
Municipal service.
I started writing stuff and I kept rewording it and changing it and ended up with nothing.
Been doing this
I
1912.
had something
Not
like,
mine.
don't write for a safe,
Keep it real.
So,
safe and prosperous environment.
Healthy and.
let's just do it for the slogan, or what would you say?
So same thing.
I don't think of healthy.
No, this,
when I think
let's
of-
just do it.
That's nice.
Leadership, I think I
But that would be like a catchphrase, that was.
Yeah, I think like a certain aspect
That's
of
like
it,
not a
of the
catchphrase,
city.
just do it.
Yeah, like I said, if we were like,
Yeah,
like
you-
safety.
yeah,
that's it.
Well, healthy, yeah, safe.
Provide high quality city services.
And we want safe and both.
Innovative because you'll work hand in hand with the
High quality.
High quality.
Okay, so high
Do
quality.
we have to put something like that? Let me look at.
You like hand in hand. We are.
I know. That's not what they
Because our mission statement doesn't sound so governmental.
Protect our community through
Do you remember when Casey
exceptional.
Health was thrown out, or?
efficient.
Kaiser is,
Like honestly.
Okay, I have high quality right here.
Let's go with Chris.
I threw up.
Yeah.
Right?
And you know what? No one. I don't want to.
so, I mean, right now, everybody's happy with the quality services. Right? So,
I was gonna say, I wouldn't say.
So mine was promotes excellent services to the public and residents with accountability, efficiency, and bias.
High quality.
Chris was, yeah, no. It is the mission of Angels Camp to provide services, infrastructure, and public safety in the most efficient and professional way possible, which is nice because it's addressing, so we kind of like that one better. And then through dedication and commitment to our community, we will be proactive and innovative.
I had
Is that what it is?
leadership.
Consistently striving to improve the quality of life for our citizens, businesses, and visitors.
I still hang on to the word.
So,
So take one and then build on it. Take a vote if you have to.
And that's one of the things that I heard a lot of.
I'm thinking this one. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know how, yeah.
but if there is a way to do that.
Is there something in?
Alvin wants to be able to trust his dreams.
no, I didn't, that was awesome.
No, he's good. He's good. Not enough. I'm figuring the numbers out because he don't want to be with us anymore.
Next time was with you. Comma.
I'm just not making a
I was literally kind of like,
You can always go back to
Your poor brain.
I'm trying to think of something.
legacy statement. What do you do?
what is the other?
They don't do this because Calaveras can't do that.
We know that.
What else do we provide it?
And accountability, you don't have to have three.
And
accountability, Bill.
But it does,
To maintain a high quality of life, to maintain a high quality of life or something like that.
What do we do?
We're doing,
We're committed to all of our citizens.
yeah, we're
Ready?
committed to that.
To provide superior quality of life, fiscally responsible, innovative, and innovative as we work hand in hand with our community. There it is. I changed that because you were after superior, right? Was your word? What was your word?
High quality.
Because they give you,
What's your word about high quality thing? She wants to be
No, fine.
I do like.
Yeah, but this is not our visitors, it's visitors.
It's called CVB.
Yeah, we're not CVB, we have people that live here already and they don't.
Can you make, write it?
tree trimmer to dump the tree.
All right, we're going with this.
About another minute.
That's all we got. Because I
I like that.
Paper lock.
Yeah.
It's being recorded. This is all being recorded, so someone can YouTube this whole thing. So when we were talking about
Okay.
way in effect.
Angels Camp is dedicated to providing citizen services, infrastructure, public safety for the quality of life for our citizens, businesses, and visitors in an efficient and efficient way.
No,
That's the two. So, read it again, there might be a couple commas or something in there, I need to put it in.
I've been at this for 2 years. I just.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. We should have had coffee.
We always do.
They are. Hey. Yeah, until you're ready, so I swear to God.
I know.
We didn't do anything about preserving our culture.
Of our quality of life for our citizens, not us, right? For our citizens, businesses, and
Oh, we're keeping one and going to the next. Oh, cool. Hey, guys.
Yeah, we're gonna go with yours. Whatever you
I should want council split.
Alvin did a great job.
Go there, and these two will come here.
Budget, the first budget.
So when she writes that, split them up, and then join the teams, and then same thing. Okay.
Most cost-effective and efficient way possible is what I wrote.
Okay, we're gonna combine teams, one more round. So they're gonna, two people are gonna join you
Bye, ladies.
with theirs. You're out, use your
You guys are coming down
guy.
here.
Basically give you what we got.
Calm down.
Just when you like that.
Wait, we're going over here?
Yeah.
You two are coming over fast, and those guys are going down below.
Well, we're,
Chris and everybody.
I don't know yet.
You met me, that's like, my group, to be like, so you can let me know one more time.
No,
I just drank coffee.
okay, so I'll read my ours.
wait, we gotta do
Oh.
it as well.
Angels Camp is dedicated to provide
Oh.
community services, infrastructure, public safety for a high quality of life
So,
for our
Okay.
citizens, businesses, and visitors in an efficient and professional way.
Municipal services through trusted leadership, accountability, and efficiency for the benefit of our citizens.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's hard to see the change.
I did, that's all I came up with.
No, I think it is, I think it's on there.
Well, let's put it up there.
Provide while being fiscally responsible, innovative as we work hand in hand with our community.
Accountability and efficiency for the benefit of all citizens.
So,
So I like yours, but I feel like.
we're about the same.
It is a lot.
So I think, yeah,
We don't have to put businesses and.
So I guess-
visitors in the mission
Okay.
statement.
yeah, because we already have that in the vision.
What about the high quality of life for our
So
citizens?
what do we do?
Providing services for our customers.
And does yours say that?
Yeah, well, I started off with that. To provide, I started off with provide high quality of city services. While being
So
fiscally
just the
responsible.
Angels Camp is, or to provide.
So just say to provide.
provide. Yeah, okay.
Or city services.
There you go, I'm in it.
Services, infrastructure,
Whom do we
public
serve?
safety,
So that would be.
for a high quality of life.
Right, with the hand,
Our
we're
citizens.
on the same page.
It's two, that is,
Fiscally responsible, innovative, what you do.
I like that word.
Pick up on people.
And how do we want to serve them?
Those are all correct.
That's one of my words when we're doing it.
So you have high quality.
We have high quality, do like.
So to provide high quality municipal
services
services through trusted
infrastructure, public
leadership,
safety,
accountability, and
and a high
efficiency for the
quality of
benefit of our
life
citizens.
through trusted leadership, accountability, and efficiency for the benefit
Yeah.
of our citizens.
Okay, go back.
Okay, so
And
to
you
provide.
Uh-huh.
From yours?
You're gonna write
So
it?
you said municipal.
Now we're done.
We got infrastructure.
To recite it.
Yeah.
You should be able to recite your mission.
Yeah.
We should. See, short and sweet.
Mine was two. Mine was our mission is to provide exceptional service through trusted leadership and maintaining a high quality of life.
Mine was, it is the mission
Simple.
it is the mission of Angels Camp to provide services, infrastructure, and public safety in the most efficient, professional.
Okay, so.
So we have
I love
Provide
how trans-
municipal services,
What is it?
infrastructure,
Provide
public
safe
safety,
roads.
and a high quality of life through trusted leadership, accountability, and efficiency for the benefit of our citizens.
Yes.
She's great. I said that's how you somewhat be similar. This is actually great.
Right.
Yeah. There.
No, I like that.
What are we doing?
Read it again. To provide municipal services, infrastructure, and
Yeah, you're getting,
and
accountability, making people accountable for their spending, everything.
Love it. It's not it was one word though, but it made me just because of what you thought. I think it's not.
To provide, yeah.
Or if there's a sewer line break.
That'll work.
We're accountable for it.
So my problem is that I'm on a couple different.
Are you gonna question it?
Well, no,
What?
I was thinking municipal
Core
services
values or
and public
whatever.
safety. Could be all two different, yeah, are they two different things or are they the same thing?
Somebody on the board.
So then we can say, you can provide high quality infrastructure public safety.
And then they get blinded. So then we're like,
Great,
oh,
I believe you.
but this part, and then they're like, no, it's not one of the words. So then you have to go
So we're not
backpedal,
saying
change your damn mission statement or your core
Municipal
values to
services
get something
include
like
water
that
and
passed.
sewer
And you just
and
add
all
to this
this
red tape,
and
bullshit.
public safety.
And I know that. So that's why this bugs me.
I think it's just the right thing.
Just, that's what, I think that's what, yeah, city services or municipal services.
So get rid of the public. I want you to get
Infrastructure and
rid of
municipal
public.
services is all it should have.
Yeah, okay, so to provide municipal services.
Are we doing this?
No, she's saying,
To
why
provide
are we doing this
infrastructure and high quality of life to trust
Why
citizens.
are we doing this?
Why do we have
Don't we already have a building?
our MOU? Yeah, the
Why
procedures
don't
from
we have-
1980.
Needs more paper.
Great. Put a ribbon on it.
How we doing over here, guys?
We're done.
You guys done? Okay, you guys done?
No,
Yeah.
because they did so much and then they stopped.
All right, everybody back to their spots.
Should rewrite it.
It's fine, I
Okay,
agree.
okay, perfect.
Go back, circle back.
Circling back, come back to your spots. Come back to your spots. Somebody want to hand, I need a copy of the statement.
Yeah, see, she needs
So,
the
let's
copy.
bring these forward, have 1 minute of a break, quick restroom, quick snack, whatever, 1
Yeah.
minute so we can type them up. And then, we'll gather again and discuss. Yeah, yours, how come we're
No, I'm good. Thank you.
And then.
She's rewriting it one last time.
We had to hold it together.
We're plugging the light.
With your survival mode, but I'm saying that not even like with, but doesn't, I just don't understand why the city like 50 years ago didn't have this. I mean, I just don't understand why we're doing
You
this.
can't
right
go ask
now.
Polly, you can't go ask Polly Rajo on the grade.
Well, I don't know, but doesn't every city have it? So why are we so far
Kind of
behind?
blown away that we didn't have it.
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, well, that's where I'm, that's what I'm asking. like,
I can't, I don't know, I can't yet, your history, I can only say.
No problem.
Forward.
Yeah, okay, well,
Okay.
I think eventually it comes up. Like, hey, we've got a million other priorities, we're doing other stuff, do we want to spend the time doing it? And I think some great, I love the foundation of their hands, and things like always want anything. So, get rid of the directions or the ways or the priorities that we want because we don't have a plan. So our team decided, hey, we're gonna figure this out, get our
Well,
foundation
they're
set.
doing that.
And I would say over probably the last many years, money's been a huge issue. And so I don't think any council is going to
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like raising, okay, for instance, it's like raising a family, right? If you have 10 kids, you're just trying to feed the kids. You really don't worry about, right? So I mean, that's what I've been doing. Yeah, I did the same thing there since 1912. I grew up in a big family, we all had kids, I understand that, I don't, I've been doing this, like.
Something that we could have done
Right
right
now. I just,
Red velvet mini cakes, which is what these were.
I mean, it's fine if we're doing this.
That building, my dog.
My dog.
I don't care.
I'm kind of over that.
I take it.
These are some proposals for our mission.
You take it, mine all, I take it, and you did it. That's great, yeah, whatever.
Because I didn't
Yeah,
know.
it's all kind of
Because your
thing, right?
constituents are going to.
I mean, it's got
really
like-
control on whatever.
I know, I'm not saying I didn't want.
Tiana, with Tish and Stay, Tiana, the 3 cousins that I was around, they always had, but they had different stuff.
I love it.
And then they have the cookies that I brought.
There it is.
And then everyone was different, right? They have the regular chocolate chip. So then, I think cookies are good. Okay.
We all back?
Some people are right?
I think we're all back.
I think if we do.
You want to
Yes,
roll?
he's
Oh, sorry.
So
Okay.
then the white, and then
But if I get too much,
And this has correct.
My wife hasn't texted me yet.
So this is, see, there's a chocolate mousse cake, and then there's the chocolate cake with the chocolate.
The last time she
So I would say,
texted me.
yeah.
I'm just
So
saying
you're
our
staying
checklist.
for the holidays, and they're mini cakes.
So they're actually
She would
like
not
this
have
big,
known
they're like,
we had
you know what?
it.
Yes. So I don't know if you want to do those.
When is that gonna happen? When is the election day?
Or we just go
This is so anticlimactic at this point, like,
Okay, okay.
I'm so sorry, we don't get to like, woohoo, like, it's really.
So there's that too, and that's okay, we're all, this is an awesome process. Okay, we got it. All right, we're back, we're ready? All right, here we go, we're gonna vote. 2 mission statements. Good work, I love hearing all the stuff in the background, so it sounded like some good stuff. You guys ready?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
Discuss it next week.
That's okay, I understand. I was given the right to squeeze in a few times. So, mission statement, to provide high-quality municipal services through trusted leadership, accountability, and efficiency for the benefit of our citizens. Number 2, to provide municipal services, infrastructure, and a high quality of life through trusted leadership, accountability, and efficiency for the benefit of our citizens. Wow, look how similar.
I know, look how close.
Somebody cheated.
Can you tell, broke up the same, you wrote that too. All right, so we're gonna take a vote. How many want to vote?
Good work, everybody, good work.
As our base one to start with, that we'll pick apart a little bit, the first one. How many people want to vote on the first one?
They're so.
I mean, they're just like,
I know,
So like the way you read
Pretty
these-
much all we did was add
I
infrastructure.
like the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And I like the.
let's pick one before we debate it.
Two.
I like two.
We're all about 2?
Yeah.
All right,
All
all right, we're gonna pick apart 2.
Jonathan,
Bob, did you do like a?
you did a half.
I still hear.
Okay, open for discussion,
Wait
number
for
2.
somebody, then you're like.
I don't know how, when you
that's
read
not
it though,
really
you like accentuated life and it kind of hooked me in.
Yeah.
So the
yeah.
life, however,
To provide
Quality of life.
municipal services, infrastructure.
I mean, really, the only thing that we added was infrastructure and high quality of life.
Yes.
So we just switched.
Well, you just moved high
Yeah.
I
quality.
moved high quality, and I don't really like high quality municipal.
I
Yeah.
don't like high quality municipal either. Yeah.
Oh, we're on number 2, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so,
Trusted leadership, accountability, and efficiency for the benefit.
it's all in there, isn't it?
There, yeah, it's in
Everything
there.
from number 1 is in number 2?
Yeah.
So the only word I would challenge to throw out there is just something to think through, is citizens. In some jurisdictions, looking at diversity and different things, some people don't consider themselves or would like to
community.
become citizens.
Community.
The word
preference.
citizens, as
Or like
opposed to
sovereign
community,
citizens.
can have a different weight.
Yeah.
So when you have the outside stakeholders and businesses coming in,
Citizens.
I'd like you to think about it.
throw it out.
Community or residents.
Community or residents.
Oh,
is that-
residents.
I like residents.
Yeah.
Residents,
Yeah, well, like
so
sovereign
No, but what about
citizens,
visitors? They're not residents, so you have to say community members or for.
No,
Oh,
you
yeah.
say community, that kind of encompasses everybody.
Yeah.
Community's fine.
They, can we say they there?
Yeah, those people,
Oh,
everybody.
gosh.
Right.
Got it.
Oh, yeah, are you gonna pick this one?
Oh,
Do I have to provide a high quality of life now to somebody?
Yes.
Yes.
What?
How do I do that?
Hello, you don't
Safety.
It takes 2 minutes to go to the
Safety.
iron.
Our high quality of
Trusted
safety.
leadership.
Our lack of traffic.
So now how I can provide them high quality of life?
Our low
I can improve their quality of life.
speeding
or try
ticket
to.
rates.
Oh, he says I can improve, but I can't get them high quality. I'm still gonna have that bad picker.
It'll tell her if there's
And
any.
you want to change high to okay quality?
I can.
Mediocre.
There's a hand in there with a.
Better waddle.
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing on top.
Interactive.
It's like, where do you go?
Municipal services, so.
So you're providing municipal services, you're providing infrastructure, you're providing high quality of life through the trusted leadership
It's all on
and
Rebecca.
accountability and efficiency for the benefit of our community.
I'm not the only leader in this room.
I see 3, 4.
What about accountability? Well, okay, so trusted. Okay, you guys looked at core values?
Yes.
Yeah.
Accountability and efficiency are what about it.
Okay. Any of the, take one last look at the guideline questions or the key questions?
Core values, efficiency, we got that. Accountability is in there. Resilience.
You two can chat.
Sorry.
I know.
Well, we know next week.
Guidelines between 1 and 2 sentences.
Yeah.
Fewer words is better. We got that. Good core values, yep, inspires.
I like it.
That's the word of putting in.
But it does say what we do, it says who we serve,
Straws and the
how are we gonna serve them.
Yep. How do we want to serve them?
Yes.
In a high quality way.
Yep.
Oh, did we move high quality? Oh, no.
It's a-
I got all confused. Well, it was on the bottom and
Oh,
now
there.
it's on the top, so.
Yeah.
Municipal service infrastructure.
Yeah, which is,
Quickie, weird question, and I'm not great at grammar, don't give me. To provide municipal services, infrastructure, and a high quality of life, comma, through infrastructure? No, through trusted leadership?
Our City Gate team, we've sent it in, and
There you
they
go.
will,
Now,
they will
think of
master
all the
this.
syntax.
And
Nice.
They'll do all this fun stuff for us.
How to make it,
And
okay.
we'll submit a draft report.
Grammar Act.
And then you'll review all their.
perfect, provide municipal service, provide industry,
Yeah.
provide a high quality of life through trusted leadership, accountability and efficiency. For the benefit of all. I love it, it's great.
Perfect, good job.
Better than Calaveras counties.
Oh, you good?
Yeah.
Final.
All right, that's our
I think
final.
they're working on my grade.
Well done.
And they can't have office because ours is in Calaveras.
Colors.
Oh, they should, theirs is terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like-
That's what they do.
City of Glendale, exceptional customer service through precision execution and everything. And we're like, kids.
There was another one too that was kind of, I couldn't even understand it. This one, Dover's.
Put together. Moving on, we did mission.
Okay,
We just did mission.
once he's done, we'll be back online.
Good job, girl. And guys.
Yes, excellent work. Boom. Fun stuff. The next one will seem pretty simple by comparison. Okay. Okay, so this is my little comic strip. Can't be bigger than that? Oh, there you go, thank you. So, they were just kind of funny, so if you want to take a look and read them.
I thought that was funny, whatever.
St. David switched to the cat. Pretty often.
Cute.
So the reason I put these up there is because as much as we have these great intentions and all this hard work and all of that's going on and how important it all is, it doesn't necessarily mean that the interpretation or acceptance or perception of staff or the community will be as excited as we are maybe about it. And so sometimes during the messaging process, you know, it might be like, whatever, that's great. They might smile and, agree or not agree, and or they might just think, oh, there's just more to do, because now we've got more priorities. So it's just sort of that awareness of, this is all good stuff, and we're excited and motivated, and she's got Rebecca has a great messaging plan, but it's just one of those kind of funny ways to say, awareness, we're on a high from it, but everybody else might have some different perspectives on it. So messaging will be key as we put it out there, so. Okay, with that, got the next slide? Keep going. Yeah. Okay, so do we need a real quick break before we do this other light exercise? How are we doing?
Keep
Okay.
rolling.
Okay, so the next one is our guiding priorities. Don't you love all these packets? Okay, so guiding priorities. These will provide the direction on how we achieve the city's mission. These will be the rules that govern what we do. They're the guidelines for decision-making for staff. They are the tools that guides policy and decision-making. So typically, overarching council priorities are 3 to 5. 3 is great, 5 is most. So the idea is, and in your packets, you will see, there's 2 attachments. That was the word bubble that you saw up on the screen that gave you what the community and the staff's core priorities are. So this is your reference sheet, because we're talking about guiding priorities, right? The second sheet is a little more detailed. That is the community and staff survey priorities and concerns separated from community and staff, and then you'll notice that some of them are highlighted in green. Those are the ones that overlap with each other. That means both parties agree that that was a priority for them. Okay, so you'll notice new development was in community, that means it also was with staff, even though it wasn't just typed in twice. So the green just gives you an idea that everybody sort of shared that same thought or concern. So those documents are basically the same, one is just in a more detailed format for you. So the plan here is for council to work through what their overarching priorities are, because not everything can be a priority. So whether that's public safety, innovation, whatever that is, you're gonna come up with sort of what your 3 to 5 arching priorities are. So we have a worksheet, again, lucky us. There's some guidelines there on here. These priorities are to help provide clarity for staff. These are things that need to be manageable and actionable. That's okay, manageable and actionable by staff. They need to be things, like I said, 3 to 5. They need to pull towards the future. They need to align with your vision, mission, and values and the survey data. And then eventually you just need to make the hard call and decide what those probably 3 key priorities are for this council. So, using that data and all the information that we've gathered today, I'd like you to write your top 8 priorities. If there's less, that's fine. And then eventually you're gonna get to your top 5, just like we did sort of in the beginning with core values. Okay? And we're gonna get to that voting and some of the similar stuff we did before. So, have fun, jot down core priorities for this
What if
organization.
some of them we already have in place, or we already,
Right now, it can be anything you want.
but
So-
is it, should I waste one of those if I know it's something that's already gonna be marked up?
Just go ahead and write your top 8.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we'll be going through the layers again through this, so we can add and take away.
Do you have the rest of this handout? I got shorted again.
So sorry.
Yeah, see, you see a pattern starting here?
Yeah. See, it's a pattern.
So if
Thank
it's
you.
green, it's on both.
Right.
These are all the things that the community said, these are the things our staff said. So of those, we're prioritized.
And it doesn't have to be just from that, but that
Oh,
at
yeah.
least gives you,
We
yes,
get it.
exactly. Yes. mentioned 5, you get to go to 3.
Thank you.
Maybe another minute or so. If you've done 3, please put them in order of priority. So if you did 3, please place them in order of priority. 1, 2, 3. I feel the love. Everybody have their 1, 2, 3?
Just a question, are we
Yes.
going to objectives after this? Is that going to be part of this? Is it going to break, are we, the next step, going to be breaking down objectives in each one that we identify?
So what we're gonna do is the,
I'm just wondering how, I'm breaking these down a little bit, maybe too far, because I don't know if they're going to get,
we're gonna, from the general plan that you guys had done before, you had about 80 goals and objectives in the general plan. So in here, we're gonna identify in year 1, 2, 3, or 5, and it's priority 1, 2, or 3 in that year, in the specifics. So this really is what are the 3 arching priorities for council that will also go on the website that just says these are our 3 key priorities. In other words, these are the most important things we need to get done. So if these are, they're in the 3 umbrellas, those 3 umbrellas,
Okay.
that's what needs to get done first.
okay.
Does that help?
I've been part of one before when we did the priorities, and then under each priority, you then break down the objectives of that step by step by step.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. A little more general. Okay, ready? Okay. Ready to take 5. All right, so you guys got your 3, and then you did 1, 2, 3, correct? Yeah. All right, so we'll start on this side. So you're just your number 1.
Okay, so
Just a one word.
So it's different if I'm looking at the city as a whole compared to the department as a whole. So that's where I sort of struggle a little bit, because I know there's city objectives, and then there's, at least 3 objectives that I have within our jurisdiction. And there's some stuff that he has that I probably put on my list as well. So I'm not quite sure, are we looking for, do you just want my priorities for what I feel needs to be done, or are we looking for citywide priority?
So it's citywide, but it's important because the council makes the ultimate decision on what the overarching priorities are. So it's important for both of them to understand your perspective. So I think it's okay if you have top 2 because your department head, so it's a little unique, to say citywide, I see this as a priority, and my priority number 1 is this. So I think you can give 2, you over here. that's fine, although they might fall kind of in the general same category. I mean, they're public safety, which would be in a category.
Right.
So,
And so for me, for public safety, I mean, my constant strive is to get to national standards on staffing. So I'm running 2.0, I need to get 3 to 4.0, so my guys can go to work when they get on scene. We're not relying on other agencies to come in and help the city, because there's times when those aren't available. So my number one, as a fire chief, would be staffing.
okay,
My number two was, and we know this, we're working on this, I need a place to put our new apparatus. I need a facility. And we're working on that with a grant, we're hoping that that works, but that will be probably my second priority as a department head moving forward, because I need to get those rigs in service somewhere.
Okay.
So we have to figure that out.
but that, okay, so you don't get to go to 3, so it's just because it's just number 1. But you got 2, so you get a citywide and a department.
So on my citywide would be to, work on recruiting business to increase tax revenue.
Okay, so take out facility, the staffing came first, and then put in new businesses? Is that what you said?
Yeah, which is correct.
Okay, great, thank you, good.
And under the same kind of idea, mine is probably, to break it down easiest, is recruiting for police.
Staffing?
Yeah, it's kind of, it's, I don't need more people, I need to be able to fill my vacant spots.
Yours is pay and benefits.
Yeah, I guess paying benefits, then I guess that would,
Okay, so that is different, because you said staffing.
No, I said recruiting.
Recruit to fill vacancies, but that's still a
Vacancies.
staffing challenge.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so staffing, and then,
And then the second one is infrastructure, citywide, water, wastewater, and sewer.
okay,
I mean, roads.
okay, perfect. Okay, good, thank you.
Infrastructure and technology.
Great.
What's infrastructure?
Infrastructure, and
Infrastructure, too.
then, okay,
New business.
new businesses, so put new businesses too.
So I, kind of similar, I have 2 hats. So on
You
a,
get a pass for that.
I know.
Go ahead.
So on a internal,
Mhm.
in order to carry out these citywide priorities, pay and benefits would be my top priority internal,
Okay,
which I know the community that's not their top priority. In terms of community, top priority, it would be new, so on the new, it says new business and business friendly. I kind of interpret that as new business and retention of businesses.
so do new business / retention.
/ retention.
Yeah, and put it in number 3, correct. Yeah, okay. Okay, excellent. Isabel, Councilmember?
I have infrastructure and revitalization.
So infrastructure is a 4. So you get 1, so,
Oh, whoops.
You only get one, which one is your top one?
Top one.
so is infrastructure your top 1?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, for now, we might
Yeah.
have to revisit.
Well, because I think of revitalization, I think of businesses, I think of code compliance, like I think of that as an umbrella, which those are kind of already up there.
Right.
So what was the second one? I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Only gets one council.
Damn, girl. Doesn't matter.
She's not a department head.
You might have a.
I know, that wasn't very nice of you.
You're really
So we're moving on.
Isn't that different? Normally the council gets the better than the
I like it. It's good. She needs it. Let's
Okay.
Mine was also business development.
Okay,
Okay.
so 4 for business. Great, Mayor?
I guess I'd go sales tax generation is what I put down, whether that's new business, old business.
So specific revenue generation or sales tax? You said sales tax, so only sales tax, or do you want revenue generation?
Revenue generation.
Okay.
New business.
Take it away, but just-
No, you're fine. I know, we're necking it down.
Okay. Okay, Vice Mayor?
So I'm kind of playing like how Isabel did. Mine's infrastructure, but it's not so much like for wastewater, no offense, or anything like that, but it's more like code compliance. It's all together for me. So it's I'm trying to play how I can put, like, I feel like that I'm trying to play on words here. It's infrastructure,
Well, infrastructure, it's.
Or is it
floods
revitalization?
and-
I think it's revitalization because it has more of a code compliance aspect.
City
So,
infrastructure
yeah, thank you.
upkeep, utilities, resource, streets, and.
And I also think that the staffing issue is the same as the benefits, because you want
Yeah.
to have more money to staff, you want to get more money for,
To fill the
to
positions
fill
you
those
already have.
positions. I think it's all that, it's the same, okay,
Yeah,
I'm
we're gonna do that.
revitalization.
We'll come back to combining, let's just
With
finish
that,
these.
with the component of code compliance, it's there, it's in place, we just have to figure out how to put it into action.
Okay,
You can say code compliance.
Well,
If you want code compliance to be your number one, you can say
yeah,
that.
okay.
let's leave it like that, revitalization code. Because we don't have to invent it anymore, it's invented. Okay, Greta, you're it.
Well, I put homelessness.
Okay.
Throw it in there, that's your number one.
Mine made
That's
the
my number
list,
3.
mine made the list. I put it
Only
under
because
quality of
I deal with
life.
them on a
Yeah,
daily
you do.
basis.
Yeah, you do.
I've had to kick one out twice. that
Okay.
night during the morning.
So 3 to 5 is the goal. So take a look at this list. These are arching priorities. In other words, what falls in these baskets are your overarching priorities. So as we walk through the general plan and all of these goals and objectives that you have in here, the priority of money, resources, energy, focus, et cetera, more so will go into those buckets. That is the idea for creating this strategic plan. So when you look at this, we can look at, is there anything that, now we can talk about combining or what makes sense, et cetera. So pay and benefits can go with staffing, so go ahead and let's have an open conversation and then we'll go.
We're not putting any more of ours up on there?
Right now, this is it. This is everybody's number one.
Well, I agree with Caroline, I think paying benefits and staffing
Okay.
are,
Go, yeah.
they're hand in hand. So
Yeah, you need
if
more money in
stays
that
on the
bucket.
list, it stays on the staff. One.
Staff.
Okay, go ahead. What else?
And revenue generation goes hand in hand with new business, I
Yeah,
believe.
I put new business, put mine in
Well, or
new business.
even business retention.
Yeah,
Because
all of
if
it,
the
yeah.
business is growing, then that's going to increase tax revenue.
And the revenue generation, throw it in the new business,
Yep.
because it's retention.
I'll listen to the discussion.
Yeah.
Which, and revitalization can go both ways, right? Because it can go to, or you think?
I think homelessness goes with code, I don't know, it's all cleanup.
I think it goes with revitalization too.
Homelessness,
Yeah.
that's kind of what I was thinking, I don't
Yeah.
want to speak on Gretel's behalf, but.
You
No,
can,
I agree. I mean, code compliance and homelessness are kind of on the same order. Revitalization to me is fixing something.
Yeah,
To me,
like
it's
that's
also
a-
cleaning it up.
But it's also
too.
cleaning it up, yeah, fixing and cleaning up an issue.
It's like Sister Act.
Yeah.
Like what?
I said it's like Sister Act. Remember when they go
So that
clean
now
up the
has
neighborhood?
two,
That'll be now be 2.
Now we know what we're gonna do.
take revenue generation and throw me up on new business retention.
Well, okay.
Yeah, that was what I was.
Because that's
going to
really
say,
where our
because
revenue would be
Revenue
coming
generation
from.
is not just business.
No.
You're going to.
It's housing, it's everything, yeah, it's,
Has property tax and stuff, yeah.
yeah.
Well, and typically you see, and I'm just throwing these out as terms, a lot of jurisdictions put in fiscal stability, fiscal resiliency
Right.
as an overarching, where then your revenue generation, pay, those kinds of things would fall under the fiscal stability element. So that might be a thought to an
Like the
overarching
umbrella
priority.
for
Right.
the new business, business
Right.
retention, revenue generation
Fiscal
could be
stability.
fiscal stability. Okay.
Affects different things. So what are our thoughts around fiscal, either stability or resiliency as a term?
Which is funny because that was my number 2.
Yeah, fiscal stability.
Yeah, because resiliency to me means, well,
Surviving COVID.
yeah,
Yeah.
whereas stability is we're stable, we're good.
Right.
I mean, they go hand
Or you
in
can go
hand, right?
fiscal responsibility, fiscally responsible or fiscally sound.
We said fiscal or just as.
Fiscally diversified.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway. But that was a big thing that we heard through this survey was we need more businesses.
Yeah.
And I include restaurants under that.
Right, restaurants, housing,
Yeah.
nightlife,
And housing, yeah.
what was it?
Adult.
Adult entertainment,
Yeah.
children
Children,
entertainment.
LSU has a real problem.
It
That's what we want. We're gonna put that in our mission.
Well, new business is a lot more. New business is a lot more than just this. New business is entertainment and joy and
Yeah.
connection. It's a lot of other things.
Right.
So not umbrelling physical stability of the business together. Business,
So-
retention, growth, all of those things is a different category.
Yeah, so maybe we put, instead of revenue generation being there, have that just, oh yeah, so have it just be fiscal stability.
And then for business, since that seems to be economic development.
Economic
business,
development,
What
yeah.
is the term that is comfortable as an overarching priority then? What was?
Economic development's good.
It is, it hits it all.
Yeah.
Encompassing.
Yeah.
Right. And economic development could encompass the revitalization and some of those other elements potentially.
I think it encompasses new businesses, business retention, I think revitalization, new development.
I mean, right, it does it along housing too, right?
Yeah.
But it does not encompass, I don't think, the code compliance and
No,
homelessness.
right.
That's all.
So,
Infrastructure,
or infrastructure.
infrastructure number 2, as we all know.
How many do we get to keep?
3, is it usually like 3 to 5 is the
Is
goal?
technology part of infrastructure?
I kind of think of
I
it
think
as.
that's what I think, because we're talking,
So now when
but
I
it
think
depends on how you're
infrastructure-
thinking of it though.
I think
Internal,
roads, I think.
if you're thinking
water.
external, it's roads and water, but if you're thinking internal, it's internet and,
See, I think of technology and
Clouds.
communication.
We lost Jen.
I had technology and communication on my 3 list, but it was more internal and then communicating with each department and outreach for public communication.
But not really. So part of the survey, and it didn't make the list, but some of the complaints out there is our internet capabilities within the city.
Yeah.
Our poor.
yeah.
Within the county, the whole county.
That's
Yeah,
infrastructure,
but we
for
can't
sure.
control the county,
No.
but we can control the city.
Yeah.
So our Wi-Fi is not good downtown. Even though we get, internet, if you're close to, 449 or the old 4, so Vallecito, outliers don't.
Right.
So that was an issue, and so even though it's not necessarily like our individual infrastructure that we would be responsible for, it is an infrastructure issue, impact to the citizens,
Talk to AT&T,
which then
talk to
makes it
Comcast.
difficult for them to
Have taken the survey in the first place.
grow their business,
Yes.
or open up new businesses, or
Right.
from home.
Technology can be a standalone. It often is.
Okay.
As opposed to umbrelling it. I mean, if you had like 1 or 2 little things you had to work on, it's like, okay, we can sweep that under infrastructure, but if there's a lot of technology things that need to happen, then that's probably its own category as a focus area. So that's a choice for you to make.
And what I would say is, it might be a good idea to keep that standalone, because if you think of how many decades technology was not a priority of the city council, I think it's important that it's at least in your face, in the forefront, so it's not.
I mean, there's still areas in Angels Camp you don't have good cell coverage, so,
They don't have good right here.
right? Well, at my house, it's 50 for Verizon.
So are we necking it down, fiscal stability, economic development, infrastructure? I mean, we have 4 votes for infrastructure up to our first.
Infrastructure,
Okay. So we have 3.
Looks like our top 3 are,
Well, I don't know, for me, infrastructure, I mean, technology is something we have to keep investing in for me, year after year. Infrastructure is like a whole, I don't know,
Yeah.
for me, infrastructure takes a higher priority than.
well, infrastructure is something that is ongoing, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right, it's already in the CIP, we're doing the backwash
Right.
station, I
Right.
mean, there's a lot of,
And it's always-
projects
there's
that Chris is gonna
scheduled
pull his
stuff.
hair out this next year with.
Right, there's scheduled stuff, and as soon as you replace something, you put it on the schedule to be replaced in 10 years, right? That's what you're supposed to do. Well, that's what we're supposed to do.
Yes.
Buy a new fire truck, then you put that on the schedule to replace it in however many
And these
years.
aren't competing, just so you know. These are not categorized like fiscal stability isn't more important than economic development. These are your overarching,
Oh, gotcha.
equally important
Okay.
categories. So
Okay.
don't feel like you have to technology versus business versus, these are
And we
your
can pick up
overarching.
to maximum 5.
Yes, that's the goal.
so I think infrastructure is really
Oh,
important.
that's really important.
So you can highlight that, or how?
So there's 4.
Do you have to have?
I guess I'm not following what you've done with this overarching. I understand where they plug in and how they play with each other, but are you putting any of those into economic development?
No, right now, this is the big umbrella. This is the big, at the very top. These are your 4.
So how is
priorities.
fiscal stability accomplishing any of the priorities above? They're all playing into somewhere.
Fiscal stability could play into those guys, let's just, or just
It could
For
play
staff-
into.
for staffing.
Well, it can play into retaining existing businesses, recruiting new businesses. It's looking at other revenue sources that are less volatile.
So
what are things
it's
that we
looking
can
at
do?
one, our staffing and new business is under fiscal stability. Is that what?
It straddles both economic development and fiscal stability. But when you're looking at fiscal stability, it's a bigger
Umbrella. It's a balanced budget.
Right.
It's what is your reserve?
Right, it's like an ongoing, everyday, just like technology always structures.
Reserves.
Economic development,
It's-
business, and retention.
Yeah, but it would also be how you're
Policies.
handling your expenditure side
Yeah,
too.
right,
So it's not just revenue.
Right.
So how
But
you
policies
doing
would
it,
be
you're
in there, I
efficient.
think, right?
Yep.
So we
And
have
then
to
economic
have-
development would be housing, new business,
Correct.
revitalizing downtown, at least in my opinion.
But
Yeah.
infrastructure doesn't include the code compliance homelessness. Infrastructure is just,
Correct.
Infrastructure, would be water, sewer,
Standalone.
I think that needs
DSL.
to be standalone, code compliance homelessness situation should be an overarching priority.
To the group.
That's what I think. I think we need to bring down code compliance homelessness down, in a way.
I agree.
It's definitely something I'm passionate about. And it affects everybody in the city.
And it's been one of our most outspoken,
It is absolutely something we see people come to meetings about.
and reach out weekly.
Yep.
And it's a
But I
problem in
understand
every
that
community in the
It's
United
in every
States.
community in the United States, but if we don't put it, if it's not just a reminder, sometimes I feel like communities don't prioritize it, and then it becomes out of control.
Right.
And we know that there's the criminal side that we
Oh.
are never gonna be able to fight.
I don't,
It's like the
it's
code
like,
enforcement we can't.
yeah, it wasn't on the front burner for Sonora, and we now see what happened.
Yeah, if you get behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
And then.
Or maybe it was, and that's why they're where they're at.
Right, exactly.
And
And then
so-
in terms of staffing.
If you offer them, yeah.
Well, pay and benefits, I think that is more of like like an employee retention of employees.
Of existing.
Instead of saying staffing, pay, benefits, employee retention.
Well, and we're looking at the overarching priorities on the bottom. Those are going to be the top priority goals. So the idea of things that you picked out above could fit into any of those.
Right, right.
And if they don't, then you want another one that's an overarching priority, not getting too many. 5
Employee
would be max.
retention would definitely go under fiscal stability.
Yeah.
Could,
And
could.
infrastructure.
So the only,
I don't know what umbrella that would be.
And I feel like that's ongoing too. We've negotiated contracts and MOUs like 9 times in the last 2 years. So it's always ongoing. It's always coming up with inconsistencies and things that we're finding and staffing issues, so.
I think from my perspective and from my staff's perspective though, the issue is like, if you say, okay, we want to do heavy investment in infrastructure, we want to do a lot of work on homelessness and code enforcement and economic development, using the exact same staff that we have, the exact same numbers, we're struggling to try to keep those slots filled. So if we don't address the employee component, we're understaffed. We can't pull it off. We can't pull it off. We're not
Can't do
gonna
more
be
with less.
successful.
Right. Or more with the same. So we're barely keeping our head
But
above water.
so my question is setting this prioritization doing more, or is it just
Just prioritize.
prioritizing what we would like for you to prioritize? So I don't know, I'm not saying that you can't then not eat lunch, or you can't do billing or whatever. There's other things internally that you still have to do, but I feel like it should be doing you a service by helping you to prioritize what we want done in the order of how we want it done. Am I thinking wrong? I mean, is it doubling up? Is it adding that much more work by clarifying?
I think it's looking over here and not looking over here. So if you're looking over here and you're saying, here are all the things that we want to be our priority, we're over here saying, that's all great, we don't have any staff to do it because we've had turnover, or we can't retain staff that ends up having longevity. So we end up having green staff all the time. Yeah.
And let me hop in for a second, because we're going to break this down farther, correct? These are just the main umbrellas.
This is the main umbrellas,
And then-
and what we're going to.
Because we're getting in the weeds on staff retention, and
Yeah,
we're
and
getting
we
way
don't
off.
want to. I was gonna cut off in a second.
Um,
So,
And
these are your overarching priorities. So everything that you, because technically speaking, you've already done the work of the nitty gritty of what you want in the general plan. That's why you spend a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of energy, all those things into these 75 key goals and objectives, which are all of these and then some.
Right.
And so this is what we're gonna categorize.
Right.
But what you're telling, so but in here, not everything there is in here, there's a lot of other stuff in here too.
Right.
And what you're saying is that to staff, when we do this, instead of coming up with a separate strategic plan, which would just be like, oh, by the way, you have a general plan and here's a strategic plan, we're saying, you already have one, now we're gonna just make this very detailed, so staff knows this year, these are the 3 things that we have to do, and it falls into these umbrellas.
And then we can check
So I
2 of
guess-
those off.
Yes.
And then the 1 gets postponed because we just didn't get to it this year, or whatever. I mean,
Or staffing or whatever.
Or staffing, or you can't get material, Chris can't get a
Right.
Yes.
a PRV valve, or whatever.
And it's okay that if your overarching priorities, like, let's say you decide, if this is what we're trying to get to, is that, we're looking at, are we gonna categorize staffing and benefits and all those things under fiscal stability? You don't have to. If you want 6, put staffing up there as one of the things that needs to be worked on, that's fine, that's up to
Or
you.
do we look at it more
And
as
you
a
can adjust it later.
implementation piece?
And that could be. So it's really kind of up to you how you see it. From a perspective of staff, they're gonna look at this and go, so ours didn't make the priority. And then you'll have to
Right.
explain, it will be in the messaging to say, no, actually it is. It's part of our fiscal stability,
Right.
it's part of getting staff for homelessness. It's just a subcategory. As far as overarching goes, you don't typically see staffing, pay, and benefits as maybe a top overarching priority. You see public safety.
That's what I was gonna
you know,
say,
those
public
kinds of
safety.
things.
Right.
Those are the
Yeah.
things that you
Yeah.
see.
If we
So-
took that public safety though, wouldn't that include homelessness and code enforcement?
It
You
is.
could do public safety and have
Right.
that.
So
And that
that's-
could include staffing too.
And it
because that
could
would be an
include
element.
staffing, because that would be an
Yes,
element.
exactly.
Okay.
And can I throw one more thing out real quick on, just out of the survey, the top 5 combined from city staff and there was new development, and these weren't in order, correct, or were they in order?
Not moving.
Okay, so new development, which we have up there, community affordable housing program, so housing is up there under economic development. New business and business friendly is up there. New improving parks is not up there
Right.
anywhere that I see. And city infrastructure, upkeep, utilities, streets, landscape. So that one is up there. So just out of the community wise, we do not have
But
new
that's an
improvement.
Wouldn't that be under
infrastructure.
infrastructure?
I was gonna say, because
You could, I'm just,
it's kind of in the works, because we know that
We already
grant
know
is
that
there.
happening.
We already know the
That's why I
walking
didn't
trail
know.
and all that stuff. Things are in motion,
And
so.
facilities are typically part of infrastructure.
So I think that we look at employee staffing, all of that as an implementation component to any of these.
And,
Okay.
and you were with us
They're all
before, so we
gonna
can't
have
overload, and back to staffing, you can't overload. I mean, we can only throw so many goals at them in a year, because that's what we got last time.
And that's
Like,
what
oh,
we're
we're
gonna
gonna
do
do bam,
next.
bam, bam.
That's what we're gonna do.
Okay, never mind then, never mind.
But you're absolutely right. You're all absolutely right. And that's what
So
this
just
is
on
for,
the
is to say,
prioritization.
okay, now what are we gonna do in year 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5?
Right.
And then
So-
how to prioritize.
So on the homelessness code enforcement, do we want to
Public
not
safety?
instead say public safety?
And then they go.
Because that was a big
Because
piece of
that
what people,
is,
yeah, and
That's the reason.
it's the reason, and it's also 73% of the people who live here are happy, and so let's continue to make that a
And
priority.
also, for, I think, to your point, I'm glad it came up, because anybody coming into here, whether they're going to live, run a business, build a community, whatever they're going to do, then I want to know that if the council's one of their number 1 priorities isn't public safety, I'm probably not going to open a business or live here.
Yeah.
So having it up
Yeah,
there.
and public safety.
And it's broad, it's, you know, it's a broad spectrum anyway, but that could be easily included in those things, and that will just be.
Because I
part of
think
the message.
code enforcement is one of the little things
Yes.
underneath
It's
that.
under public
Yeah.
Public
So it's almost
safety,
the same.
Right,
and
so,
you know, later they put those
Just
subcategories.
Then we got, kind of, I don't know.
And when we do a staff report, you'll have some of the subcategories and some of this information, so. Okay. It's just
All right.
executive. Okay, so awesome, congratulations, check the box. You got your overarching priorities, yes? Do we feel good about it?
Yeah.
Yes? Yep. Okay, think you got them all? Excellent. All right, let's take a quick break. Break
It did for me.
Yeah, but.
So we went over to,
That's fine.
Holy cow, so much stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no, they texted me and
So, I got to take a 10 minutes. Well, it's
See, we're not in 29.
I am,
So.
in here. Since then, this knuckle is just, I will move something and it's,
Throbbing.
yeah.
Hey, I saw that interview that you're doing about the FFA.
Aldi, I don't know.
What was the Aldi thing? She meant Alvin, right?
She meant me.
That's what I thought.
I'm not good.
I'm all-
She's been like
There's
this
no
for
way Aldi was in FFA 31 years ago.
And I think I think she did her mouth wrong. I was like,
Oh, I know, I read that too, and I was like,
Because I was in high school 30.
I was like, I'm
Right.
35, so.
no, it was supposed to be me.
Don't say that. Yeah, our 30-year high school reunion.
What were you gonna say?
A bowling
A
ball.
bowling ball, because
He
over
was
at Blacko,
competing with the sun.
over at Blacko, now, it's fancy, I mean, it's and I grabbed the biggest, heaviest one, but I got
Right.
Right.
in fact, this whole 45
I mean, it's actually, it was a good one. I asked her, I know, like, what is all
Still raining out there?
Yeah, so
Well, it's right here. What is
Well, we wouldn't let her. No.
There's another one.
So we're gonna
Is one of the guys that go over the last time.
Because usually.
Oh, they only. So I.
That way you don't go.
I mean, it's really, that can't be right.
Probably just came up as a top or whatever. So
Yeah, because how we keep buying.
just push that button.
well, that's cool. That's good to know.
Hey, John, can you see if you have highlighter pens back there?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
So go out and use it. Like, oh, this is easy.
Yeah.
And then I get up. I caught it.
Oh, God.
My legs went and hit me in the back of the head. My soul got knocked out of my body. I tried not to cry.
I bruised
Are you talking about your
myself.
skiing? I had whiplash for like 2 weeks.
After you did what?
But you,
Call Mark Duncan right now.
we'll do,
Jane and his family.
That's why you're so.
I think you guys have one of your
Sitting is the new smoking.
He's working in Oakdale.
I only buy it. Can you bring me
But it's at least working for the department.
and you know the little phone mice are hanging outside of
And let you know if it's ready.
the little phone.
I'll just try to get it before I.
One minute, I'm gonna grab one. He'll drop it off in my front door, that'd be awesome.
So I just,
Thank you.
Oh, really?
So we'll see.
Is this a big
One is better than
package?
that, but
Yes.
it's still.
Yeah, she got it.
Yeah. County doesn't, starts on March, doesn't end until
Then I'm gonna
August.
email it to you.
That'd be great. Hey, I just have no idea. I've been a fan of your mother and her artwork.
What makes it so big?
I have a dozen of pictures. I have no idea.
So,
Why is it such a
Oh,
big?
that's right. And then like,
Oh, right, from the last meeting.
I just started to know that I know.
And then people will be like, but like, oh, you have to know. I've already read all that stuff.
Those have been pretty quick. Right now, so I have
and that's if they did it.
and it when you see it, I haven't seen it.
She said her packet's gonna be linked.
It's kind of a big package. Together, there are similarities. Packaging, I just had no.
None of them were
And then I'll email it to you guys like Andy.
I'll swing by Monday and grab it, but if you don't remember, or I'll go online and get it.
You just leave mine online.
Yours or mine? That's yours.
You just leave mine online. So you know, I never figured out how to.
no, it's just her phone without class.
I can make yours link that, yeah.
You know, Peter Myers.
Link it at your house.
You were checking your email.
No, I just think when they're
That like 2 years ago.
Put themselves through.
I mean,
That's not the case anymore.
If you're ever sick, he'll just bring it up. He's like Instagram.
Really, you probably could get.
I do love that. That's part of living in a small town. I just dude, I don't know.
Really, you have folks who you've hired, yeah.
Oh, Donnie will do it.
So Delta will, Delta's an independent, but they'll have a class of 50, maybe. And then you're wondering why.
No, already have our cars involved.
I'll say watch this. Watch it be my work job.
Yeah, so
Just watch it be your life.
It was visible. Oh, yeah. 6 months of.
I've already had a shitty.
but believe me, I remember the 6 months of stuff as I was going down, I was leaving.
I know, that should that counts as 3.
Go do the counter. About 6:30.
Or strong?
And then I go to work for.
Let's just hope everyone's okay.
I don't know.
Scott, do you allow classes, CCW classes with Spartan Defense?
Say that again?
Do you allow the like CCW training through Spartan Defense?
I have to, where are they out of?
They're out of Valley Springs.
They're probably on our list.
He's legit, it's very good. I took a 101 class with him, it was
Yeah,
great.
we have a list of.
I know, I need to get the list.
And I can always add people if they come to us and say, can we be added, they show, they give me their,
Certificate?
well, their criteria, this is what we
Oh, I
think,
gotcha.
like
Because I want to do that this
Yell over their mouth.
spring. This spring.
Yeah, their curriculum, they're just gonna submit their curriculum.
Because he is approved for the county.
Yeah.
But as far as the fence goes,
At least I don't see anybody that's looking at it. It'll be in
Just like,
Oh, yeah.
if it would have, if it was
there. Yeah. Okay. That worked out. This is rocks. It would have nailed it.
right here, yeah.
I just assumed it was a bit mine.
So, I don't have
So
he came to the-
about 30 seconds.
So I told him, called him just Joe's jurisdiction.
We should undo I know, we're just finding our rectangular.
Perfect. Like a little task.
Okay, we got our
I think if I want
Moving on.
Moving on.
There you go. Yeah.
So do me a favor, don't read the whole thing, don't make it all just yet.
Okay.
Take one and pass it. Unfortunately, when this printed, for some reason, it didn't pick up the color, so I'm gonna have you guys highlight something for me in it.
Make sure Laura gets a full complete.
If you guys don't have a highlighter pen, you can just use a little pen and put a star next to the ones
You
that I
guys don't
mentioned.
get a highlighter.
I'll
We
share
can't
it.
trust you with one. You want one?
You want one? We
I
can
can put
share.
stars. I like stars.
You can sip them all day long. I don't think you're gonna do anything.
Yeah.
There's special ones for that.
Don't unmute us yet.
I was gonna say.
Rose is gonna come up the table.
Yeah.
This is all of your hard work on the general plan, so kudos to you. It's a lot of work. And the goal here today is to figure out which of these items need to be accomplished in year 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. That will be one of the goals. Second is in which tier within that first year. So the first year has tier 1, 2, and 3. Meaning tier 1 would be a top priority within the first few months, hot item, let's get on it. Tier 2 would be like, okay, in the next, after the month 4, kind of mid-year, we need to work on it. Tier 3 is get it done that year, don't really care when. Okay? So that's what the tiers look like, so that staff is very clear on year 1, tier 1 is where they need to be, and that gives them an idea on that, okay? So
What if they're seasonal? Within the year, what if it's like, obviously it's gonna happen in the summertime because it's roads or it's.
Then we'll put that in. I mean, we can.
But I mean, are we
can
still
make a
saying
note.
tier 1, get it done, it's a
Yes,
priority?
as soon as possible.
Okay.
We'll assume as soon as possible, weather permitting.
Based on whatever the criteria
Yes,
is.
because
You want it
internally,
done
other
in the
things are
year?
gonna
It's
happen.
tier 1.
A staffing thing could happen, a COVID could happen, a weather could happen. So we're gonna say, this is the priority, and then
Right.
hope for the best that everything falls in line. I'll wait for her to come back. We lost her to the rain.
What's the matter? Is it cold draft?
This draft is ridiculous. Do you guys have a towel or rags or something?
Car accidents?
I say, I heard Vallecito, I heard all sorts of fun.
Is there a fire? I'm the fire department.
It just rained, like,
You want a
these
towel?
excuses to get out of here.
That's great, he's water department.
Nice.
In the meantime, if you guys want to highlight or star next to in the spreadsheet, the things that I had highlighted were the things that the community and staff felt as priorities. I was highlighting them on here so we knew, so you guys would have that as a reference. My apologies, it did not print out for some reason. So on the very first page, the very first one, just highlight that box, because that was one of the items. What I will tell you is even though
First box.
you're highlighting these items, they're not verbatim. So when you looked at the community survey, obviously that's a recent community survey.
Right.
You guys okay?
I'm sure he is.
Oh, thank you, you're doing his for me. The recent community is maybe gonna have a little verbiage, so I tried to mirror them as much as I could. So some of it might look a little like, I don't know if that quite matches, it kind of does, it falls under the umbrella. We cannot edit these. This is general plan items fully adopted by council. These cannot be edited. If you want to add a line of a priority or change something, that way we can. We just can't change these particular items, right? Okay.
And that came in from which part of the survey? The staff? or
This
the
became
community?
staff and community, the ones I
Staff or-
highlighted. Staff or community, yeah. I kind of took the top
Either or.
five.
That's fine.
I took the top 5 of the green that were highlighted in
That were
the
on that
sheet. Exactly.
Yep.
So second page, go to housing element, do the 4th box where it says retain and expand.
Gotcha.
Go to the page 3,
Yep.
public facilities and service, first box.
Maintain and unfeasible?
Yes.
Okay.
Next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sixth box, maintain or increase the levels of service currently available, the biggest paragraph.
You can do 6?
Second to last page, that was second.
Okay.
It was the sixth one.
Sixth box down.
And then under economic development, first box.
Oh,
Economic development,
maintain
first
and
box,
enhance.
maintain and enhance.
Yeah.
And then last page, parks and rec, first box.
I have yours.
She's marking.
I'm marking.
Parks and Rec, big first box?
Big first box.
Yo precioso, me gusta.
So the chief missed that. So the boxes that we're highlighting or marking are just the ones that were highlighted in green as the combined community and staff surveyed items that were their top priorities.
All right.
So that's just a reference point as we walk through these.
How many choices were there?
Maybe one, you just gotta spread them out.
So what we're going to work on first, just in the interest of time, I'm pretty good with timing. I'm hoping we get through all of these. If we don't, we'll talk about our contingency plan. But for now, we're going to start with those highlighted ones, since those are predominantly under your overarching priorities that you just determined and the community and staff's priorities. So we're going to prioritize those first, which makes sense, right? Prioritize the priorities. And then we'll go back and then go category by category.
Think about where it's going in up there and
I'm
our,
going to walk you through. That's exactly what we're going to do. Okay?
Only the highlighted, you said?
We're going to start with highlighting, and then eventually hopefully get through the whole document,
Okay.
would be the ultimate goal. Okay, so the first one, so again, we're going to look at two things. We're going to look at what year this should be a priority, and this is going to be for council to vote. Staff will look at things. If you have questions for staff and I need to ask some things to clarify, that's fine. Rebecca will help as well, but this is pretty much staff determining how we're going to prioritize these, okay? So we're going to look at the year and the tier. So the first one, and it happens to be highlighted, is under land use element, to provide a well-organized and orderly development pattern that maintains and enhances Angels Camp's social, economic, cultural, environmental, and aesthetic resources while managing growth so that adequate facilities and services can be provided in pace with development. Now, obviously, that's a little more, and it doesn't necessarily have all the elements that we talked about in development, but we can look at this from a development perspective. So, as this is one of your priorities, what we want to look at is, do we want this to be done in year 1? I know it can be multiple years, and we know things will take multiple years, but we want highest concentrated effort in what year? So the idea is you might go, yeah, it's a priority, but ooh, we've got some other stuff, we need staffing, this is so year 2. So this is what I want you to think about. What year does this go in is the first thing, and then how the level of importance within that year that it goes to. So the first question to council is, what year do we want this into? I can make recommendations or help you after, but the idea first is you guys to decide what year. If it makes sense, you guys can either call out or I can call on you individually. Do you have a preference?
I don't have a preference. Give me 1 second. Let me read.
Okay.
I'm looking at the survey results and the top priorities that came in and how that fits into the yellow box. So this is more about planning, like futuristic
It's the
planning.
closest one I could find.
Okay,
Let's
but
put it that way.
would it be safe to say then that we're going to say, like, for example, downtown roads or infrastructure, we're going to put those in there?
We are not today, it is not in the scope of work today for us to actually come up with the actionables. We're not going to come up with the 10 things that we're going to do under the category. We're going to categorize this. When this gets all done today, this whole document, at some point, Rebecca will determine how, either with staff or with you guys or us or however that lays out, okay, what are the 5 things we're going to do now with development? Are we creating new policies? Are we creating new ordinances? Are we revamping economic developments, invitation plan or marketing strategy? All those things will get decided later. Again, these will be overarching. Make sense?
What about the already things that we have planned for development?
In my opinion, this goes across the next 5 years. Like, this is continuous.
Yeah, I agree. It's an ongoing all the time.
Yes.
Yes, but we need to, I need to know, like, when do we need to start coming up with a plan for all of these things? So that I can start working with staff in order to identify how to facilitate that. Because we have to come up with, I have to come up with actionable items to make this happen. So this is kind of.
Right, but without
So she can put a
actionable
check mark.
items, how do I know if it's tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3?
Well, I think that what do you want it to be?
Right.
You know, and then staff, then, right. well,
They will come up with, so in other words, okay, so this one, yes, it is a 5, most of these are gonna take years, and staffing is gonna be ongoing, it will always be a priority. But if you're saying, let's say, for example, we'll do this as an example one. So this first one, right, development pattern, adequate facilities, et cetera. So if this falls in the economic development, a lot of community members say this, so this is a year 1. To me, this is, okay, this is year 1. Which means she goes back and goes, okay, my number 1 priority this year is I need to develop this order, I need to do X, 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 X. These other ones that are in year 2, great, they're a little later, because right now I've got 3 ordinances and 2 other things that I have to develop to support this goal item under the general plan. So it tells her, how do I divvy my resources? She only has so much staff. So that's what she will divvy. We don't
So
know
this
what
is
else.
creating the economic development, or the development plan.
To some degree.
To some degree, it's not the actionable items yet.
Right.
Yeah.
That is a whole other, that would be a whole other.
Whole
thing.
other
But I guess
thing.
we're not progressing from where we were at there. My mind, I'm not, how do I detach what our priorities were to now dummy down to this, which is just more of a generalization?
You're telling
I'm not
her,
having-
you're telling her, we're telling staff which year we want economic development. How, do you?
But
do you-
what is this economic development
We
going
will
to
pick that out
accomplish
later.
off of that list?
Okay.
I mean, I'm with Gretel, we'll put everything as a tier 1, year 1. I mean, put it all on there, and that's not
Do
realistic,
you want
so
her
I
to
guess.
handle, or do you want city staff to handle all the water and sewer infrastructure first? Or do you want her to or do you want,
Well, water and sewer.
It's in
is
there.
back here.
Well, if you, yeah.
Year 1 begins when? Next
July
fiscal
1.
year?
So the idea, from my understanding from Rebecca, is that they're reporting in January, their reports go out every January, an annual report to staff on these items.
So it's a January.
So it's a calendar year.
Yeah, calendar year, correct. Yes.
But what's important, so what's happening right now is staff are like, oh, I saw this grant, or I attended this conference, or I heard about this, or
Mhm.
it's this thing over here, or I heard about, this project that wants to come in, and then, so it goes to the planning commission. So all these
They
things are
create
happening,
their own, it happens, yeah.
Yeah,
and it's just happening. And then we're responding to whatever's happening. This is flipping it so that I can sit down with staff and say, okay, this is our goal right here. So everything that's coming at you from all these different directions, how does it align with this right here? And how do we get from point A to point B? And that's me sitting down with staff going, okay, that project is great, but, we don't have adequate facilities right now in order to do that. It doesn't, that doesn't tie in with our kind of economic vision,
Plan, yeah.
right?
Okay.
It doesn't,
I'm thinking of it like the code compliance thing, being driven by complaints versus having.
For sure. So
Yeah.
this to me is planning. This is everything, this will incorporate all of our parks and rec, everything that we want to accomplish in the next few years with the park, which is a front runner because of what we've already accomplished with the grants. So it's safe to say that this has a high priority, but I agree with what you're saying. We don't want to be reactive with, hey, I found this, or hey, this came in as a complaint yesterday. Can we do it? Can we do it? So we do need to try to get some sort of control over how that's handled. But we can't. I don't know.
So this is land use element. So is this like parks? What is this exactly?
anything that happens on land.
This is all the zoning stuff
The
that
zoning
Amy
stuff.
brings to
Okay.
us,
Okay.
right? This is-
Building,
planning.
code, anything
Okay.
that happens on
Yep.
land.
Okay.
But there's always going to be things that come through planning as a result of a compliance issue or an
Absolutely.
application or whatever. So we can't just write it out.
yeah, but we want to make sure, so right now what's happened, what I've seen is we wait for something to come through planning. It goes to the planning commission, right?
Yeah.
And then it just kind of happens. where we're not really tying it back to, but is this what we wanted to happen? Is this what we actually needed to be here?
Is this driving our mission?
Driving our mission?
Yeah.
And the fees, are
And the
we
fees.
charging the appropriate fees? Is it giving us the housing element? Is it an affordable housing program? Can we tack on this? Do we want all of those things?
Is that
beforehand?
business, as much as we're like, we want new business, we want new business, is that new business gonna cannibalize our existing businesses? Those are the things that we have to keep in mind. So, you know, when we're looking at this, we're kind of looking at all of those factors. Instead of reacting to them, we're ahead of them. And we've defined what's going to fit and align with this element.
And this is even going to maybe come down to the staffing needed for that too,
Yes.
correct? It'll address
Yes.
that.
There's a huge other element, so this is like bigger picture,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what a general plan is. It's more general, right? And we're doing a strategic plan saying, okay, we're prioritizing what's in the general plan, and then your next step is gonna be the big phase where, what are the actionables and how we're gonna implement them? And then what are the costs behind all of that? That's next step.
So I have some comments. First of all, if a grant comes in, whether you're, you know, if a grant becomes available, whether it's on your plan to do or not, you would sign up to do that, let's say.
No. Mm-mm. Because
So
what
you
if
would
it,
pass that by?
well, if it's
Potentially.
yeah, because if it's a one-year grant for a program and you start a program, and then you have to fund that program yourself 2, 3, 4, 5, how many years? So you have to look at that kind of stuff. Or maybe you get a grant for like a big piece of equipment, but you don't have a way to maintain it, or like, I don't know.
Or a match.
And there's
Yeah.
only so many grants.
There's so many grants that you have to really
And some
look
grants are
at.
extremely administrative burden. They're very burdensome. CDBG grants are extremely administrative.
The worst.
They're, thank you.
Yeah.
The stickiest
Yeah.
grants on the
So
planet.
no, the answer is no, you
No,
don't
you
take
may
every
pass.
grant. You can pass on grants.
You can pass on them
But if
because
one
there's a
came up
consequence.
and it was something you were interested in, you wouldn't not.
If it fell into your
If it fell
plan,
into this.
And then secondly, if a business comes in and there's a piece of property that's zoned to have a super Walmart, whether you want a super Walmart here or not, how do you tell that business that they're not allowed to come in because they're gonna?
The planning commission absolutely can,
Okay.
planning council can, yes.
Yes.
Because if it's going to be it's gonna have a negative impact to your existing businesses, that's going to be a hurt to your economic picture.
Well, there's
So you-
environmental impacts.
And there's environmental impacts, there's all these
Public
things,
safety
yes.
impacts, can public safety even support
Right,
a
do we have
skywise
this-
structure?
yeah.
They may not have trucks that can take
Exactly.
care of a fire structure, so there's a lot of elements, but if they don't have guidance to decide if this is right or not, then, you know, it's less.
I mean, I'm all for that because I'm super anti-big box stores. Everybody knows that. But I'm just saying, like, if a business comes in, I mean, you know, we have a smoke shop. I don't think that's the best shop to have, but if they were zoned to have and they can be there and whatever, and that's totally fine. So now we have a smoke shop. But I mean, we can't go, oh, we don't like what you're doing. We can't, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, that
But-
goes back to a whole tractor supply debacle. There was a
Right,
big,
I
big
mean-
outreach
So
that
again,
people
we're getting
didn't
a
want
little
it,
off track.
but
Yeah,
you were
We're
always
getting a little off track, guys. and
this
the
is a
hours
broad
of the
stroke
program.
kind of
So,
Okay.
plan
So
that
by
we-
planning this and putting it in a year and a tier, we're saying how much effort are we putting into
year one.
year, yeah,
Year
each of
or
the
tier.
years?
Yeah, year
It
or
tells Rebecca, so her team, she
To
can say,
strategize this.
this is what I need you to strategize on. So if it is about economic development, it's like, okay, what are our policies and procedures? Do we have expedited plan check? Do the fees align? All of the things that need to happen to make that happen, that's what we need to work on now. And then that gives them that direction, then you can figure out in detail what those things are specifically. But it helps them categorize this.
Aesthetic resources, is that like code compliance?
It could be, right.
Yeah, and that's where I think this is so all encumbering. I mean, it's everything.
It's a broad.
But I don't think,
It's a general
but in
plan.
years past, effort would have been given, in our current plan, effort would have been given as things came in and maybe not focused on what we wanted it focused on.
Yes,
So that's where you're gonna have to plug the right things in.
yes.
Right. So you start at the top, right? Core values, vision, your mission, overarching priorities, general plan, your goals, generally speaking, these are all the things that you need to follow. Next, very specific, here's our little checkbox list, and then in a year when Rebecca comes back and she can give you a report, she can say, here's the 47 actionable items that we did in all these boxes, and that support our mission, vision, and goals.
And how we have to do it.
So we were talking about putting
Okay.
this as a year one, so that your team can start working on this. And I think because of the survey that we had, working on this as an actionable item sooner than later is a good idea, so that in 5 years, we're actually implementing some of the things from that. Is that what you're saying?
And several of the things from our survey land in this component. It's,
Yes.
there's a code compliance, there's generating business, there's
So-
cleanup downtown.
The only thing else I'll tell you is look at other things
The other,
too.
yeah, there's
Because
an
for
overlap.
me-
That's where I'm stuck.
We can go back, because
Right, we
we'll
can
be
switch.
jumping a lot. So if we'll make decisions and we'll go forward and then we'll take a snapshot and go, wow, okay, there's like 16 in one.
Right.
Let's back some out and then we can recap. So don't
Okay.
worry, we will have time to do some of it.
Okay.
But I want to do the yellow highlighted ones first, just because those were the more
Yeah.
driven ones.
Okay.
Then we'll go back.
Okay,
So
perfect.
we're on that
So we're
first
number
one?
Yes, good discussion though.
That's like my
That's
year.
good. So year one
Mhm.
is, so the first question is this year one priority?
Not for me.
Okay.
I do.
So-
I do too.
I know, I think so. It hits many of the components that the survey and we want. I mean, I don't know how.
But I
it's
haven't gotten
gonna
into
be
the more of the
Yeah.
thing yet, so, you
Isabel?
know.
So it's a year one.
Sorry,
No, yeah,
what year?
I would say year one.
Greta?
I would say year one, but like tier 3.
Okay, so right now we have 4 to 1, so year one. And where are we at with tier? We will make comments later if it tends to be split vote, we'll highlight them so that there can be things we can revisit. So what tier are we looking at?
It just depends on what you're attaining it to. If it's,
We don't have that answer
Yeah.
right now.
but I mean,
I say two.
Yeah, I say 2.
And part of what will be helpful to her is when you look at this and say, okay, this is year one, tier 3, she goes, okay, well, now that I've sat with staff and we've worked it out, I now know I need 7 different things accomplished. So when you look at this and she brings it to you in a year, she can go, okay, we actually got 4 things done, but there's some more stuff. So now next year, can we look at this as a tier 1, 2, or 3, and go from there? Because they don't even know all the stuff that's gonna have to get done. There might be other stuff that comes up or changes, so.
Okay.
Okay, so tier, where are we at on tiering?
I think 2 is where a lot of us are landing.
right now, yes.
I need each council member to comment on each item as we go.
Okay.
So if we have 2 people that have said tier 2, I know you're year 2.
Yep, I was gonna go year like 4, but either way, go ahead. I'm not a year 1 on this one.
Isabel?
I said year one, tier 2. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, correct. Thank you. Gretel?
Tier 3.
I'm tier 2.
So we have 3 tier 2s, 1 tier 3, and then, okay, so mark it as, we're gonna make the highest votes wins at the moment, but there will be some notes, and in the bigger staff report, this is a small report, you're gonna get this really nice staff report, and it will show those comments, and you will have an opportunity to relook at some things.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm doing here,
Year
just
one.
putting the number, year 1, 3 and for tier 2, 1 for tier 3, and then 1 in year 4.
Year 4.
Okay, or which tier?
Tier 1. Throw it right in there, first of the year.
Will that work?
Awesome. Okay, so we're gonna do the yellows first, and then we're gonna come back. Perfect. So second page, housing elements. Retain and expand the existing housing stock of housing available to people of all income levels within the city.
Year 3, tier 1.
You 3-2?
Yeah,
You said
year
3-2.
3, tier 1.
Oh, 3-1.
3-1.
3-1. Thank you.
I've just heard a lot about the lack of housing. It's a big issue.
We have housing coming.
Right,
It's already planned.
We already have it
You gotta
coming, we're not
just
gonna
keep
go
thinking, just
building
keep
housing.
thinking.
Wait, but that's, the housing that's coming is what?
Habitat.
Which is what?
Affordable housing.
Low income. Workforce. But it's not, it says of all income levels. So do we have other
Okay,
developments?
but I guess
coming
where
too?
I struggle with this is application driven. If a developer comes in next week, we're not gonna say, no, go away, we don't want you until you're
No, I
4,
think
tier
too,
2.
but it's also actively recruiting too.
See, the economic,
Yeah.
you decide
But
an
I-
economic development team that goes out and recruits and brings business.
Well, and then that comes with the annexation and all the other things that we might need. I mean, there's all kinds, it's like, throw it out there, nothing's gonna stay.
Welcome to your mind starting to go, "Puh."
So it's great, we wanna develop, but we're,
Yeah.
I'm far off. I'm like year 4, yeah.
Year 4, because the other thing too is I think our hands are tied, right? Like we're
Yeah.
gonna go out and build a bunch of houses.
Right.
We can't
Yeah.
do that.
Right.
Well, and the cost of building right now is out of control. I mean, no renter is gonna build a low income, well, he can't afford to do it. I mean, it's just,
Okay, so you're 3?
yeah, I'm on 3-3.
Okay, so
3-3.
So there's a 3-3, so start going in minutes, there's a 3-3,
Okay, that's one
and then
there.
there's a 3-1,
I'm a 3-3 too.
and there's 2 3-3s,
I'm like a 4-2.
and a 4-2.
Two.
So look at you.
I'm good with 3.
3-1, 2 or
3-3.
3-3?
Yeah.
3-3, so it's 3 there.
I feel like I'm at the dentist.
I said that
No, it's like I A or B, B or C. That's just better.
You don't want any fours. Fours are bad.
Page 3. Page 3. Public facilities and services, that top box. Maintain and work usable increased levels of city-provided water service, wastewater service, fire, police, parks, parking, public works, administrative, and other services and infrastructure.
Year 2-3.
I'm sorry,
Year 2-3.
2-3. So the 2-3, there's one there. No, you did 3.
Oh,
You did 3.
year 2.
It's a,
Year 2, Tier 3.
yeah, you got it.
Okay.
You're right. I was wrong.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry. What you put out. That's your section. Okay.
I feel like we're doing some of that.
We're doing, well, we are.
Right, because we're doing the Blackwater.
We're doing Blackwater, we are doing, that's part of the CIP project that we got
So
going.
I mean, I feel like
So-
we're kind of doing.
Isn't that gonna take about a year for them to get back to us? So that would definitely be like at least a year 2 thing, because you're waiting, you're gonna need that.
Okay, I'm a 2-2.
2-2?
2-2.
We have a 2-2?
I'm a 2-2.
2-2-2.
I'm a 2-1.
2-1. 1-2-1.
I would be a 2-2.
And a 2-2. So one more 2-2.
One more 2-2.
Yes. 2-2 you. Okay, next page, which is in the category, still public facilities and services. Maintain or increase the levels of service currently available within Angels Camp for public works facilities and infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, drainage, public buildings, and other public facilities.
Does this sound the same to you guys?
So it doesn't include water and wastewater.
Water, wastewater. It's streets and roads.
Streets and roads.
I'm a
So-
1-3. Feel like we're doing that already too.
1-3.
This is sidewalks and
Right.
drainage, okay. Yeah, I'm a year 1. 1-2.
So 1-2 or 1-3? Okay.
I'm gonna do a 1-3.
I'm a 2.
1-3.
2-2 and a 1-3, Mayor? Is that what you
Another
said?
1-3.
Another 1-3. And then you got
Two there, and then another 2-2.
And a
Or
2-2.
1-2.
So you can start planning and,
Councilmember Isabel, you said 2-2? I'm sorry.
Or 1-2. 2-2.
Sorry, 2-2. 2-2. Okay, did I get everyone on that one?
That's it.
Economic development, first one.
1-1.
sorry.
Wait, that's okay.
I got it.
He's ready to get this, and I like that.
Economic.
I'm a
Enhancing economic vitality while conserving city's social, cultural, environmental. That's it. Okay, so we got a 1-1, you said?
1-1.
1-2.
And a 1-2,
1-1.
another 1-1,
1-1.
I'm a 1-1 as well.
another 1-1,
Another one.
I'm a 1-2.
and a 1-2.
1-2. Okay.
Okay. Next page, Parks and Rec, first paragraph. Is it better if I don't read? You all have a copy.
This is.
4-3.
Isn't this already in?
But we already have,
We have the grant.
That ball's already rolling though for that
That
project.
ball's
This
rolling.
is,
So this is
this is
nothing
upcoming,
new. Yeah.
this is,
So we're talking about outside of that, you think? Outside of what's already in motion?
But
Yeah, like
it's still
we're-
gonna be through what, 25?
right.
Uh-oh.
She needs to eat.
You?
Yeah, Chief, there's a trend going on here.
Yeah.
I'll return it to you 1 second. Yeah, is this?
I'm a 4-3.
So Rebecca, what was it until 2025?
So the main project, what, we have until 2025?
Something like that.
Yeah.
There's already a lot of, yeah.
So, I mean, yeah.
But there are certain things we have to use the community fund to
Community
grant
within the year.
within the year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that ball's already rolling.
So once we get that done, I mean, do we need to, I mean, once the park plan is up and going, which it is already going, are we gonna be doing more? We need to do more all of a sudden? I mean, I'm thinking.
Well, we have
Four or
maybe 3. Yeah, because we have that funding and that's gonna happen.
Right.
And then we also have the walking trail thing,
Yeah.
right? Which is also considered kind of like
Yeah.
in that realm. Is that part of this or?
And there's this whole project that comes across
So
here.
if we kick that can down the road on the Utica and, is that what we're saying we would do? Is we would put the Utica Park down?
No, just
No.
don't add any more to it. There's already
Right.
something in
That's
place.
already in the works, so I mean,
We
like,
don't
if
start
that's
thinking about
already
new projects
going.
until year four.
So this
What are
is
we gonna
new
do?
projects,
Yeah.
new park.
Where are we going? What are we
Okay.
doing?
And then
At least that's my-
on that whole order, I'm concerned about we're building a park for more homeless people to stay in.
Okay, so
Okay, that's in the weeds, you're totally,
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
No, I've said
You
that.
just took the crosstown bus.
But that's, yeah, not, sorry, not today, not today.
She wants nothing to do with it.
I do, and I would be happy to say no.
That crosstown bus to Cleveland. Okay, yeah, I'm like a 5 on that one then,
Yeah.
because if this is new parks, not the things that we're already got grants for and that are in the works, then I'm a 5-1.
Yeah, same
Yeah.
here, 5-1.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Jen, did you say,
I
Did
said
you say
4,
4-1 or
3,
4-3?
whatever,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I
That's
got that.
conservation and other elements to it, so it's a big paragraph and has other elements, so it's fine, whatever it is, just be sure you're, okay. Did we get everybody's numbers? I don't think
no,
we're missing
no,
anything.
we
What else do we have?
Isabel was a 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1,
5-1.
5-1. There's two 5-1.
I was a 4-3,
5-1.
4-3.
Oh, yeah.
Gretel, you're up.
4-3,
4-3.
I'll go 4-3.
2 4-3s.
And the
3
4
4-3s.
and
Alvin,
3-4.
myself, and Gretel.
Oh, okay, so that'll do.
Okay, great. Okay, so those were the highlighted ones.
Sweet.
So,
Shit.
Then there's 14,000 others.
you guys are doing awesome, this is a lot of work.
Can I have another color, please?
Did you do staffing while I wasn't here?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Ding, ding.
5-3.
Yep.
Isn't it happy hour? I mean, where I work, it's like happy hour.
All the work for you. Me too.
Ready? All right,
Okay, here we go.
go. Back to land use, first page, item number 2. Encourage infill development that is compact, mixed-use, pedestrian-friendly, transit-oriented, discourage or reduces auto dependency. So infill projects.
This isn't even.
Can we just
Clear
start
here.
busting it out?
So-
I'm a 5-2.
So what I will say on
Infill's
this,
huge.
Yeah.
we have the greenhouse gas plan that's coming up, that is gonna make the choice for us. So we do have to focus quite a bit on this, because we have, our biggest target is through transportation. So identifying ways of doing infill, pedestrian-friendly, transit-based, basically reducing auto dependency. That's the only way we're gonna meet that.
I mean,
I'm gonna say it too, because it's working on
Well, if it's already making a decision for us, why are we voting on this?
No, we're gonna have to do things to come into compliance. So we don't have to do.
I'm really
back
curious as
reports
to
and
what
different
we're gonna be
things.
able to do to help that. There's like, they know where we live. So ridiculous.
But it impacts our
What's that?
planning road. It
2-1?
impacts
2-1 for me.
the-
Okay.
It's significant. There is a lot of, I come as a development director, so I come from that world for decades, and there is a significant amount of work that comes from creating ordinances, policies, procedures, guidelines, all kinds of things, from, temporary changes, occupancy, to change ordinance, and there's a million things that can happen that you can do to business and a lot of other things, and so, planning has a very heavy load, and it's a lot of work, there's a lot of legal,
Yeah.
there's a lot of legal compliance that have to be
2-2?
met. So I think that's what Rebecca was alluding to, so, sorry, that's my thing, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I had to-
That, I'm a 2-2 for Jam is terrible.
And then 2-2?
And I'll go 2-1.
I can't believe how much
Year
work
two.
it's gonna cost.
I just think a year plan 5, so.
The report will come out, I'll come up with a game plan.
All right, box number 3.
It's gonna high speed right
Oh.
Box number 3.
Adjacent land uses. So I feel like we do this with Amy every other meeting. And I'm like a 519 on it.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait on it.
I think we've got this piece done.
Well,
I think it is I think it's completed.
Yeah, for next
But
meeting.
no, seriously though, this comes up all the time and this comes up at her discretion, so it's gonna come up, but we're not putting any more effort on it. Is that what we're
So we're
saying?
gonna X that one out?
I think we need to be clear about that, though.
It-
A bunch of words.
It is, I think it's pretty much done.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's not many more conflicts.
What do we, 5-3? What do we meet it for?
We're at 5-3.
It's
You don't
it's
have to do
completed.
anything on it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Completed.
Okay, got it.
We're on there.
All right, done. Next item. Preserve and enhance the natural, scenic, and cultural resources and rural character of Angels Camp.
Preserve and enhance the natural, scenic, and cultural resources.
This is on.
That's what
Isn't
every
that-
project we look at, we
Yeah,
take
I
that
mean-
component in.
I'm a year 1, number 2 tier.
What?
Year
Yep,
one, okay.
I love that. That's a great idea. I love all that.
He's gonna get soaked out there.
Okay.
Well, as we're doing the, what do they call it, the way?
Well, when we do the
way
sidewalks,
signs?
I mean, but, like,
Like
yeah,
that.
but it's like really, it's the signs, it's the sidewalks, it's the,
But again, this comes down to looking at our existing code,
Yeah.
identifying what doesn't make sense anymore.
Design guidelines and updates.
The design guidelines that in those types of things that we already are finding conflicts, we're working those. So
I think this should be ongoing.
the more we have,
It is,
yeah.
the more we have this in place now, it makes it easier for us to go.
So you want like a 1-1 or a 1-2 on that?
I'm just saying.
You're just saying, the
It's
sooner we have that in.
to preserve and
I agree because we have all these
Done.
stuff coming down, coming soon.
1-1.
1-1, I'm down with that too, 1-1.
Caroline's on
1-1,
one.
move it
So
along.
two of those, okay.
Boom, top priority, let's go.
Get it done, 1-3.
Okay, yeah, exactly, 1-3.
At your leisure. Alvin's gonna get back to you on his.
Yeah.
He's a 1-2. Right in the middle.
I'm gonna mark it on his box right here, the names.
Okay. Provide for a wide variety of housing types, with this quality living environment for city residents.
We don't provide housing. I don't know, I
But
mean, we
it's
consider.
providing for a wide variety.
We've already
So,
done this.
And I will say, we did do something recently.
Well, the state
and it-
mandated that
Yeah.
we did
And
this,
it was an
remember?
amendment for
For the junior-
multiple.
It's for like the converted stuff and
I
the,
wrote the ordinances, they're ADUs.
yeah, that, we already approved all
I wrote the laws.
this. This is done.
Two counties.
We do have to update.
It's a state mandate.
our ADUs.
So because
We
we've
just
already
did,
incorporated that, we
8
were like
months
ahead
ago,
of
right?
it.
Which is right, and I don't know how much, I mean, they've been around
The
now for a
ADU
while.
changes every year.
It does, and then there's different parking restrictions and requirements that have to be adopted,
Sure.
and you have to look at, I mean, then they're gonna look at historically how they're being rented out and what's sufficient, what's not. There's evaluations that have to be made on ordinances on any time.
But these are just updates to ordinances we already adopted, right?
But if they change every year, then it's gonna come to us.
Yes.
So then we're gonna have to deal with it when it comes up. So I'm a 5-3.
5-3.
So you don't want Amy working on this at all?
No.
Okay.
Only when it comes up, it's gonna be delivered to us. She just said it
Well, no,
changes
it comes,
every year.
the state
I'm
basically,
assuming, Rebecca, that is specific to ADUs. It doesn't say that here, but
It
you know
doesn't.
when you wrote it, if that's what the intent behind it was, because this says all housing.
Well, and it's not just ADUs, so we have, the one that, we just did for, what is it, it's got a weird name. And it doesn't sound like.
we did like the small houses.
It-
and
but
we
it's
did
not
transitional
Tiny
housing.
homes, we
It's
did
not transitional
community,
housing,
it was,
it's,
My only comment on this when you guys were
We
voting
just
was
did like
the fact
6
that
of these,
more than
we
just
just-
ADUs, so
Yeah.
that's one element
Right.
of potential updates and annual state mandated updates, but there's other types of housing.
correct, and we've
updates.
done like 5 or 6 of these ordinances.
You're gonna do them.
That's fine.
Don't be
So-
like, sorry.
So they're gonna, that's what I'm saying, they're gonna come to us, so why would we go looking for more work on it?
Put in your
This
5.
was in the general
I
plan,
did,
so
I
there
did.
must have been an impetus behind this, and I don't know what that was.
On year 2, tier 3 on this.
Okay.
You don't even know you're talking about.
There's nothing in the.
Because you're gonna have to look at it at some time. So
All right,
take a
so
look in
per
year
city
2.
staff, there's nothing immediate pressing that's
Exactly.
actually on this item, so
5,
there seems to
2.
be discretion on when you vote on it.
Yeah.
Let's go 5.
I heard
I'm gonna go year
5-2.
5,
5-2.
I'm a year 5,
So 2 of those.
5, I
I'll
don't
go
care.
5-2, you can change mine to.
5-2, I'll be 5-2 also.
5-2.
Okay, so-
5-2.
Sure.
All right, 5-2.
Okay, the next one is the same as the one up above.
I would say it's the same as number 2, right?
Skip that.
So skip that one. Now, do we want to go back, Mr. Mayor, and get
Did you
yours?
get
I don't care, let's go 2-1.
2-1? Okay, great.
Yep.
Okay, so you're on encourage well-designed commercial development?
We always do. We just encourage.
Encourage? I mean,
So,
I'm
this-
like the
this falls
Bible
in-
with the
No,
rural
it's
character.
Right.
Well, we've already had that problem in Angels Camp, where it's not, it doesn't look anything like it belongs here in our town. Or the corner building right there on 4 and 49, that's got Sonora Regional. that's
So would this
terrible.
fall into downtown?
McDonald's is the best looking one that went in.
As it's written, it would be citywide, Rebecca?
Yeah,
Is that not
citywide.
right? It would be
Right,
citywide.
because we,
Yeah,
I mean, that was a big thing on the community.
Yeah, I'm a
thing.
1-2 on that. It's important to have buildings look like they belong.
I'm a 1-3.
I'm a 1-3 also.
3 of those?
1-3.
You can change mine to 1-3,
Because I
that
think-
makes it easy for you.
So is that all? So it should be 5 1-3s?
Yeah.
I think.
Okay, next one.
So this is huge for all of us. We said economic development, right? Huh?
Encourage well-designed business attraction. Yes, so this is like a 1-1 for
1-1.
me.
Okay, 2-1-1, what else we have?
1-2.
And a 1-2?
Sure, 1-2.
Mayor?
Yeah, 1-2.
That's business, that's again,
2-1-2. I'm missing one.
3-1-2.
3-1-2.
business attraction.
Okay, next one. Encourage the use of telecommuting to discourage travel by single occupant motor vehicles.
I'm a 5-3.
By working to expand.
The internet and cell services.
Oh, well then I'm a 2-1 on this.
I'd say you're 2.
Yeah, I'm a
I don't care where you
2-1.
put me,
Or
you're
2-2, 2-2.
3-2-1.
This is huge.
I'll go
Yeah, but why
2-2.
is it-
Two-two.
You're in the middle, yeah.
Yes, Comcast.
2-3,
is
2-2.
No,
We have to engage with them.
Right.
We have to look and see how many
This is
people are
important,
telecommuting.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Because the better
What do you
connectivity
guys
we
at?
have, the more easier it is for people to work from home.
Right.
I'm a 2-2.
Reynolds?
I already did.
She did hers.
Oh,
She's like a
5-3 or
2-3, 2-2,
So
whatever else.
5-57.
Yeah.
So how many, I got
Oh,
3.
you're missing.
If I do the mayor, I get,
There's
There's
3-2-2. 3-2-2. Yeah.
and then we get 1, so we need,
There's no
okay.
one in, see?
Okay, I thought somebody had changed that. Okay, good. We got it. All right.
Okay.
That's why I didn't
No
see it.
man's land. She's in her own box.
They're gonna do it.
Okay, next box.
Balance of demands and
Balance,
needs
yep.
on city's ability to provide adequate public service.
New development. So this is our infrastructure, this is our water wastewater? Capable? No, what am I?
Yeah, I mean, it really
It
has to
could,
do.
could it
well,
be, it could be our public
it's
safety
public
campus?
safety and
Yes.
it's water and wastewater.
There's an
And
impact.
building. I mean, any staff that are gonna have to be involved in a new development, whether it's in the creation of it, like the planning of it, the actual, inspection and all of that, or once it's built, being there to provide services, whether that be water, wastewater, roads.
So this isn't
sidewalk,
building a
fire.
new building for the city's
No.
infrastructure, this is,
New development.
So I think year 4 looks good for
And
this.
public, and I will just, and I have to do a plug for public safety, just beyond that, it's my family public safety, but in the development world, public safety often is significantly impacted long-term
yeah.
on all developments, and they're not the ones that ever get funding for it.
Correct.
right,
Or support, so it's something that, like we named off, here's the 10 other things that are impacted, they're the ones that are gonna take the hit the longest.
Yep.
So it is
Right,
something,
and
as
when
we
we put-
mindfully think about, staffing, responses, equipment, or different things, if, a multi-unit, whatever complex comes in, public safety is the one that's gonna go, okay, so how are we gonna,
staff
so just
for that.
more awareness to.
Right, and when we
as
put
do that.
something that's year 1, like the business attraction and expansion proposals and things like that, and also then it impacts our public safety, so.
So the balance of demands on new development, so whatever, we'll take the vote, I just wanted
Right.
to do the plug on the public
When
safety,
does this,
because I've
when
seen a
does
lot of
the
hits
one
there.
start?
January, next month.
I'm like year 4, tier 2 for this one.
Okay.
Okay, we got a 4-2,
I'm gonna be a year 1, tier 3.
a 1-3.
Yeah, I'm a 1-3 too.
It needs to complement that business
Yeah.
development piece.
So wait, are we saying that we haven't done that for Habitat yet? An existing development that's already on the books, let's call it, and the fact that we need to have an understanding of public safety.
There was no
There was
accountability
no accountability for
for public
public
safety.
safety.
There was a
then I gotta change
one-time,
I'm sorry, I thought this was like for future when we want to
This
grow
would
more.
be, as part of the, is my understanding, is typically they're part of the conditions of approval. So when a project comes forward to you, staff makes recommendations for conditions of approval, and then you either approve them or you can add to them and say, what about the public benefit or the public safety element impacts, and how are they going to support that? Typically one of the standard questions in a
But
project.
most of Habitat was approved before we got on staff.
Yeah.
So we were not brought any of this. We were brought the three, the landscape, the parking on one side, and some setback. That's what we got before.
So was it taken into consideration at all?
But I think
They
what you're
pay
saying-
the, go ahead.
They pay an impact.
An impact
Road
fee,
impact fees.
road impact fees, and different fees.
And there's,
no
there's various
safe.
impact
Right,
fees.
there's-
It's pretty minimal for that. But I think the issue is when you're putting dense housing,
You're gonna have
it's just a
more
lot
cost.
of population, and we still have the same number of staff.
I don't know what is in the city ordinances for you have to have so much, I don't know.
It doesn't.
It's not an
say
ordinance.
it.
you're talking about increased population, which is inevitably going to impact public safety.
Right.
Okay, sorry, I got off that.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's not ordinance things, but those are things that are standard conditions of approval, that those are conversations you'll have with your planning staff about how to change or increase those to support different things.
I'm a 2-1.
2-1?
I'm a 2-1. I'm also a 2-1.
I just feel like you're one, we're gonna start overloading.
Is that all of you? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, great. Next one.
Land adjoining close proximity. So this is our annexation type thing.
It's more than that, because there are, potential projects that are happening right outside the city that is under the purview of the county, but it's gonna directly impact the city. So we just have to be extremely mindful of that. So we're always watching what's happening around us and then determining what we need to do. Does it make sense to look towards annexation? Does it make sense to, just work closer with the county, making sure that we're not left out of the loop on the.
That they're not gonna put an amusement park
permit and
right
the
outside
conditions.
Angels Camp. I don't think they would.
So this,
Year one,
so this is something that would only
because I know.
be coming to us if there was something happening. Otherwise, it's not really anything that staff would be doing, right, Rebecca?
Just out.
We're constantly having to watch.
Well, you're aware of, but I mean, there wouldn't be, let's say, a necessary workload unless there was a project coming in that was going to impact. Right now, with nothing
We want to
happening.
get ahead of
Right.
it before the project even happened. So we would want to make sure that, and we're starting to do that right now, where we're realizing we're getting cut out of conversations with the county so that they know you can't approve a well getting drilled into the city limits. You can't approve a septic system getting approved, done in the city limits. There's a big black hole between agencies. So it's trying to figure out how to, because we're distinct agencies. We have distinct, separate building and planning departments. Everything is separate. So trying to identify how we can better get ahead of those. So we're having to spend actually a lot of resources right now trying to fill in those voids. And then we'll have to bring some of the code changes to you to clean those up so we can kind of shore those things up, but yeah.
So it's currently already.
So it
I'm a
is-
1-2.
Yeah.
I'm a 1-3.
A 1-3.
Or 1-3, fine, 1-3.
Okay.
There's only one box.
Okay.
Two of us in 1-3.
Okay. What was the rest of the votes?
I'll be a 1-3.
And a 1-3?
2-1.
And a 2-1?
I'm a 2-1.
And a 2, so 2-2-1s.
In the first.
Can you look on the second page?
I'm like 22.
On the second page.
So how's this one different? Working county, state.
What cost over with the old one? That's right. My brother and I used to do that when we were home and had those. Okay, next.
That's like all of it. This is like.
I think
Isn't this
this
like
is an
all the
ongoing.
time?
Always, yeah.
Yeah,
This is a non-vote.
This is like, aren't you just doing this, or do you need a plan to do this?
With the state and the feds, they generally are telling us.
Right.
With the county, that's kind of more of a, we're trying to infiltrate to
Doesn't that go back to the one we just voted on?
This one's more like land.
No, but that one's land.
This one's like,
This one
Progress.
could bring in like, solid waste
But I
and.
Because you're
think some
working
of
with
this is,
COG and,
It's
COG,
COG, but I
yeah.
think also it's, some of it is collaboration. I mean, I think there's ways that we can look at sharing certain resources or
Economic
overlapping.
development.
Yes.
This is still under land though, this
Yeah.
one.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So it is under land. It sounds very familiar.
I mean, I feel like it's ongoing.
I'm a 1-3.
1-3?
Yeah,
The
I'm
good
with
news is
you.
even if you prioritize it, because it is important, it's part of that scope, if something does come up, it's still a priority, but it doesn't sound like it's
I'm a
something
5-1.
over cumbersome.
Throw that sucker right out there.
Okay.
I'm a 2-1, because that's what I voted on the last item.
Too similar.
3-2, put me right in the middle.
3-2.
We have them all.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, on to housing element.
Okay, place to accommodate the housing needs of a variety of households, all income levels. So this is a zoning concern to provide sites to accommodate?
Yeah, so this would be making sure that we have areas that make sense for different types of housing.
And we've done that and done that.
I
and
think
done
we,
it. Don't do that
haven't
all
we
the time?
zoned everything already?
I feel like we've done it a couple times. So
3-1.
I'm like a 4-3.
5-1, no, 5-3.
Okay, so it was down, so 5-3.
Mayor, 5-3.
Mayor,
4-3.
a 4-3.
4-3.
Mayor,
3-1.
3-1.
3-1.
They're getting squirrely on me.
Well, I was punting about midway. I wasn't.
I'm a 4-3.
4-3.
Yeah,
Another
4-3.
4-3.
I'm sorry.
4-3.
Also, thank you.
Another 4-3.
Okay, there's a location of affordable
This
housing
is,
near jobs, commercial centers. It's the way it's prioritized.
yeah, it's the
I'm a
same.
4-3.
4-3.
Yeah.
4-3-2.
2 of them.
Stay in the same bracket.
4-3.
Another one?
3 of them.
4-3.
Another one?
Mayor?
Is this
Oh,
gonna,
same. I
is
said,
this that
sorry.
greenhouse
Same
gas
bracket. I said I'm the
thing?
same, yep.
Same bracket.
The auto dependency thing? This is that greenhouse gas thing that's gonna be coming down?
Did we just did the 4-3?
Yes.
That's how we feel
So we
about
put it
that.
out there, but when it comes up, then we just.
Move it.
Next.
Okay,
thoughts?
what,
We'll take a break after.
well,
housing.
for sure, I move on government.
What
Can we
government
remove government constraints? That's great.
I know.
I
What,
think we've been
what are
asking
we,
for that.
what even are those that we have the ability to work with?
So it would be, yeah, zoning. It's identifying grant opportunities in order to help offset some of the costs associated with the permitting process. It's figuring out ways that we, like what we're trying to do with the greenhouse gas plan, which would be to do the streamlined CEQA instead of just requiring every developer to come in and do a full EIR. So,
That in
and
itself is
this
pretty
this
significant.
kind of goes along with economic development, right? So we're trying to identify how can we entice development to come here. This is a way that we could by removing some of those constraints.
But for extremely low, very low, and low moderate, that's what this is for.
And it's for households, not necessarily business generating
Right.
opportunities.
And if I'm not mistaken, we're not extremely low, right?
No.
We're very low and moderate is where
Yeah.
we fall into a lot of
Right.
things.
Okay, so we should probably look at this.
And there are mandates that require a certain percentage
Yeah.
of
Right.
different income
Housing.
Right,
levels.
we
So
do
we
what
have to-
Habitat
I'm a
is
2-1.
supposed to do.
2-1.
Me too.
2-1.
2, I'm a 2-1.
3 and 2-1.
Okay. 2-3.
2-3.
Yeah, I'm at 2-3.
2-2-3.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. And we did the one in yellow already, we can skip that one. So the next one, facilitates provision of decent housing in a suitable environment for all income levels. You guys have a lot of the same.
Yeah.
Little similar.
Yeah, I mean, is it, didn't we already vote on it?
2-3.
We just voted on this.
Yeah, I feel like this is a repeat.
I was at 2-1 on the last one, so I'll be at 2-1 again.
Sure, me too. Two of them.
I'm a 4-3.
First part of your.
And 3?
Vice Mayor, did you?
4-3.
4-3, thank you. Okay, last one in housing. City will review and report annually on the progress of.
Yeah, I'm a 5-3.
Housing elements.
We have to do it anyway.
Yeah, this is we have to do this no matter what.
I don't know why it's in here.
Check.
No
Can
void.
we just take it out? It's already something you have to put in year 1?
Yeah, we can do an X like we did the other one. It's just
Okay,
that it's
great.
accomplished and it will be an ongoing, we'll figure out something that's a catch.
Oh my God, look at how
Okay, so we can take a break or finish the page?
Let's finish the page.
Circulate.
That's the most agreeable decision.
Safe, efficient, maintains the rural character, meets the current projected.
5-2.
Provide
I'm
an
just- I'm still-
integrated road system that is safe, efficient, maintains the rural character of Angels Camp.
I'm gonna say 3-2.
That is-
Keep that right in the middle.
Isn't that really a lot of Caltrans?
Caltrans.
It is, but it's a lot of working with council of governments.
To get the funding.
To get the funding, yeah.
Roads was just.
Is there anything proactive? Maybe that's what they're
Roads
seeking.
around
Is there
Well,
anything
infrastructure is
proactive
one of the things.
that
Everything's
the
on
staff
highway.
needs to
I'm
do?
a 3-1 on this one.
Okay.
I'm a 3-3 on this one.
Yeah, me too, 3-3.
So 2, 3, 3.
3-3.
3-3-3.
Okay, so another one.
You said 3-1.
Okay.
What is a low-speed vehicle? Sound like a golf cart?
It's the way I drive sometimes.
Establishment. Bicycle, pedestrian, low speed vehicles. Are they those scooters, like the?
Is staff working on a
I'm gonna say
pedestrian?
that's a 2-1 because it's not.
Plan or anything like that?
We do have a bicycle and pedestrian.
You do have a pedestrian, okay.
Yeah.
So you already have one in place. Does it need to be updated or is any, was that why?
Road's already done?
That off.
Yay.
Okay.
I crossed it off.
So we have to look at it again, or are we scratching it up?
I still want to know where low-speed vehicles.
So what's happening with this one?
It'll be nice.
That one is.
It'll come up later.
Those guys, you see
That's
on
by
Main
having
Street
bike
on
lanes,
wheelchairs?
sidewalks.
Oh, I didn't know the wheelchair.
After we
It's
have
the
that.
guy that drives the wheelchair in the middle of the road thinks he's the
Oh my
street
God.
That's my vehicle, yeah.
He does think he's a
You
street
might
legal.
think it is, yeah.
Dale.
Yeah.
Yeah, vehicle street
I
legal.
didn't even know a street sign. He
Yes.
an hour and a half. Sorry.
We're almost there, it's okay.
So on the encouraging the use of bicycle and walking, so that's having bike lanes and
I
sidewalks.
feel like
We
we
can't do
have.
that until after we have the stuff in place, right?
I am a 5-3 on this.
Yeah, then I'm a 5-2.
5-something, 5-3 is fine.
5-3.
Oh, I'm a 1-1.
Does that play into the
You're 1-1?
environmental?
Paths everywhere.
Yeah, but you can't really encourage them to have paths, like what came first, the cart before the horse, right?
Because isn't that coming down as part of the next Caltrans thing? Is that
They do some not all. They do some shop projects.
I mean, my whole thing too is about kids trying to get to school. They can have
Yeah,
their
so some of
walk
it is
on the
looking at like the
highway.
Safe Routes to Schools programs and things like that. So,
Have you seen the kids walking from Main Street down here on that tiny like
I think
little?
anything that comes up should be directly dealt with for walking paths. It's a safety issue.
But I thought we already had it in place. We already have our walking paths, our bikeways and sidewalks
That's
and all that.
recreation, this is
Yeah, but
what's safety
whole
sidewalks.
Rebecca, do we have anything in place for this one?
Don't we have a whole?
Caltrans is coming all the way to the park at some
they're
point,
coming to the
correct?
park.
Yeah.
And
I
then-
think the area that the pedestrian plan doesn't take into consideration is the annex portion.
Yeah.
So the-
Right.
the-
Right, which is in the annex portion anyway. That is
Or should we bypass?
Okay, so what do we vote
So we're
on?
supposed to vote?
Well, so far everyone's like in the 5s except
Everyone's in the
for.
5 foot
And
crowd.
this is support provision to encourage.
Did I vote yet?
Yeah.
Transportation.
Oh, no, we haven't even voted on
Okay, so
that.
you're still, oh, you already gave.
We were back on the,
So we didn't get
You guys
support what?
discussed it, got it.
support the
Okay,
provision
so
to
now we have-
encourage public transportation to reduce the impact on roadways.
Okay.
I can't, I mean, we don't even do public transportation, that's county.
I know.
But I guess you have to work with county, that's
So we're
called.
on,
We're on it.
Yes.
on
So
it,
we do work with them.
So we need a plan to
trying
get that?
Identify additional transit stops, additional,
know, I think we have a lot of.
But by us being on it,
Frequency of it, and.
we're already doing something.
I'm a four two.
I'm a 4-2.
Okay, that's 2 of those.
3 4-2.
3.
Sure.
I'll go with that too.
Yeah, 5 owners.
Cross-board. Transit to discourage travel by single occupant, ooh, carpool. I'm a 5-3.
Same.
Is it transit?
Sure.
4 to 5, 3.
Yeah.
5?
4 of them.
4.
Yeah.
Go ahead and I'll put mine
Okay,
in
I'll
there.
talk about it.
Right. That's a cuss word. Is that a cuss word?
Existing.
Oh, existing.
One historic economics.
I'm a 1-2 on this.
Parking.
I think this has a code compliance aspect. Parking, traffic flow, narrow street.
And I also think
And
we're going to
emergency.
focus on
Speed.
public safety and also focusing on business attraction and development. You need to have parking.
I'm a 1-2.
I'm a 1-2 also.
Yeah, I'm a 1-2.
Parking studies and purchase.
1, 2, so I heard 3 so far. 3.
Man, we stuck a lot in on that one.
3 1-2s.
She said we can go back and
Yeah, we
do
can go
that.
back and change that
I'm a 1-3.
Try to get down Bird's Way. Yeah.
One more. That's important for me.
Finnegan.
I think everybody was a 1-2 except Alvin.
Yeah, I think it's got 4 1-2s, number 1. I'm gonna be the odd man out.
One more and then we take a quick break.
Circulation system.
Fully integrate.
I don't know.
You don't have circulation, everything dumps on 4 and 49.
Because so that's the study
5-2, too.
about Finnegan
Right.
connecting, like, isn't that what we're talking about? Like
The bypass?
yeah.
There's gonna be another one. Is
Yeah.
that what we're talking about?
I mean, isn't that what they're saying here, is like how you integrate the city's circulation system with the
Well,
city?
it's the city's entire circulation.
Yeah.
That's not, we need to look at that. I'm a 2-3 on this.
Because so when we had that fire downtown, getting people around was a nightmare. And so having a plan in place for even emergencies
Yeah.
like that.
And there's a safety component for
And,
sure.
I'm like a
government
2.
is working on that, what's it called, John?
Not sure.
Yes, you do. You spoke to it.
I don't know.
Emergency evacuation, the evacuation
Oh, the
assessment.
evacuation.
Oh, yeah, we
Yeah.
had the presentation.
And I've spent some time with Amy, and we're all in agreement, we need to figure out some of the stuff on the streets, because we can't
Yeah.
get our vehicles down the
Yeah,
street. So there
right.
needs to be no parking, we need to
2-3.
figure out some
Yeah.
stuff.
3, 3?
How about year 2 for that? Not this
Do
year.
you feel
but
like year 2 or this year?
I think it needs to start being addressed in some form, I would say year 1.
Okay,
It's been on
1-3.
my
I'm a
list for
1-3.
long time.
We're changing it to 1-3 for me, sorry.
Did I already go about?
Let's start over. We have 2 1-3s.
I'm gonna be.
I was a 2 something.
I'm gonna be a
or
2-1.
I was-
You were a 2-3, I feel like. Isabel? 2-1, Councilmember 2-1.
All right, I'll change mine to a 2-2.
And a 2-2.
And if we did it right, it might help some of the homeless situations.
Ooh. Really, you're gonna change your number?
Wait, why would it help homeless? What do you mean?
Well, I'm
That's it.
saying,
That's all, that's all.
we have people that are parking in certain situations, in certain areas that are next to certain houses where
Bush
these
Street?
people are congregating. And if we can tighten that up with appropriate no parking or whatever based on emergency use, we'll take care of, I mean, they're just gonna go somewhere
Knock
else.
it out of the park.
But at least get them off of that area. I mean, we're having them up there, I mean, you guys probably heard, they're up there now having fires
Oh, yeah.
on Bush
Yeah,
Street,
yeah.
warming, and they're out
Yeah.
barbecuing and
Yeah.
they're burning stuff. to
Burning
stay
furniture.
So
warm.
if you guys can't get your emergency vehicle through anyways, you can move it no
Because
matter
it's a
what.
health,
That's,
well, it's already a
Now,
health and
that's a-
I say
safety.
that in a recorded thing, even though I say other stuff in a recorded thing.
Okay.
But, yeah, we'd move it,
Yeah.
it'd get moved.
Well, when it comes to health and safety, there's certain things that we have
But
to,
then I mean, we really had that happen, one of the worst ones, I mean, I know it was a problem with the park, not to belabor all this, but when we had the fire up on Finnegan a few years ago, that was burning back towards houses,
right.
I could not get fire trucks down
no,
there.
Finnegan's a rough.
And we
it's a
couldn't
rough
get the
street
dozer down
to-
there, and
to
then the gate
navigate.
was locked on the back, I mean, it was difficult. That would've been
Yeah, I worry
awful.
about Bird's Way, I worry about Finnegan, or like there's certain streets that
Absolutely.
get super pinch pointed where you just cannot get an emergency vehicle.
And there's
through.
some that we won't be able to do anything about, because it's just how it is, that's unfortunate, but the ones that we can, we need to try to address.
Do you ram the cars if you need to?
I will not answer that on the recording line.
Yeah, exactly.
Just call me. John, before I forget, can you that evacuation.
Are you liking all this recording?
Yeah, oh, thank you much. Been there, done
Sent it to
that.
everybody, but you're one of the very few that actually went in.
Okay, all right, absolutely.
And probably because it's not coming from someone that they know, so they probably think it's spam.
Yeah, we'll get that work done.
Yeah, we're good, we just have these three, and the fax part, so we're right on that.
Okay, good deal.
So both, can I put a roast in a crock?
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, house feels really good.
I know.
Yeah.
The officer's going, oh my gosh, we'll shoot that.
My husband just got, because I've been bringing it down to
Teresa will be there.
So Michelle's gonna help me tomorrow
home and puppy jail.
to send out a survey monkey so we can get ahead. So.
You guys traveling today, or are you staying local?
Yeah, just stay one more night, go out tomorrow.
Where you guys?
Just
Okay.
In Angels Camp.
we had getting tickets to go to
At
the
dinner
show.
at the, I was next to you.
Oh, Angels Mexican. Where you going?
Oh, the place this morning, it was really good. He was there by himself, it was kind of funny.
And then
Angels something restaurant.
Oh, downtown.
Yeah. The cook was the waiter and the phone guy.
He was doing it all, gosh.
Y'all been to Gretel's, been to the pickle porch, right?
Oh, big pickles, yes. Very good sandwiches.
Well, we have now, I have.
Day two, so I don't know.
Yes, last, when I was here before.
Yeah,
went
they're
to
going
go.
through
So the lemon tree downtown, so where the breakfast restaurant is, across the street, on the other side is, called the lemon tree.
I'll make sure at least a couple guys are here.
Amazing coffee.
Are you putting the fire truck in the price?
Okay.
We'll have a fire truck from
We're
here.
at dinner tonight.
I'm probably gonna get something out, so I got.
Murphy is going to be.
First on the parade, who's
It's
running?
supposed to stay here. Oh,
So I have these little magnet stuff that I bought to throw on vehicles, so I'll bring it for reindeer, Santa, whatever. So I'll bring it.
It's a ladder truck, it's fully lit.
I do.
More lights.
Whatever.
Have you had my tea?
And we're trying to, I'm trying to put up a little bit there too, but I just.
That's, yeah, they have that recipe from prior. Yeah, it's too,
What do you want?
How much is that?
I know, but-
And maybe where we're at.
Oh, Mike's
Cash on hand?
I've never had it. I've never had it.
I've never lasagna.
The Greek goddess, I like, is pretty good. I don't know why, there's olives and artichoke farms and tomatoes. That's what it
They do, they have beer and wine.
And they got beer.
Where are they, when they have the
Well,
seltzer.
take care of me.
Exactly. I'm good. They got 805.
On the corner, yeah.
TNT or something like that, or.
That's right, right, Jesus Lord. I'm all, wait.
Maybe what, 150, 210?
As long as I can get 130. I mean, the way I did the stipend program, we wrote down 60. Just remember that? I'm gonna give you the money. I know that's coming up.
Yeah, no, I need to do the reimbursement for that.
Yeah, so that will be coming up, but,
But that's the other thing, we didn't cut that short.
but I just need to, I think I'm gonna try to do 3 things. One at a day. Whatever, I'll try to figure that out.
Okay.
What do you wanna do here? Without me just another way. Save you some money, and then. And then I'm done with all.
You need to go, yeah.
Oh, and probably.
No, I'm kidding, just thinking about all the stuff I got.
Holly, you got all my compensation back ready.
Yeah, it's all good. I gotta go check tires, so first thing I want to
I know.
No, they only know. No, I just can't. This is out.
I didn't realize she did turkey cranberry sandwiches.
Hey.
I was over there, I was like, oh my god, it's so good. It has sprouts in it, it's got cucumbers, it's delightful.
Well, he never had any problem with that.
Okay, I'll call my sister, I'll call my brother. My brother worked till like.
If I had all those ingredients at my house.
He was
it would
getting
not
cut,
taste
so
that
I'm
good.
pretty sure, I know where he is, I'm pretty sure he's asleep. So,
Family. I'm taking care of your.
I do like it when I have Hawaiian.
I'm gonna help him. I'm gonna-
And leftover turkey, cranberry, and mayonnaise, and pepper. Right.
And he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
and I'll give you their number.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
My, I think it's supposed to snow down tonight. Not to here, Murphy. Murphy's, yeah.
So.
They're gonna get done.
Right now, they're ready to go. Yeah, so now.
I helped them have firewood and.
She said they weren't snowing right now.
Okay, if you're ready, I'll give you.
So you're just going to get like
The first snow after all of the areas.
Right.
And they're like, yay, it's so bad.
Yep.
No idea what they got. So burning their decks and burning furniture.
Calling 911 for groceries and things because they weren't, they were,
Yeah.
Wi-Fi didn't work, there was no power there.
With Jason, how's the, like,
It's like 0614. I'll call him and check him.
and then he came over to say, no, but I have some snowshoes that you can get up to the store. She's like,
There was another guy, I remember when they got this very worried about this older, and they were very good, they got the generator, they got it all figured out, they got like 3 trees.
So it's well known.
I mean, they were completely prepared, went to the grocery store, because I was calling like every day, I'm like, you guys are gonna actually be stuck in the house.
yeah. And well, and then they lost power for 5 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
internet, I couldn't even call
And
them.
no internet, I mean, it was, but there's certain people that we know that live up there, have lived up there for a long time, and they just hunker down, they know how to do it, their freezers are full.
They got a generator.
They've got generators, they're like, good to go.
You move up and they move up, they're gonna have like consistent power.
Right?
It's magical, like the first couple hours, and then when the power goes down, then it's not so magical.
Well, no, when the power goes down, they're like, oh, fun. And then when it's down, it's like,
Coffee.
coffee hour,
Yeah, fill up some hot toddies and sit by the fire, and then by day 3.
They did that last Christmas, I remember that, because a whole bunch of them came down.
That's not my problem. Exactly.
To where we were at, some of them were relatives of a person at whose house we were at, and they all decided to come down there, they were freezing, they had no food, and, yeah. Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Summertime.
Yeah.
We use our generator.
Well, after 3 days, people started running out of gas.
There's, yeah.
People were starting to worry.
Were you like excited?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, no worries.
Now, we did the cooler, we put everything in the.
Okay, we're getting started again.
Because it was easier than trying to keep your fridge going.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Is it Bath and Body Works? All
On a roll.
right.
We're back. We're back.
Rose, Chief, let's roll.
Page 3 team.
Okay.
They're slowly.
That's how he is. He's always.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. They're not even- they're not even-
Wander on.
He's been like that for a while.
Kidding.
I just think there's a little convoluted.
Mining, we just got rid of all our mining. in city.
5-1.
X.
I think maybe it's Sprint.
Yeah, 5-3.
Do you need to say something?
I thought we changed one of our codes.
We did, we cannot have mining, period.
Oh, okay, so that's a
Yeah.
519.
Wait, what happened to my Garvey then?
So another 5-3?
He just handed.
Promote the efficient use of energy resources.
This goes along with the GHG.
I was saying that goes exactly with it. One, because that's supposed to come out very soon, right?
Promote the efficient use of energy resources. What did you say about that?
That's part of the green.
That's part of the greenhouse gas emissions that's coming out.
1, 3, 3.
Yeah, one. All three's fine.
Maintain and when feasible enhance the city's 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1.
1-1.
Code. Conserve and enhance the city's biological resources. Biological.
Like enhance the city's biological
What do you mean by
resources.
biological? Water? Like, Like streams, like by things that are growing, biological.
This
Scratch
is
it.
water.
And
is
bio-
it-
No, I think it's gotta be
I don't know.
biological
I don't know what
resources.
biological resources means.
Scratch it.
Okay, next.
So we're doing X for now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody knows.
It's for biological as a resource substance or object in the environment required by an organism for normal growth, maintenance, and reproduction. Resources also can be consumed by an organism. So it isn't, this gets into like maybe your parks, creeks, streams, those kind of EIR
Or
kind
out
of
of the
pests.
waste.
So EIR type issues,
Mhm.
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Pests, pollutants, plants, pest predators, conservation, animal pest conservation, that kind of stuff. So EIR type related.
Yeah.
And probably as they come up, when you
Yeah.
do EIR reports, your frog, for example.
Right.
Right.
You know, so there's gonna be things that come up with development, likely is
Right.
the only time it will come up. So
Yeah.
it's probably just an
But then
as
that's
is.
project specific.
Yes.
Right.
So,
Yes. Unless there's anything that planning is, okay, then we're good.
Our frogs are fine.
They use conflict in urban and agricultural use.
We don't have conflict between urban and agricultural.
Well,
We
yeah,
don't have
unless there was,
agriculture in the city.
unless you're talking about ranching,
Growing the city.
like ranching and habitat, you know, like that was ranch land that's now being used as urban.
So we're
But in
only,
the city, do we have that?
only if we try to,
It becomes more of an issue through infrastructure annexation.
Or rezone, if someone's
Or rezone.
application for rezone.
Okay. So no, it's
So we-
not like a, I think it's like
This
so
a,
it's
is the
project
4-2.
specific.
5:30.
5-3?
5.
5-2.
I don't even know where
5-2 for me.
I don't even know where it fits in.
The skinny little one.
I'm a 5-3.
Recognize the rural.
Timber harvesting operations. Okay.
Do we have those?
What?
We don't have.
Accommodate existing timber harvesting operations outside? Why do we need to accommodate harvesting outside?
that timber resources have to administer this and accommodate existing timber harvesting operating. Is that through like the trucking?
What?
That said something to do with historical. Why do I remember?
It's gotta be rerouting the trucks to go
I
through the
thought that they
bypass
could
or
go
something like
through
that.
Main Street
Downtown.
because the dig breaks or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, I'm
big
sure
ones?
that's what it is.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sure
where the
that's what
bypass,
it's, I'm
right?
sure that's what
So
it is.
we've recognized it, we've.
Or is there like some?
They go through downtown all day long.
I know they do.
They have something, is it the Jake breaking?
The big lumber.
Oh, yeah.
They're not allowed to take break anymore.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Would this fit into downtown, would this fit into annexing, you know, highway, or not annexing, but rerouting 49?
Waiting for one of them to run through a building.
I don't
They go
know.
so
They
fast.
go so fast.
Yeah, they do. That would be something you need
So
working with
bad.
the county, the
So
state as
bad.
far as.
It's gotta be, I think it is. I think the Jake breaking, which is why they go so
Things
fast.
like weight limits.
Because they can't go
and certain
further.
requirements. So that would
They
be
don't do
staff
that, right? They
proactively
don't do
working
that.
potentially with
Yeah.
other
I
agencies.
remember Jake breaking through.
I remember something,
Yeah, I
some
think
reason on
that's.
this, but I
Oh my
don't.
God.
I don't know, I got nothing.
You could work with other agencies for like weight limits or other things if you want to control some of that, so that's something, if this is what you're
But once
thinking
again,
about.
that's all cow pens.
That's a big
It's
X.
something that you want staff to reach out.
Yeah, that's an
and
Right,
resources
Rebecca, can you
for
think of any reason to?
correcting that?
Okay, we're not gonna even.
Not unless it slows them down through town.
Water quality and water for the residents of the.
It would be great to
1-1.
reroute them.
2-1.
But that is, okay, so there's the question, I know we're jumping quick, but the question that you pose
Yeah.
is if we could reroute them, so do you want to put resources? or
Because
is
it does,
priority?
it does impact our economic development in downtown.
Right. So you could, that would be saying, yes, we want resources, so that means reaching out to county, state, whatever, to say, hey, we want late minutes, reroutes, whatever. But that's resources of staff's time to figure out, can we do this and how do we do this?
So this could
So
be
this
like
would
a
be a-
49 bypass then? This could legitimately be, okay, then I'm gonna say 2-1.
Okay.
Okay, going back to
We're not
one.
scratching.
Sorry, yeah.
We're not scratching
it.
it.
Okay.
I'm a 2-1.
So 2-1, 2-1.
2-2.
Yeah, I'll go with the 2-1.
All four of you.
Me too.
I'll go with a 2-2.
So 3 and 2, is what I heard, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Put
Sorry,
49
go ahead.
on this one, so I don't know how to talk about it.
I'm sure that's wrong, right?
Yeah,
And
water and water quality.
That's a 1-1 for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
1-1.
I mean,
Always.
that's always,
Never gonna
All
change.
5?
yep.
Sure.
And the second one
Property
too.
distinct measure.
I mean, that's,
1-1.
yeah, that's a
Yeah,
1-1.
1-1.
In all 5?
Yeah.
Noise. Maintain or reduce noise.
Different land use and maintain the city's peaceful.
Do you have ordinances for this now?
It was at 10 p.m.
We do 10 p.m.
That's
for,
old.
but that's like if you're having a party.
Yeah.
Are we talking about like
There could be decibel.
blowers
readings
and
or-
like lawn
Yeah,
mowers
decibel readings for
and?
those things or construction.
But actually, hold on, I've had like 2 phone calls in the last month about dogs barking and noise ordinance for, is there a,
I don't think
There's no ordinance for dogs?
There's a noise general is basically all it is. Noise that would be disruptive to the normal person.
And you shut it down,
ordinance.
you're the party shut down guy.
you're the guy?
Yeah.
Good time and, yeah.
Notice I didn't call you.
So do you want?
So outside of
There's another noise
just,
after
outside
that.
of like a party, there's no,
Ow, it's a loud sound, I know,
Yeah.
I heard that.
so there's no ordinances for like loud machinery or?
No, and I've seen ordinances in the past that say this time to this time, you can't start business loud construction on weekends, it's a
Oh,
little bit
construction,
later,
yeah.
but in
That's
the
what-
mornings, it's like 6 a.m.
I do
to
think
4.
we
that's
have,
already
I
here.
think we do have that ordinance for construction.
I know that's here, because we got busted in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
The golf
I
course was going, my dad tried to start at 5 in the morning,
yeah.
and they
The
said,
county has
I thought it
said,
was like.
Saying that and actually having an ordinance may be 2 different things.
Well, that is-
No, there is an ordinance, because I remember when they were building the MACT building next to us, and we did call them out on that. They had to start at a certain time, and Greenmore Creek, and I
But
think
there are other agencies that will do noise ordinances. I'll tell you, when I was at the county, we were working on a noise ordinance, and I think we spent 4 days talking about it, because there's all different ways on how it would be, like, how it would
enforced?
be enforced and.
Code measured.
Yeah.
Code 5-3.
No.
5-3.
Hold on, no, but
Yeah.
think about what we're doing here, because everything that we just took into consideration with our new.
You wanna waste 4 days on?
No, I don't want to waste any time, but we're saying that we're proud of being a very, shut up, rural and beautiful, family oriented. And you're gonna come here and you're gonna stay for the weekend and you're gonna go, holy hell, there was lawnmowers blazing at midnight, and there's dogs barking, and wives and husbands fighting. So we do have to have some
That's gonna,
awareness of this
Not happening in
nice
5 years.
lifestyle. No, I'm like a 3-2.
When have you complained about noise in this town?
Right.
I yell at my neighbor's dog all the time.
So you handle your own
I
problem.
know,
You're good.
but I'm just saying, in general,
Everything
we
else
do
is
need to
fine.
have a thought of a noise.
I think everybody was 5-3, but
Next.
yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm a 3-2.
3-2.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I
Except
said.
for the 3-2.
No.
On 3, 2, pay the rest of it.
You got it.
Okay. Okay.
Now, public safety.
What
Geologic has other
Do we have those here?
lizards and stuff?
Well, geological hazards,
Are those the mine shafts?
Yeah.
The mine shafts?
yes.
That should be, I mean, especially with the homeless thing, I feel like that should.
If it's on your personal property, it's your personal
Yeah, I'm not-
property.
Oh, well then.
I'm not taking it
Why are we, like,
5-3.
5-3?
Okay.
I'm a 5-3.
Okay.
Take care of your own
Just
shit.
like, there you are for that, but not for noise.
Well, no, I said
Personal property
geologic.
from flooding.
But what else could be a geologic hazard? Like in the water, in the creeks, if someone's down there in the creeks and
Trip
there's.
over a rock. And it's going down. So here's geological hazards as basically defined. There can be earthquakes, liquefaction, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, landslides, floods, snow avalanches, sandblasting.
Right.
All of those can be included
Natural
in.
disaster.
Yeah, so I mean, we have to.
Disaster preparedness or readiness
Okay.
also elements.
She's already doing
Take it
it.
back.
I'm taking it back.
He's already doing it. He's already in
Taking them all
the,
back.
he's knee deep in it already right
So
now.
nothing.
So this is the resiliency thing that we were talking about, and the
Ongoing. We've
proactiveness.
got multiple things going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's already in the
So leave it in.
So we
So
checked
there's
it.
nothing new or more resources you need, no request of a priority?
Immediately,
Okay,
So you're still, your days are
couple
good?
out, or three, yeah, we're okay right now on that.
year 2, 3,
Not that
4.
it wouldn't change, but for right now. yeah.
So I changed
A
mine
lot
to
of stuff
3-3.
that
I'm
we
gonna
would like
say
to do, we can't do.
4-3, that way we're looking at it toward the end.
Oh,
So I mean, that's where I'm
So
just
change
switching.
that. So I see, I heard 1, 4, 3.
That's me.
That's fine, I'm a 4-3.
There's
I marked
Steve.
4-3, but I said.
I'll be a 4-1.
Is that everybody?
Person.
This one.
Exactly, how are we gonna be putting time on
We're
this?
gonna change the 5, so we'll need 2
Look
more
at this.
folks. So the 2, that 2 will lead to at the 5-3.
Yes, I think so.
From dam failures, we
This
aren't
we
going
Come on.
already do, this
We already do this.
We do this through UWPA. Yeah, we do can
We did
inspections.
an emergency action plan.
Yeah, we
But
already.
how do
have
we
that.
mobilize our community? How do
So
we
it's like our
communicate
EOS
with our
system.
community?
And
There's
we're
that
already working
whole
on that.
piece of that.
Exercise.
So
He's already got, I know John.
Yeah, so MSD and Utica both have emergency action plans. There's already who gets called, at what point.
How do you mobilize your community?
I think that is an overall issue that we have within the city and countywide.
Yeah.
We don't
It's
have,
it's nationwide,
like,
it's
we
not
don't
just
have
you.
So that's the
a,
next
Some cities
one.
are more prepared than others.
yeah, we
True.
don't,
Even if we are prepared, we're so stubborn.
we act as an OES, even though it's not an official OES. We
Right.
have a county OES, but the county OES doesn't do,
City.
well, but they're not doing community training. They're not doing community outreach in terms of how to, what your
They don't
role
do
is.
simulations
No.
or any activations or anything,
So we don't do any, what do you call it, like, emergency preparedness with our community? Yeah.
But some of that stuff is on the agenda right now for the county, for OES, and
Yeah.
it would lead to us.
Yes.
They're actually hiring a new position that they're gonna be working strictly on that stuff for the whole county, for countywide evacuations integrated with the city. They're hiring a whole new position for that.
Okay.
And, you know,
Are they leaving the city out to
No.
dry, or are we
No,
included in
No,
that?
we have a good relationship with them.
Okay.
And for flooding for us, I mean, most of the time, but besides the stuff downtown, but when we have stuff, water coming down here, it's on this end. You know, you guys all know that. So we have Bird's Way, stuff over here, where we've had to evacuate people, move people out, because we had 3 feet of water and stuff like that. I mean, and we're always sort of working on that with Amy and on some other projects. But that's one of the key spots for us. When we send stuff out, if there's gonna be a storm or something's going on, or there's an alert,
we do.
we specifically send it out, we put it on every social media, and have our guys make contact with all the houses over there, and all the houses up on Finnegan, where they might not mess up their homes, but they might not have access. But we make contact with that, with something we do on a regular basis.
So we don't really need to prioritize this because it's already a priority for the county.
And there's a few, yeah,
Is there
other
is there
projects.
anything else to look at in the next year or 2 or 3 that you feel to put on the list at all?
I would put something at 3, just because we can revisit it and then reprioritize if needed, if some of these other projects that are working on are failed.
Okay.
But
So 3-3.
3-3.
3-3?
Sure, 3-3 across the board.
Okay.
Next one's pretty much the same. It's just
This one's,
general.
yeah, it's just more general, so it's like earthquake, EMP, which.
Overall disaster. So 3-3 again.
3-3.
You never know.
I hang out with a lot of tinfoil hat people. A lot.
A lot of who?
Tinfoil hat people are part of my industry.
Protect people, 3-3.
Yep.
3-3.
Yep.
All 3 3s?
Communication of city residents during emergency situations.
So we just adopted, no, we're going to adopt on next Tuesday the drought contingency plan.
Okay.
And that also includes the emergency situation for
Okay.
catastrophic events.
Great.
So that is included in that plan, so that's.
Oh, no, no.
Okay, great.
So
So
do we take it off?
Check
So
it
do
off.
we,
All 5.
I
yeah,
thought we put it at like 5,
5-3,
3, so it comes back
so,
around
yeah.
in 5 years.
Or 1-1, and then you can check it off in a month when December.
Wow!
Let's
do that, 1-1.
Which one, wait a minute, which one is that?
Facilitate
The
the
water.
provision and adequate supply of water, because it's already coming to us.
It's coming on the agenda, it's completed.
That's fair.
Right now, today, this is how it's.
Is this this plan? Well, this was already, yeah.
I
Take
think
the win.
1-1 on the next one too.
Preparedness.
1-1 versus.
1-1, right? 'Cause
Yes,
it's the same thing.
1-1.
1-1.
All right.
Good, next.
It's a win.
Facilities
We already
and
did the next
services,
one.
next block.
Continue to improve Angels Camp capacity to store,
I
treat,
would
and deliver
say
water to collect and treat waste.
This is just my 2 cents. I think it's important in terms of resources to make sure that it's stated that this is a priority for staff. Because I want to make sure that they are engaging with the county, that we do have programs in place so that we wouldn't have a view fire response here. It would be a good response for the residents. And so the only way you can do that, though, is to make sure that you have a readily available plan, that you have readily available, you know, we know who all of the volunteer groups are. We know who all of the entities are that would be available to help us through an emergency. So I think that's just my 2 cents, but that is
That's
important
the
to make
prepare
sure.
city staff one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agencies and citizens. Yeah.
We did one on it.
Okay.
So.
So then down on the
Second.
continue to improve the storm treat water, I'm a 1-1 on that.
It's okay.
I'm a 1-1 on this next one for water
Yeah.
storage.
Yeah, me too.
I am as well.
And that
We
goes
don't want
into,
another Flint.
that goes into the drought too, correct?
Oh, full.
No, I'm in there too, sorry. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So all of them, next page.
Throw something at me next time.
It's okay.
So this is staffing. This is coverage for fire protection and medical response.
Yeah, I'm at 1-3 on the next 5, because they're all about the same.
Maintain and improve standards of coverage currently.
I already voted 1-3 on that.
So 1 to 3.
Yeah.
Got that?
Police. Parks and infrastructure.
Yeah, I'm a 1-3 also.
Yeah, I'm a 1-3 also for,
We'll just do box by box.
okay,
First
one, 1-3.
1-3, so we have 3 1-3s. Vice Mayor and Mayor.
Man, how much stuff's being stacked in 1-3?
I'm a 2-1.
I know. I'm a 2-1.
for
I'm a
everything.
2-1.
next week.
I'll be back with 5 down.
Yeah, yeah.
And then from there we can.
So the 3 so far.
No, we did, the other 3 were the same. You guys were.
There were 3 of us that were 1-3.
1-3 and 2-1.
Okay.
All the way down. I think we were all the way down, weren't we?
All the same?
Yeah, all the way down.
I think we were all the way down that whole bracket because it was all kind of the same.
3-2. But the chief did.
So this is the same exact
This is, but it's
So-
your public facilities
Right.
as opposed to
Start
land
your
use.
Are we looking for the last?
Strive?
Hold on, we'll let's try.
So this is more along the lines of, wait, this is public facilities that you said?
And services.
Okay, so this is like
That's where that collaboration.
COG and that, okay, the collaboration on this.
I'm a 2-3 on that one.
And that's the solid waste and
Oh, I should.
that would fall into that too, facilities.
Economic development,
Okay.
COG,
What'd you say you were?
2-3.
Caltrans.
I mean, if it comes up sooner, that's fine, but I mean, I think it's probably coming down.
Yeah, I know like the solid waste.
What's the deal with that?
Just trying to work.
Just like.
I'm a 2-1 on the strive to work cooperatively. Does she?
2-3.
I'm a 2-3.
And then we're just waiting for Isabel's vote. Was that, are we still on the ones?
The
No,
strive,
no.
strive to work cooperatively with the county.
State, federal.
State, federal, regional,
With the county.
quasi-public.
This is on more like COG and solid waste. It's like, you know,
Caltrans.
it's like they working with the county, not the land use. It's,
Oh, then I'm like a 2-3.
Okay.
Okay, cultural resources.
Heritage, through the identification and new beneficiaries.
Cultural resources.
so that's like the museum?
I don't know, if I'm asking.
But it can also be what we just passed, which is the.
Oh, yeah.
The historic.
Yeah, the historic buildings.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's the 1-1 for me.
Do you guys have a historical preservation on this?
We just passed a registry.
Not an ordinance, but a registry. You got it.
Yeah, we just started that.
We just.
2 months ago, last one?
Like what, 3 buildings? So I'm a 1, since we've kind of already done it. Oh, we've already done it. So
We've
why
already
don't we do like a 2-3?
Do you have any other plans for staff to do anything else?
It's kind of if they come to,
They come to
if
us.
they come to
Design
us.
improvements for historical, or ordinance, or, sorry, I'm just throwing out.
Right,
We could
no.
vote some of those.
No, we don't have any money for anything.
No, well, or going after grants for that.
So that would be included in that as well, because there was a lot of money out there historically.
Yeah, right, historical preservation, like downtown.
So there's more than what we have, what Amy's
You
already
can
said?
declare areas historical districts and have different taxes. and
Is
there's a-
downtown a
there's a big-
historical district?
It is a historical.
It's
But
a,
we're not a
it's
different
not a
tax
district
bracket.
though.
Oh, it's just a historical section.
So just opportunities should you decide that there's an importance to it.
I'm gonna be like a 3-3.
I'm gonna 3-3. If you're in that column, go 3-3.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for 3-2.
2 3-3s and 1 3-2
I'm a 3-1.
and a 3-1.
I got that one.
So you're 3.
And
Oh, wait a minute. No, 3-1, I heard?
Yeah.
Okay, so somebody changed then, right?
Oh.
And 1-3-1, 1-3-2.
No, if you do one in one box.
I'm a 3-2.
One in the 2 box and 2 in the
Oh, no, we have
box.
2 3.
One, number 1, tier 1.
Three,
Yeah.
2,
Are we on this first bullet right after?
Partnership.
Yes.
3 3.
4, 5.
How many 3-3s?
Are you on all of cultural resources?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
and we're doing all the cultural resources down there, right?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm sorry, can you do over, right, there's
The
a
first box?
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm a 3-3.
Okay.
3-3.
Fine, put us all on.
All 3-3.
I think we're all 3-3.
Okay, good.
All the
There we
way
go,
down,
make it
down,
easy.
all the way down.
Yeah, just do it all the way down.
On all 3 of those
Yeah.
boxes.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
In all
It's a good
3
year.
boxes.
Oh, so
It's a good year.
this next thing, air quality, is that greenhouse gas
Right, that
stuff?
back with the,
The greenhouse gas thing that we have to
Okay.
talk about?
Okay, air quality.
It's, it's more sort of,
It can also be tied into development sometimes.
Yeah.
So if there's, depending on what they're developing or how they're developing it or what they're doing to the environment, there could be air quality control of that. There could be air quality to help people burn.
I'm like a
with fire
5-3.
departments, so sometimes there's regulations around that.
right.
So there's
Yeah.
a couple different layers for that.
I'm a 5-3.
I'm a 5-3.
Me too.
We're already doing enough.
5-3.
all 5-3s then.
I don't like telling people what I do.
Me neither.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, I'll step for Bushwood.
We've already done the green box, so the next one, encourage the location of median wage jobs in the city.
Encourage the location of median wage jobs in the city to assist in increasing accessibility. So that's economic development,
Yeah.
okay? And
this kind of
increasing
aligns
the
with-
accessibility of housing again.
But this is almost, this is almost the same one as the one that says putting housing near
Yes.
jobs.
Yes.
It's just
Yeah,
slightly the
One,
opposite
depending
way.
on your city, if you're no growth, slow growth, or what it looks like, it can be
Right.
mixed use development, or it can be, an add-on to current development, or it can be, annexing, there's a lot of variables.
Encourage the
in that, I guess.
location of median wage jobs in the city to assist in increasing the accessibility. Well, we were talking about increasing businesses.
Right.
That has
So
to
they're
happen
talking,
first.
So that's
jobs.
gonna happen.
So where Habitat Humanity is, now we want jobs
near there.
right next door.
Which is already
Like,
kind of
that
in that
isn't-
general plan.
If we're expanding that shopping
Whole
center,
upper
that's
area.
gonna have median
The whole road should poke right out, so that's
jobs, so they
all.
can come down Foundry
shopping
Lane
area.
and
Right, either
shop.
Foundry Lane or on the front side of 49, so that's kind of already there.
Is that, and that's already kind of, I don't know, anyway.
So you
Economic
guys
development
did, you did a
part.
4-3.
That's what I was gonna say.
On the
we're
one
good.
that says encourage location of affordable
I'm gonna do a
housing near
4-3
jobs.
for this.
4-3.
Yeah, 4-3.
4-3?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know how much it's our responsibility for,
25 more pages to go.
No, we want to encourage. This is the last one.
I know, I was just waiting to
This
scoot
is the
everything
home
up.
stretch.
We're so close.
So this one is different. This is the overall economic opportunities. Consistent with our social, so this is a 1-1 for me.
promote a wide
Variety
variety.
of economic, 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 also.
1-1. 1-1.
Everybody, right?
Well, all right, yes.
Oh.
We'll make it easier on you.
Okay.
Community identity.
That's what natural scenic, this is rebranding, guys. This is rebranding.
Okay, community identity.
We've already done this. We've done this.
Preserve and enhance the natural and scenic resources.
Oh, wait, are we on the bottom?
I'm just looking at all of them, to see if I'm doing a sweep. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Community identity, other than the wayfinding, which we're already involved in, we've already established our identity. we've redone our logo, we got rid of the little backpack frog.
Or 3.
Enhanced now.
Yes.
Down
For
4.
me, we did the design new development to be compatible with natural, scenic, and culture, so we did
Yeah,
talk
what did
about
we-
that.
yeah,
That
what
was a
was-
1 something.
Yeah, what did we vote on that?
I thought it
Because
was
that
a
was
1-1
making
you were
sure
saying.
that
It was a
It was-
1-1.
right.
We want buildings to look compatible here.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So it's a 1-1,
new
right?
development is different, everything else would be.
Right, so like the
So-
provide a wide variety of planning tools for the preservation and enhancement of natural, scenic, and cultural resources and rural character. I don't know if that, are they talking about in-house or are we talking about outside?
Which one are you on?
The first one.
The first one, is that
First, sorry.
planning tools for the preservation and enhancement of the natural, scenic, okay. So that's more looking at things like, that are historic or that things we want to preserve and not
Probably
build
goes back to
around.
guidelines and-
Oh, what was that?
Goes back to some guidelines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
And I don't know how far, how much you have with staff, so that's a planning question in some ways.
Yeah, we have, so in terms of the historical piece, so we do have I guess it's called the historic district, but it's not like a tax rate area. It's
So
not
is
a.
that a designated area recognized by the state or the feds? Okay.
But there are.
We probably should do that.
Right.
But,
We should do that.
no, but it's designated that way specifically, so in our code, in our ordinances,
Yep.
it specifies what the, what the building style needs to be, or what the
Right, or their
sign
signage,
style,
or their
signage,
window,
or-
their
yes,
window
the sign
signs,
signs.
yeah.
Okay, got
That's
it.
what it
Yeah.
is.
Okay.
And that all goes through planning.
Yes.
Right.
Because you have to only use historical colors. I mean, I've been through all that.
And is this also talking about things like wetlands and that kind of stuff, or not so much? Because that's all stuff that's handled also, like, that we already have some of that in place.
You know, I would say
Or
not, but
like
I don't know the original intent. There wasn't.
Native
with
American.
The other ones. I don't feel like that's part of that, but.
No, because I think that would be more in the conservation and open space area.
Okay.
So no, this is
Okay.
just our identity.
I like,
4-3 on
I like looking into making the historic district maybe something with the state or feds, because that is something that would be enhancing for those businesses, and maybe a recruitment for getting some of those businesses to be filled, or those.
Is there work to be
storefronts.
done
And there's a lot of times, there's a
Rebecca?
lot of funding for it.
Yeah.
There's work to be done there for
Sure,
that?
just did that.
Like
I'm a
what-
1-2, all 5 of them.
Yeah, I would really like to see something move downtown. I want to see movement
I got a
downtown.
1-2 on all 5, I got a 4-3.
So we-
Hold on,
Consider
keep rid of my
this.
4-3, because I wasn't thinking about
Although
that.
one-
Can we do box by box, because I have a lot of different things, so I'm sorry.
What?
So let's do box by box.
Okay.
So we're gonna consider this downtown.
Different ones and change.
Yeah.
You can get rid of my 4-3, I'm gonna
Okay.
change it.
Right.
I'm a 2-1 on that.
2-1.
So we're gonna do first box,
First box, I'm a 2-1.
there's a 2-1,
And a
and a
1-2.
1-2.
I'll do 2-1.
1-2,
1-2.
I'll do
Yeah.
2-1.
and a 2-1, and a 2-1.
Actually, change mine to
So
2-1.
3.
3 of those.
Did you want to change
Four,
yours?
4 and 2-1.
Four
4,
and-
2-1, and then 1,
How about
4,
four
1, 2.
2-1s?
Yeah.
Okay, 4 2-1s.
Yes. Okay.
So then somebody's going to change it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Natural
Okay, so
resources.
second one, preserve and enhance the natural and scenic resources of Angels Camp.
I'm a 2-1.
Good.
2-1.
I'm a 2-2.
I could do 2-1.
I'm a 2-1.
So 4 2-1s.
You want to blow her mind.
Okay, third one, design.
New development. So this is just, if it's new development, it's under new development. It
Right.
comes with the,
Right.
it's the
To
design.
keep
But it's
That-
the design, so for me,
Oh,
that's
It's gotta be
a
consistent.
1-1 for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna, okay, I was 1-2, but
I'm a 1-2.
1-2.
So 2 1
3
1
1-2,
and 3
3 1-2s,
Make it 4.
4
4 1
1-2s,
2.
and then 1 1-1. Right?
And again, the next one is kind of the same.
It's just commercial,
Just
rather than
commercial.
new development.
Yeah.
So same numbers?
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same numbers.
Okay.
Okay, and last one.
Parks and Rec.
I'm a 2-2.
I'm a 2-1.
I go 2-1, so I think we're 2-1. 2-1.
2 1.
2-2.
We're almost done. Two 2s and 2 2-1s. We're missing one vote.
okay, 2-1.
And a 2-1, so we have 3 2-1s. Okay, next.
Already, low impact modes of transportation, there they are again. What were they? Low impact modes?
We're talking about like electric bikes or like.
Parks and Rec.
Wait, which one are we on? Because it.
Parks and Rec, already did the first one. Yeah.
We did the first one. We did the first one.
Second bullet.
Number two.
Check, you guys should have been on a second bullet, because we already did that green one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we should be on optimize limited resources by emphasizing multiple uses.
No,
No.
encourage the use.
Encourage.
Low
One
impact.
above that.
Then why do I have this highlighted?
You got a little over highlight.
I wasn't even
Yeah.
here.
I highlighted the top.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, we highlighted that.
So didn't we already vote, we voted on this in the first call?
Yeah, but we're on this one now.
No, we just voted on encourage
That
the
one was
use.
done. 3 and 2.
Preserve it, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's just above.
Okay, encourage the use of low
It's
impact
just like
modes.
did a view.
I'm 4-3 on
I'm
the
a
whole thing.
4-3.
I'm 4-3 on all.
I'm a 4-3.
4-3,
Okay, so on encourage,
yes.
Yeah.
Low use, 4-3.
okay, so it sounds like everybody or not?
Is that all?
Okay, I'm still reading.
I'm a 5-3.
On the low use.
There's one,
Optimize
5,
limited
3,
resources by emphasizing.
3, 4, 3s.
Optimize limited resources by emphasizing multiple uses and multiple benefits of recreation facilities.
Recreation
Park and a
facilities.
baseball field.
So I think based on our survey, we have to put this a little bit higher, because recreation.
So I
important.
would, this is just my 2 cents.
This is
So,
Greyhound gas stuff.
not necessarily. So when I think of the recreational facilities, so the Utica Park expansion is gonna go in. We are going to have to contemplate how that space is going to be used in order to generate revenue, in order to pay for the maintenance of it, in addition to coordination or collaboration with community partners to do that. Sort of similar to what the Murphy's Park, that's a county park, but it's not the county that takes care of the park.
Right.
We're gonna have to do something because we do not have the staff to be able to
We're
maintain.
responsible to take care of it now?
We are responsible.
And we're
We own
going to
that
make
park.
That's true.
So I do think we do need to start planning for that before it gets here, just because
So I'm a 1-3.
we, just on that one,
Just on the one?
Just on which one?
Optimize limited resources.
optimize, yeah, the limited resources.
So we've got
So you want to bump the way up?
1, 3.
Because that's recreation.
It can be a 1-3.
I'm a 1-3.
Or
Okay, 1-3.
or even a 2-1, because it's not, I mean.
Well, do you want us to do it in 2-1, or do you want to look at it this year? Because we are.
Look at it next year.
2-1.
2-1.
2-1.
So
2, 1, 5, 2, 1.
5,
Yes.
2-1.
Okay.
Encourage low use impact, but, oh yeah, so I was a 4-3 on that, or encourage, did you already get that? Did we all do that one?
Yeah.
Where are you at?
Well,
Design
we're gonna go box by box.
Okay, great.
and We change and then. send-
Okay.
I hop back and forth.
What number are we on now?
The second to last one.
Second one.
Design recreational facilities?
Right.
Okay.
I'm a 4-3.
Yeah, me
Minimize
too.
conflict with
4-3.
I'm gonna be a 1-1 only because we're in this project right now.
Okay, and 1, 1.
Is it already designed?
With you.
No, we're, it's not designed yet,
So in
but
terms
we
of,
do have the elements.
okay.
I'm a
Design
1,
recreational facilities to optimize their use, minimize conflicts.
so this is all Utica.
So in my opinion, that's where I'm going with the
Yeah,
1.
so I'm a 1-3, get it done this year.
We're working on it
already.
Yeah, we need to get that one done. I'm a 1-3 on that one.
There should be one more vote. Got it?
So it's a
Okay.
1-1-1, 2 1-3s, and
Yeah.
2
Yep.
4-3.
Yeah, we got it. Perfect. Last one.
Okay, and
Last one.
funding recreational facilities.
That's what we're talking about right now.
We're talking about
It's the community club or.
a combination of, it's almost a different way of saying optimizing limited resources, but yeah.
So 1-3 again. for me.
2-1.
2-1 for me.
I'm a 2-1, I'm not a 2-2.
2-1.
Because we're not even gonna get that installed until.
Once it's done.
Yeah.
But we need to have it in place too.
I think we're missing you guys.
On that last one, I was a 1-3. I don't know if you got it.
Yeah, okay.
I was a 2-1.
Okay,
I was a 2-1.
okay.
And I have a 2-2.
That was me.
Gretel? She was a 2-1, I think.
I was a 2-1.
Okay, another 2-1. Perfect. You can take a 1-minute break if you want, and then we're gonna come back to the last few slides. Awesome work. Woo-hoo, well done.
We're ahead of schedule. Are we on general plan, goals review, validation exercise? What are we doing next?
So we are gonna do, so this is finished here, let's see.
We're on break.
It's really raining outside.
Yeah. Quick break. Quick break.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get over with it.
We just had a break.
No need break.
Anybody need a break?
Roll. Okay, so
I
let's
might
just
need
do
another
the,
sandwich if we
with the
want.
PowerPoint, with the.
Actually, I was feeling.
I have one. I had, oh my gosh, it's right here.
I was like, that's great.
You know that flooding you were talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that Birds Way is ever flooded.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That creek comes way.
It comes up, but we owned a place down there for like 12 years. We never had a flood. Right on the creek side.
I love it.
Oh, yeah.
But maybe it's people down on this end.
Yeah.
Because I was at our place is right there.
You saw that, didn't you?
We did.
Okay, we ready? Oh, you ready?
On the creek side?
It was on the creek side. We never had flooding.
Was it, what house is
So,
it?
It's the one on the very end on the right.
The very, very end of
We'll do it right there.
Now yellow.
All right.
We ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, keep on.
Yeah, let's roll.
Probably.
All right, so it goes without saying that as much as we will have, your city manager will have a great implementation strategy moving forward, there are going to be fail facts. There are quantitative studies that say that things are going to get in the way, things are going to make things pivot, there's going to be challenges and issues. So we wanted to bring awareness to some of what those are. Some are very familiar, some aren't. So we just wanted to touch base real quickly what those are. So first one, minimal investment or buying along with a new plan. So some staff may be excited, some staff might not be that excited, so the buy-in is going to be very key in the alignment of this. Not just buy-in from the city staff, buy-in from certain community members, other agencies, et cetera. So communication will be key in all that. Number 2, fail facts. Lack of clear, consistent communication from leadership. There was a lot of good positive stuff that came out of the surveys about communication, but a little bit lacking in the sort of the goal areas and clarity on some of that. So obviously, as she disseminates information amongst the troops, as well as the other staff that's here, that will be important as they look at this process. Third fail fact. Adding to staff's workload while nothing gets taken away, lack of understanding. Very common one, actually Harvard Business Review did a huge study on it. And often the lack of understanding is a big part of it. I'm not being clear on what those goals are exactly. And then looking at it that, okay, now we have these guiding priorities, but I still have a little work to do. There's still people walking into the office, I'm still trying to do plan check, and now I've got all these other things to do. So staff's gonna have that hat on in that perspective, so they'll be pivoting and maneuvering and adjusting internally. So Rebecca has her hands full because a lot of these are with her. Lack of accountability. We did talk with the city manager. She has some different tools and things in place about what that's going to look like, and I'll talk more about that on another slide, but that will be one of the items. Lack of patience. We want what we want, and we get excited, and there's a lot of things that we want. We want to change things sometimes, so it's just sort of having that kindness and patience that that we've seen a lot of already with this organization, so continuing down that path. Again, lack of clarity on what the actual strategy is going forward, so more on the clarity. Everything's a priority syndrome. Obviously, it's in red. That is common in pretty much every jurisdiction, and that's often how staff feels. So when this gets shared, it's that these are things a lot of them are already in place, and it's just sort of talking through that. So we want to be kind, since the staff's the one supporting all of this. Allocation of resources. Often we want a lot of this to get done, but in reality, a lot of things aren't going to get done unless there's an actual resource allocation, meaning there has to be either staffing or however you decide, staffing, full-time, part-time, volunteers, consulting, whatever that looks like. But resource allocation is going to be key for a lot of these things that you decided. So a plan doesn't work unless there's some backing behind it. So strong support and understanding in that area. Perceived fairness, this goes to more of the internal process about, recognition. Sometimes there's rewards, sometimes there's special assignment pay, there's all kinds of wonderful ways that you can do to help motivate and inspire staff, but often sometimes staff don't see maybe the fairness in it because some departments and individuals are going to get hit a lot more than others. And so when that happens, their perception of this is going to be a little skewed, so there's going to need to be some mindfulness to that as well. Fostering innovation by leadership. Innovation, it was interesting you brought it up earlier. How do people define innovation? What is innovation? Are we allowed to experiment? Can we make mistakes? Are we okay with mistakes? What level of mistakes? What is our risk tolerance? All of those are really big conversations and things to think about and sort of have awareness and conversations around as we execute these plans. And then also, from what I've seen so far with staff and council, everybody does a great job of questioning and asking the hard questions and questioning each other. Did we use the right approach? Maybe it was a mistake, maybe we just figured out that wasn't a good way to do it, even if the jurisdiction next door did it that way. So, asking really the tough questions and, seeing if there's areas where we can pivot when we need to. Some failures are success, so sometimes it's sort of recognizing that, when we stumble, it's like, oh, there's a lot of good lessons learned in some of that, and that's not always seen. So just some awareness around that one. Lack of understanding of what the real problem is. Sometimes people want to point blame or they have fears or concerns, but it's also just the, what is the real problem here? Let's get emotions or other things out of it and take fear away from it. What is the real problem? And one more, understanding organizational capabilities, again, capacity. We talked a lot about already, so I don't have to talk too much more about that, but there's understanding there. And then, if they did it before, will they do it again? So again, more understanding just what the culture is in the current organization and what that looks like. So just some fail facts that we wanted to share, extending upon that. Harvard Business Review, bless you, does a good job talking about sort of what the myths are. That sometimes the belief is that execution means there's alignment. That's not always necessarily true. We have to be thoughtful about how many goals we set and make sure that they are specific goals and that they're actually measurable goals so that we can have accountability attached to them. Execution means sticking to the plan, but also awareness that flexibility needs to be part of that process. Sometimes the myth is when we communicate, we assume that people understand just because we had a conversation. Did they actually understand what we said? There's a lot of information to share. So it's also how do we make sure that they actually understood everything that we shared? Is it two-way, et cetera? Performance culture drives execution, opportunities for recognition, et cetera. And then execution should be driven from the top, which we've set in motion here today, and the long-term gains. That's okay. So one more. So this is one more. Oh, go back. No, it's okay. I'm good. Go back to the things.
Oh, okay.
No worries. I love this one because it speaks to innovation, right? So, just some mindfulness around that one. Right. So, with that, next slide. So, one of the elements in the scope of work that we were responsible for or responding to is accountability, monitoring, and implementation. We had a nice conversation with Rebecca about what that would look like, so she has more of the details of that. One of the things is the annual report, which we mentioned before, which would come in January prior to budget. So there could be discussions and updates as to what has been accomplished in the checklist of goals and objectives. She's got great technology coming forward. She uses smart sheets. She's done some really great stuff, and she's got some really great ideas internally with staff what that looks like. She's got some fun events to share some information, some workshops and training ideas, and then of course in the meetings to make sure everybody stays on track with this. So I don't have anything else to ask of her. She had some great plans already, but those are more internal conversations you can have, but they have been had, and she does have a plan in place. So those are just a couple of them. And okay, so the question becomes, can you bring up the values, mission?
I can do that.
Yeah, thanks.
This, of course.
Of course, yeah, no worries. So we're going to bring up the core values, the mission, all that stuff again one more time, just to take a more look at it. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that to come up, has there been any public comments? None? Zero? Okay.
And does anyone want to comment?
Right,
But someone's sitting there.
Is there anybody online that would like to comment?
Nope.
Move on.
Okay, no public comment. All right, so core values: efficiency, accountability, resiliency, proactivity, and trust and innovation. How do we set with that? How does that feel?
Probably. Yeah, good. Fine, perfect.
Okay. Okay, so I'll do these one at a time. Unless, Rebecca, do you want me to do them all at once with a vote, or do you want me to do these individually with a vote? Which you guys would lead, but you want me to do all of this?
I just do all of it.
Okay. All right. You know your time. I don't know what happened to my.
That you were
I don't know.
talking about.
They're coming, they're somewhere, I promise. Overarching priorities, those were on there, those were correct. Can you slide back to overarching priorities? We can do that one. To the mission and vision.
Yeah, it's like it was there.
It's,
Oh, it was up there, it's right there, it's right there.
Oh, okay.
It says, that's our is preserving our rich history. I don't know why it says you know that
what
you
you're
were talking about.
Oh, okay, all right.
You know.
We don't know, we do.
Okay.
Okay, so vision, dedicated to preserving our rich history, providing a safe and thriving community that is devoted to families, businesses, and visitors.
Yeah, great, fantastic.
Awesome. Mission statement, final, to provide municipal services, infrastructure, and a high quality of life through trusted leadership, accountability, and efficiency for the benefit of our community.
Wow.
Right?
So glad we did this when we were fresh.
Right? I know, because right now. There was a deadline on this. And then overarching priorities, fiscal stability, economic development, technology, infrastructure, and public safety.
That's good.
Okay, so in all, do you want to go ahead and lead the vote, or does your staff want to lead the vote? I mean, I can, but typically.
Do you want to go ahead and lead the vote?
Oh, to vote on those items that we just all approved?
On all of it.
So do we make a motion?
So I want to make a motion on them individually or as a whole?
As a whole.
As a whole.
Okay,
As a whole,
And there's 4 elements.
okay.
I'll make the motion on the 4 elements that we just reviewed. Can I do that?
Sure.
Do you need me to say what they are, or?
That we adopt the vision, the mission.
The vision, the mission, the core values.
Yeah.
Oh, and the
Core value.
Priorities.
And the priority
so
worksheet.
5, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So 5.
That's the
I
motion.
second.
I
seconded.
I seconded.
So vision, mission, core values, priorities, and what was the last one?
The worksheet.
The goal verification
Strategic.
worksheet.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so the first, at the second, we took Isabel's as a second.
Yep.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody disagree, same sign?
Go back
Nada,
and give it
5-0.
Okay, awesome. So project next steps, he's working on the PowerPoint, so Citygate will work on completing and delivering a draft strategic plan document based on all of the stuff from today, probably late December or early January, depending due to holidays, et cetera. So we will submit that to you, and the city will get a couple of weeks to review that draft, provide comments, revision, anything, edits, et cetera. We'll take it back, make those revisions, and then send it back to staff.
Yeah, we're looking at probably mid-January or so to get that back to you. Again, the holidays are there. Want to make sure you have enough time to kind of beat it up around a little bit and then get back to you the draft document.
Are there any questions?
No, but I just want to say thanks to those who did hang in with us online. That's a long meeting.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
I see you again, I see you, yeah.
And thank you. We really appreciate you having us come back and help you through this process. This has been great.
Thank you. And thank you to staff for sitting here.
And we even got done a half an hour early. How amazing.
We need a motion, a second.
Yeah, I will.
Before we adjourn, I just want to thank Stacy and Andy so much for putting all this together and working with me and working with council. Thank you, council, for being decisive. I have sat in strategic planning meetings and we ended it and there still was no consensus after multiple days. So,
Multiple days?
yeah.
You gotta come back tomorrow.
So, thank you. And this, I think, really helps me define where we need to go, how we need to prioritize, and help staff understand, what the focus is. And I think it puts us all on the same page, and it helps the public know that we heard them. It helps staff know that we heard them, and I think that goes a long way in building trust across the board. So thank you for valuing this process, and I'm looking forward to the report.
And then when do we reach out to the public
Yeah,
with
that's
our
the same
results?
with
Is that January after?
I think it's after we accept it, right?
We'll get the report. We'll have some input. Do you recommend having another meeting too, or just distribute and then they can get back to me if they have any questions?
I think you can probably distribute it, and if we feel it's necessary that we need to come back and do it, we can. If not, we don't need to.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Can it be flexible?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we will bring it back to be adopted. And same, we'll do plenty of outreach, and then we will put it on our website and blast it all over the place. And, you know, I always tell staff and council, everybody, you know, it's not a document you put on your shelf and you forget about it. It's one that I keep on my desk, and every time someone asks me a question, I go back and I go, well, let's see, how does this play into what my response is going to be? So it's a really good guiding document that I hope everyone will use on a regular basis in how they make decisions.
Okay. Anybody else in the room real quick?
And now
If not, I would look for a motion to, what?
now our mission statements and stuff are gonna be blasted everywhere, right?
Oh, the only question I have
Yeah.
is, so we've got our new logo, we've got our vision and mission.
New website.
So my vision was creating a,
Oh, a new flag.
not necessarily a new flag, but kind of like a poster thing, I don't know, something, to go up on the wall. So that would be my recommendation.
I like
once
it.
it's all done.
Yeah.
New logo.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Looking for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Who's gonna give?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody disapprove, same sign.